Section 21 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton. Section 21. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 2, Part 2. Baseness of birth is a great disparagement to some men, especially if they be wealthy, bear office, or come to promotion in a commonwealth. Then, as he observes, if their birth be not answerable to their calling and to their fellows, they are much abashed and ashamed of themselves. Some scorn their own father and mother, deny brothers and sisters, with the rest of their kindred and friends, and will not suffer them to come near them when they are in their pomp, accounting it a scandal to their greatness to have such beggarly beginnings. Simon in Lucian, having now got a little wealth, changed his name from Simon to Simonides, for that there were so many beggars of his kin, and set the house on fire where he was born, because no body should point at it. Others buy titles, coats of arms, and by all means screw themselves into ancient families, falsifying pedigrees, usurping scutcheons, and all because they would not seem to be base. The reason is for that this gentility is so much admired by a company of outsides, and such honour attributed unto it, as amongst Germans, Frenchmen, and Venetians, the gentry scorn the commonalty, and will not suffer them to match with them. They depress and make them as so many asses to carry burdens. In our ordinary talk and fallings out, the most opprobrious and scurril name we can fasten upon a man, or first give, is to call him base rogue, beggarly rascal, and the like. Whereas, in my judgment, this ought of all other grievances to trouble men least. Of all vanities and fopperies, to brag of gentility is the greatest. For what is it they crack so much of, and challenge such superiority, as if they were demigods? Birth? Tantane vos generis tenuit fiducia vestri? It is known ence, a mere flash, a ceremony, a toy, a thing of naught. Consider the beginning, present estate, progress, ending of gentry, and then tell me what it is. Oppression, fraud, cozening, usury, knavery, bawdry, murder, and tyranny are the beginning of many ancient families. One hath been a bloodsucker, a parricide, the death of many a silly soul in some unjust quarrels, seditions, made many an orphan and poor widow, and for that he is made a lord or an earl, and his posterity gentlemen for ever after. Another hath been a bawd, a pander to some great men, a parasite, a slave, prostituted himself, his wife, daughter, to some lascivious prince, and for that he is exalted. Tiberius preferred many to honours in his time, because they were famous whoremasters and sturdy drinkers. Many come into this parchment row, so one calls it, by flattery or cozening. Search your old families, and you shall scarce find of a multitude, as Aeneas Sylvius observes, qui sceleratum non habent ortum, that have not a wicked beginning. Aut qui vi et dolo eu fastigii non ascendunt, as that plebeian in Machiavel, in a set oration, proved to his fellows, that do not rise by knavery, force, foolery, villainy, or such indirect means. They are commonly able that are wealthy. Virtue and riches seldom settle on one man, who then sees not the beginning of nobility. Spoils enrich one, usury another, treason a third, witchcraft a fourth, flattery a fifth, lying, stealing, bearing false witness a sixth, adultery the seventh, etc. One makes a fool of himself to make his lord merry, another dandles my young master, bestows a little nag on him, a third marries a cracked piece, etc. Now may it please your good worship, your lordship, who was the first founder of your family? The poet answers, aut pastor fuit, aut illud quod dicere nolo. Are he or you the better gentleman? If he, then we have traced him to his form. If you, what is it of which thou boastest so much? That thou art his son? It may be his heir, his reputed son, and yet indeed a priest or a serving man may be the true father of him. But we will not controvert that now. Married women are all honest. Thou art his son's son's son, begotten and born infra quatuor Maria, etc. Thy great-great-great-grandfather was a rich citizen, and then in all likelihood a usurer, a lawyer, and then a courtier, and then a country gentleman. Then he scraped it out of sheep, etc. And you are the heir of all his virtues, fortunes, titles. So then what is your gentry, but as Hierom saith, opes antiquae, inveteratae divitiae, ancient wealth? That is the definition of gentility. The father goes often to the devil to make his son a gentleman. For the present, what is it? It began, saith Agrippa, with strong impiety, with tyranny, oppression, etc., and so it is maintained. Wealth began it, no matter how got. Wealth continueth and increaseth it. Those Roman knights were so called, if they could dispend per annum so much. In the kingdom of Naples and France, he that buys such lands buys the honour, title, barony, together with it, and they that can dispend so much amongst us must be called to bear office, to be knights, or fine for it, as one observes, nobiliorum ex censu judicant. Our nobles are measured by their means. And what now is the object of honour? What maintains our gentry but wealth? Nobilitas sine re proiecta vilior alga. Without means, gentry is naught worth, nothing so contemptible and base. Disputare de nobilitate generis sine divitiis est disputare de nobilitate stercoris, saith Nevisanus the lawyer. To dispute of gentry without wealth is, saving your reverence, to discuss the original of a merd. So that it is wealth alone that denominates, money which maintains it, gives esse to it, for which every man may have it. And what is their ordinary exercise? Sit to eat, drink, lie down to sleep, and rise to play, wherein lies their worth and sufficiency, in a few coats of arms, eagles, lions, serpents, bears, tigers, dogs, crosses, bends, fesses, etc., and such like baubles, which they commonly set up in their galleries, porches, windows, on bowls, platters, coaches, in tombs, churches, men's sleeves, etc. If he can hawk and hunt, ride a horse, play at cards and dice, swagger, drink, swear, take tobacco with a grace, sing, dance, wear his clothes in fashion, court and please his mistress, talk big fustian, insult, scorn, strut, contemn others, and use a little mimical and apish compliment above the rest, he is a complete, egregiam vero laudem, a well-qualified gentleman. These are the most of their employments, this their greatest commendation. What is gentry, this parchment nobility, then, but, as Agrippa defines it, a sanctuary of knavery and naughtiness, a cloak for wickedness and execrable vices, of pride, fraud, contempt, boasting, oppression, dissimulation, lust, gluttony, malice, fornication, adultery, ignorance, impiety. A nobleman, therefore, in some likelihood, as he concludes, is an atheist, an oppressor, an epicure, a gull, a dizzard, an illiterate idiot, an outside, a glowworm, a proud fool, an arrant ass, ventris et inguinis mancipium, a slave to his lust and belly, solaque libidine fortis. And as Salvianus observed of his countrymen, the Aquitanes, in France, sicut titulis primi fuere, sic et vitiis, as they were the first in rank, so also in rottenness. And Cabinet du Roi, their own writer, distinctly of the rest. The nobles of Berry are most part lechers, they of Touraine thieves, they of Narbonne covetous, they of Guyenne coiners, they of Provence atheists, they of Rheims superstitious, they of Lyons treacherous, of Normandy proud, of Picardy insolent, etc. We may generally conclude the greater men the more vicious. In fine, as Aeneas Sylvius adds, they are most part miserable, sottish, and filthy fellows, like the walls of their houses, fair without, foul within. What dost thou vaunt of now? What dost thou gape and wonder at? Admire him for his brave apparel, horses, dogs, fine houses, manors, orchards, gardens, walks? Why? A fool may be possessor of this as well as he, and he that accounts him a better man, a nobleman, for having of it, he is a fool himself. Now go and brag of thy gentility. This is it, belike, which makes the Turks at this day scorn nobility, and all those huffing bombast titles, which so elevate their poles, except it be such as have got it at first, maintain it by some supereminent quality, or excellent worth. And for this cause the Ragusian Commonwealth, Switzers, and the United Provinces, in all their aristocracies or democratical monarchies, if I may so call them, exclude all these degrees of hereditary honours, and will admit of none to bear office, but such as are learned, like those Athenian Areopagites, wise, discreet, and well brought up. The Chinese observe the same customs, no man amongst them noble by birth. Out of their philosophers and doctors they choose magistrates. Their politic nobles are taken from such as be moraliter nobiles, virtuous noble, nobilitas ut olim ab officio, non a natura, as in Israel of old, and their office was to defend and govern their country, in war and peace, not to hawk, hunt, eat, drink, game alone, as too many do. Their loisii, mandarini, literati, licentiati, and such as have raised themselves by their worth, are their noblemen only, though fit to govern a state. And why then should any that is otherwise of worth be ashamed of his birth? Why should not he be as much respected that leaves a noble posterity, as he that hath had noble ancestors? Nay, why not more? For plures solem orientem, we adore the sun rising most part. And how much better is it to say, ego meis majoribus virtute praeluxi, I have outshone my ancestors in virtues, to boast himself of his virtues than of his birth. Cathesbeus, Sultan of Egypt and Syria, was by his condition a slave, but for worth, valour, and manhood, second to no king, and for that cause, as Jovius writes, elected emperor of the Mamelukes. That poor Spanish Pizarro, for his valour, made by Charles V. Marquis of Anatillo. The Turkey Pashas are all such. Pertinax, Philippus Arabs, Maximinus, Probus, Aurelius, etc., from common soldiers became emperors. Cato, Cincinnatus, etc., consuls. Pius Secundus, Sixtus Quintus, Johann, Secundus, Nicholas Quintus, etc., popes. Socrates, Virgil, Horace, Libertino parte natus. The kings of Denmark fetch their pedigree, as some say, from one Ulfo, that was the son of a bear. E tenui casa saepe vir magnus exit. Many a worthy man comes out of a poor cottage. Hercules, Romulus, Alexander, by Olympia's confession, Themistocles, Jugurtha, King Arthur, William the Conqueror, Homer, Demosthenes, Petrus Lombard, Petrus Comestor, Bartholus, Adrian IV, Pope, etc., bastards, and almost in every kingdom the most ancient families have been at first princes' bastards. Their worthiest captains, best wits, greatest scholars, bravest spirits in all our annals have been base. Cardan, in his subtleties, gives a reason why they are most part better able than others in body and mind, and so, per consequens, more fortunate. Castruccius Castrucanus, a poor child, found in the field, exposed to misery, became Prince of Lucca and Senes in Italy, a most complete soldier and worthy captain. Machiavel compares him to Scipio or Alexander. And 'tis a wonderful thing, saith he, to him that shall consider of it, that all those, or the greatest part of them, that have done the bravest exploits here upon earth, and excelled the rest of the nobles of their time, have been still born in some abject obscure place, or of base and obscure abject parents. A most memorable observation, Scaliger accounts it, et non praetereundum maximorum virorum plerosque patres ignoratos, matres impudicas fuisse. I could recite a great catalogue of them. Every kingdom, every province will yield innumerable examples. And why then should baseness of birth be objected to any man? Who thinks worse of Tully for being Arpinas, an upstart, or Agathocles, that Cilician king, for being a potter's son? Iphicrates and Marius were meanly born. What wise man thinks better of any person for his nobility? As he said in Machiavel, omnes eodem patre nati, Adam's sons, conceived all and born in sin, etc. We are by nature all as one, all alike, if you see us naked. Let us wear theirs, and they our clothes, and what is the difference? To speak truth, as Bale did of Petrus Scalicius, I more esteem thy worth, learning, honesty, than thy nobility. Honour thee more that thou art a writer, a doctor of divinity, than Earl of the Huns, Baron of Scradine, or hast title to such and such provinces, etc. Thou art more fortunate and great, so Jovius writes to Cosmo de Medici, then Duke of Florence, for thy virtues, than for thy lovely wife and happy children, friends, fortunes, or great duchy of Tuscany. So I account thee, and who doth not so indeed? Abdolominus was a gardener, and yet by Alexander for his virtues made king of Syria. How much better is it to be born of mean parentage, and to excel in worth, to be morally noble, which is preferred before that natural nobility by divines, philosophers, and politicians, to be learned, honest, discreet, well qualified, to be fit for any manner of employment, in country and commonwealth, war and peace, than to be de generes neoptolemi, as many brave nobles are, only wise because rich, otherwise idiots, illiterate, unfit for any manner of service. Udalricus, Earl of Cilia, upbraided John Huniades with the baseness of his birth, but he replied, in te Ciliensis comitatus turpiter extinguitur, in me gloriose bistricensis exoritur. Thine earldom is consumed with riot, mine begins with honour and renown. Thou hast had so many noble ancestors, what is that to thee? Vix ea nostra voco. When thou art a dizzard thyself, quod prodest pontice, longos de mate censeri, etc. I conclude, hast thou a sound body and a good soul, good bringing up? Art thou virtuous, honest, learned, well qualified, religious? Are thy conditions good? Thou art a true nobleman, perfectly noble, although born of Thersites. Dum modo tu sis, Iacidae similis, non natus, sed factus. Noble cat ex hoc hen, for neither sword, nor fire, nor water, nor sickness, nor outward violence, nor the devil himself can take thy good parts from thee. Be not ashamed of thy birth then. Thou art a gentleman all the world over, and shalt be honoured, whenas he, strip him of his fine clothes, dispossess him of his wealth, is a funge. Which Polynices in his banishment found true by experience. Gentry was not esteemed, like a piece of coin in another country, that no man will take, and shall be contemned. Once more, though thou be a barbarian, born at Tontonteac, a villain, a slave, a Saldanian negro, or a rude Virginian in Dasamonquepec, he a French monsieur, a Spanish don, a signor of Italy, I care not how descended, of what family, of what order, baron, count, prince, if thou be well qualified, and he not, but a degenerate Neoptolemus, I tell thee in a word, thou art a man, and he is a beast. Let no terrae filius or upstart insult at this which I have said, no worthy gentleman take offence. I speak it not to detract from such as are well deserving, truly virtuous and noble. I do much respect and honour true gentry and nobility. I was born of worshipful parents myself, in an ancient family, but I am a younger brother, it concerns me not. Or had I been some great heir, richly endowed, so minded as I am, I should not have been elevated at all, but so esteemed of it, as of all other human happiness, honours, etc., they have their period, are brittle and inconstant. As he said of that great river Danube, it riseth from a small fountain, a little brook at first, sometimes broad, sometimes narrow, now slow, then swift, increased at last to an incredible greatness by the confluence of 60 navigable rivers, it vanisheth in conclusion, loseth his name, and is suddenly swallowed up of the Euxine Sea. I may say of our greatest families, they were mean at first, augmented by rich marriages, purchases, offices, they continue for some ages, with some little alteration of circumstances, fortunes, places, etc., by some prodigal son, for some default or want of issue, they are defaced in an instant, and their memory blotted out. So much in the meantime I do attribute to gentility, that if he be well descended, of worshipful or noble parentage, he will express it in his conditions. Nec enim feroces progenerant aquilae columbas. And although the nobility of our times be much like our coins, more in number and value, but less in weight and goodness, with finer stamps, cuts, or outsides than of old, yet if he retain those ancient characters of true gentry, he will be more affable, courteous, gently disposed, of fairer carriage, better temper, or a more magnanimous, heroical, and generous spirit, than that vulgus hominum, those ordinary boors and peasants, qui adio improbi agrestes et inculti plerumque sunt, ne dicam maliciosi, ut nemini ullum humanitatis officium praestent, ne ipsi Deo si advenerit. As one observes of them, a rude, brutish, uncivil, wild, a currish generation, cruel and malicious, incapable of discipline, and such as have scarce common sense. And it may be generally spoken of all, which Lemnius the physician said of his travel into England, the common people were silly, sullen, dogged clowns, sed mitior nobilitas ad omne humanitatis officium paratissima. The gentlemen were courteous and civil. If it so fall out, as it often doth, that such peasants are preferred by reason of their wealth, chance, error, etc., or otherwise, yet as the cat in the fable, when she was turned to a fair maid, would play with mice, a cur will be a cur, a clown will be a clown, he will likely savour of the stock whence he came, and that innate rusticity can hardly be shaken off. Licet superbus ambulet pecunia, fortuna non mutat genus. And though, by their education, such men may be better qualified and more refined, yet there be many symptoms by which they may likely be descried: an affected fantastical carriage, a tailor-like spruceness, a peculiar garb in all their proceedings, choicer than ordinary in his diet, as Hierom well describes such a one to his Nepotian, an upstart born in a base cottage, that scarce at first had coarse bread to fill his hungry guts, must now feed on kickshaws and made dishes, will have all variety of flesh and fish, the best oysters, etc. A beggar's brat will be commonly more scornful, imperious, insulting, insolent, than another man of his rank. Nothing so intolerable as a fortunate fool, as Tully found out long since out of his experience. Asperius nihil est humili cum surgit in altum. Set a beggar on horseback, and he will ride a gallop, etc. Desaevit in omnes, dum se posse putat, nec bellua saevior ullast, quam servi rabies in libera colla furentis. He forgets what he was, domineers, etc., and many such other symptoms he hath, by which you may know him from a true gentleman. Many errors and obliquities are on both sides, noble, ignoble, factis, natis, yet still in all callings, as some degenerate, some are well deserving, and most worthy of their honours. And as Busbequius said of Suleiman the Magnificent, he was tanto dignus imperio, worthy of that great empire. Many meanly descended are most worthy of their honour, politicae nobiles, and well deserve it. Many of our nobility so born, which one said of Hephaestion, Ptolemaeus, Seleucus, Antigonus, etc., and the rest of Alexander's followers, they were all worthy to be monarchs and generals of armies, deserve to be princes. And I am so far forth of Cecilius's mind, that they ought to be preferred, if capable, before others, as being nobly born, ingenuously brought up, and from their infancy trained to all manner of civility. For learning and virtue in a nobleman is more eminent, and as a jewel set in gold is more precious, and much to be respected, such a man deserves better than others, and is as great an honour to his family as his noble family to him. In a word, many noblemen are an ornament to their order. Many poor men's sons are singularly well endowed, most eminent, and well deserving for their worth, wisdom, learning, virtue, valour, integrity, excellent members and pillars of a commonwealth. And therefore, to conclude that which I first intended, to be base by birth, meanly born is no such disparagement. Et sic demonstratur quod erat demonstrandum. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2 by Robert Burton, Section 22. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 3, Part 1. Against poverty and want, with such other adversities. One of the greatest miseries that can befall a man, in the world's esteem, is poverty or want, which makes men steal, bear false witness, swear, forswear, contend, murder, and rebel, which breaketh sleep, and causeth death itself. Uden penies baruteron esti fortion. No burden, saith Menander, so intolerable as poverty. It makes men desperate, it erects and dejects, census honores, census amicitas. Money makes, but poverty mars, etc. And all this is in the world's esteem. Yet if considered aright, it is a great blessing in itself, a happy estate, and yields no cause of discontent, or that men should therefore account themselves vile, hated of God, forsaken, miserable, unfortunate. Christ himself was poor, born in a manger, and had not a house to hide his head in all his life, lest any man should make poverty a judgment of God, or an odious estate. And as he was himself, so he informed his apostles and disciples. They were poor, prophets poor, apostles poor. Acts 3. Silver and gold have I none. As sorrowing, saith Paul, and yet always rejoicing, as having nothing, and yet possessing all things. 1 Corinthians 6:10. Your great philosophers have been voluntarily poor, not only Christians, but many others. Crates Thebanus was adored for a god in Athens, a nobleman by birth, many servants he had, and honourable attendance, much wealth, many manors, fine apparel. But when he saw this, that all the wealth of the world was but brittle, uncertain, and no whit availing to live well, he flung his burden into the sea, and renounced his estate. Those curiae and fabricii will ever be renowned for contempt of these fopperies, wherein the world is so much affected. Amongst Christians I could reckon up many kings and queens, that have forsaken their crowns and fortunes, and wilfully abdicated themselves from these so much esteemed toys. Many that have refused honours, titles, and all this vain pomp and happiness, which others so ambitiously seek, and carefully study to compass and attain. Riches, I deny not, are God's good gifts and blessings, and honour est in honorante. Honours are from God, both rewards of virtue and fit to be sought after, sued for, and may well be possessed. Yet no such great happiness in having, or misery in wanting them. Dantur quidam bonis, saith Austin, ne quis malis autem ne quis nimis bona. Good men have wealth that we should not think it evil, and bad men that they should not rely on or hold it so good. As the rain falls on both sorts, so are riches given to good and bad, sed bonis in bonum, but they are good only to the godly. But compare both estates, for natural parts they are not unlike, and a beggar's child, as Cardan well observes, is no whit inferior to a prince's, most part better, and for those accidents of fortune, it will easily appear there is no such odds, no such extraordinary happiness in the one, or misery in the other. He is rich, wealthy, fat. What gets he by it? Pride, insolency, lust, ambition, cares, fears, suspicion, trouble, anger, emulation, and many filthy diseases of body and mind. He hath indeed variety of dishes, better fare, sweet wine, pleasant sauce, dainty music, gay clothes, lords it bravely out, etc. And all that which Misillus admired in Lucian. But with them he hath the gout, dropsies, apoplexies, palsies, stone, pox, rheums, catarrhs, crudities, oppilations, melancholy, etc. Lust enters in, anger, ambition, according to Chrysostom, the sequel of riches is pride, riot, intemperance, arrogance, fury, and all irrational courses. Turpi fregerunt saecula luxu, divitiae mollis. With their variety of dishes, many such maladies of body and mind get in, which the poor man knows not of. As Saturn in Lucian answered the discontented commonalty, which because of their neglected Saturnal feast in Rome, made a grievous complaint and exclamation against rich men, that they were much mistaken in supposing such happiness in riches. You see the best, said he, but you know not their several gripings and discontents. They are like painted walls, fair without, rotten within, diseased, filthy, crazy, full of intemperance's effects, and who can reckon half? If you but knew their fears, cares, anguish of mind and vexation, to which they are subject, you would hereafter renounce all riches. Or si patiant pectora divitum, quantus intus sublimis agit fortuna metus, brutia coro pulsante, pretum mitior unda est. O that their breasts were but conspicuous! How full of fear within, how furious! The narrow seas are not so boisterous. Yea, but he hath the world at will that is rich, the good things of the earth. Suave est de magno tollere acervo. It is sweet to draw from a great heap. He is a happy man, adored like a god, a prince. Every man seeks to him, applauds, honours, admires him. He hath honours indeed, abundance of all things, but as I said withal, pride, lust, anger, faction, emulation, fears, cares, suspicion enter with his wealth. For his intemperance he hath aches, crudities, gouts, and are fruits of his idleness and fulness, lust, surfeiting, and drunkenness, all manner of diseases, pecunias augetur improbitas, the wealthier the more dishonest. He is exposed to hatred, envy, peril, and treason, fear of death, degradation, etc. 'Tis lubrica statio et proxima praecipitio, and the higher he climbs, the greater is his fall. Celsae graviore casu, decidunt tures, feriuntque sumos. Fulgura montes, the lightning commonly sets on fire the highest towers. In the more eminent place he is, the more subject to fall. Rumpitur innumeris arbos uberrima pomis, et subito nimiae precipitantur opes. As a tree that is heavy laden with fruit breaks her own boughs, with their own greatness they ruin themselves, which Joachimus Camerarius hath elegantly expressed in his 13 Emblem Centuriam 1, Inopum se copia fecit. Their means is their misery, though they do apply themselves to the times, to lie, dissemble, collogue and flatter their lieges, obey, second his will and commands as much they may be, yet too frequently they miscarry. They fat themselves like so many hogs, as Aeneas Sylvius observes, that when they are full fed, they may be devoured by their princes, as Seneca by Nero was served, Sejanus by Tiberius, and Haman by Ahasuerus. I resolve with Gregory, potestas culminis est tempestas mentis, et quod dignitas altior, casus gravior. Honour is a tempest. The higher they are elevated, the more grievously depressed. For the rest of his prerogatives which wealth affords, as he hath more, his expenses are greater. When his goods increase, they are increased that eat them. And what good cometh to the owners, but the beholding thereof with the eyes? Ecclesiastes 4:10. Milia frumente tua triverit aurea cantum, non tuus hinc capiet venta plusquam meus. An evil sickness, Solomon calls it, and reserved to them for an evil, 12th verse. They that will be rich fall into many fears and temptations, into many foolish and noisome lusts, which drown men in perdition. 1 Timothy 6:9. Gold and silver hath destroyed many, Ecclesiasticus 8:2. Divitia saeculi sunt laquea diaboli, so writes Bernard. Worldly wealth is the devil's bait, and as the moon, when she is fuller of light, is still farthest from the sun, the more wealth they have, the farther they are commonly from God. If I had said this of myself, rich men would have pulled me to pieces, but hear who saith, and who seconds it, an apostle. Therefore St. James bids them weep and howl for the miseries that shall come upon them. Their gold shall rust and canker, and eat their flesh as fire. James 5:1, 2, 3. I may then boldly conclude with Theodoret, quotiescunque divitiis affluentum, etc. As often as you shall see a man abounding in wealth, qui gemmis bibit et serrano dormit in ostro, and naught withal, I beseech you call him not happy, but esteem him unfortunate, because he hath many occasions offered to live unjustly. On the other side, a poor man is not miserable if he be good, but therefore happy, that those evil occasions are taken from him. Non possidentem multa vocaveris, recte beatum, rectius occupat nomen beati, qui deorum muneribus sapienter uti, duramque calat pauperium pati, pejusque laetho lagitium timet. He is not happy that is rich, and hath the world at will, but he that wisely can God's gifts possess and use them still, that suffers and with patience abides hard poverty, and chooseth rather for to die, than do such villainy. Wherein now consists his happiness? What privileges hath he more than other men? Or rather, What miseries, what cares and discontents hath he not more than other men? Non enim gazae, neque consularis, summovet lictor miseros tumultus mentis, et curas laqueatae, curcum tecta volantes. Nor treasures, nor majors' office remove the miserable tumults of the mind, or cares that lie about, or fly above their high-roofed houses, with huge beams combined. 'Tis not his wealth can vindicate him, let him have Job's inventory. Sint craese et crassi licet, non hos pactolus aureas undas agens, eripiat unquum e miseriis. Croesus or rich Crassus cannot now command health, or get himself a stomach. His worship, as Apuleius describes him, in all his plenty and great provision, is forbidden to eat, or else hath no appetite, sick in bed, can take no rest, sore grieved with some chronic disease, contracted with full diet and ease, or troubled in mind, whenas in the meantime all his household are merry, and the poorest servant that he keeps doth continually feast. 'Tis bracteata felicitas, as Seneca terms it, tin-foiled happiness, infelix felicitas, an unhappy kind of happiness, if it be happiness at all. His gold, guard, clattering of harness, and fortifications against outward enemies, cannot free him from inward fears and cares. Reveraque metus hominum, curiaque sequaces, nec metuunt fremitus almorum, aut feria tela, audacterque inter reges, regumque potentes versantur, neque fulgorum reverentur ab auro. Indeed men still attending fears and cares, nor armours clashing, nor fierce weapon fears, with kings converse they boldly, and kings' peers, fearing no flashing that from gold appears. Look how many servants he hath, and so many enemies he suspects. For liberty he entertains ambition, his pleasures are no pleasures, and that which is worst, he cannot be private or enjoy himself as other men do. His state is a servitude. A countryman may travel from kingdom to kingdom, province to province, city to city, and glut his eyes with delightful objects, hawk, hunt, and use those ordinary disports, without any notice taken, all which a prince or a great man cannot do. He keeps in for state, ne majestatis dignitas evalescat, as our China kings, of Borneo and Tartarian calms, those aurea mancipia are said to do, seldom or never seen abroad, ut major sit hominum erga se observantia, which the Persian kings so precisely observed of old. A poor man takes more delight in an ordinary meal's meat, which he hath but seldom, than they do with all their exotic dainties and continual viands. Quippe voluptatem commendat rarior usus. 'Tis the rarity and necessity that makes a thing acceptable and pleasant. Darius, put to flight by Alexander, drank puddle water to quench his thirst, and it was pleasanter, he swore, than any wine or mead. All excess, as Epictetus argues, will cause a dislike, sweet will be sour, which made that temperate Epicurus sometimes voluntarily fast. But they being always accustomed to the same dishes, which are nastily dressed by slovenly cooks, that after their obscenities never wash their bawdy hands, be they fish, flesh, compounded, made dishes, or whatsoever else, are therefore cloyed. Nectar's self grows loathsome to them. They are weary of all their fine palaces, they are to them but as so many prisons. A poor man drinks in a wooden dish, and eats his meat in wooden spoons, wooden platters, earthen vessels, and such homely stuff, the other in gold, silver, and precious stones, but with what success? In auro bibitur venenum, fear of poison in the one, security in the other. A poor man is able to write, to speak his mind, to do his own business himself. Locuples mitit parasitum, saith Philostratus, a rich man employs a parasite, and as the major of a city, speaks by the town clerk, or by Mr. Recorder, when he cannot express himself. Nonius the senator hath a purple coat, as stiff with jewels as his mind is full of vices, rings on his fingers worth 20,000 sesterces, and as Perox the Persian king, an union in his ear worth 100 pounds weight of gold. Cleopatra hath whole boars and sheep served up to her table at once, drinks jewels dissolved, 40,000 sesterces in value, but to what end? Num tibi cum faces urit sitis, aurea queris pocula. Doth a man that is adry desire to drink in gold? Doth not a cloth suit become him as well, and keep him as warm, as all their silks, satins, damasks, taffeties, and tissues? Is not homespun cloth as great a preservative against cold, as a coat of Tartar lamb's wool, dyed in grain, or a gown of giants' beards? Nero, saith Suetonius, never put on one garment twice, and thou hast scarce one to put on. What's the difference? One sick, the other sound. Such is the whole tenor of their lives, and that which is the consummation and upshot of all, death itself makes the greatest difference. One like a hen feeds on the dunghill all his days, but is served up at last to his lord's table. The other as a falcon is fed with partridges and pigeons, and carried on his master's fist, but when he dies is flung to the muck-hill, and there lies. The rich man lives like Dives jovially here on earth, temulentus divitiis, make the best of it, and boast himself in the multitude of his riches. Psalm 49, 6, 11. He thinks his house called after his own name shall continue for ever, but he perisheth like a beast. Verse 20. His way utters his folly. Verse 13. Male parta, male delabuntur. Like sheep they lie in the grave. Verse 14. Puncto descendunt ad infernum. They spend their days in wealth, and go suddenly down to hell. Job 21:13. For all physicians and medicines enforcing nature, a swooning wife, families' complaints, friends' tears, dirges, masses, nanias, funerals, for all orations, counterfeit hired acclamations, eulogiums, epitaphs, hearses, heralds, black mourners, solemnities, obelisks, and mausolean tombs, if he have them at least he, like a hog, goes to hell with a guilty conscience, propter hos dilatavit infernos suum, and a poor man's curse, his memory stinks like the snuff of a candle when it is put out, scurrilous libels and infamous obloquies accompany him. When as poor Lazarus is Dei Sacrarium, the temple of God, lives and dies in true devotion, hath no more attendants but his own innocency, the heaven a tomb, desires to be dissolved, buried in his mother's lap, and hath a company of angels ready to convey his soul into Abraham's bosom. He leaves an everlasting and a sweet memory behind him. Crassus and Sylla are indeed still recorded, but not so much for their wealth as for their victories, Croesus for his end, Solomon for his wisdom. In a word, to get wealth is a great trouble, anxiety to keep, grief to lose it. Quae dignum stolidis mentibus imprecer, opes honores ambiant, et cum falsa grave mole paraverint, tum vera cognoscant bona. But consider all those other unknown, concealed happinesses which a poor man hath. I call them unknown, because they be not acknowledged in the world's esteem, or so taken. O fortunatus nimium bona si sur norint. Happy they are in the meantime if they would take notice of it, make use or apply it to themselves. A poor man wise is better than a foolish king. Ecclesiastes 2:13. Poverty is the way to heaven, the mistress of philosophy, the mother of religion, virtue, sobriety, sister of innocency, and an upright mind. How many such encomiums might I add out of the fathers, philosophers, orators? It troubles many that are poor, they account of it as a great plague, curse, a sign of God's hatred, ipsum scelus, damned villainy itself, a disgrace, shame, and reproach. But to whom, or why? If fortune hath envied me wealth, thieves have robbed me, My father have not left me such revenues as others have, that I am a younger brother, basely born, qui sine luce genus, surdumque parentum, nomen, of mean parentage, a dirt dauber's son, am I therefore to be blamed? An eagle, a bull, a lion is not rejected for his poverty, and why should a man? 'Tis fortunae tellum, non culpae, fortune's faults, not mine. Good sir, I am a servant, to use Seneca's words. Howsoever your poor friend, a servant, and yet your chamber fellow, and if you consider better of it, your fellow servant. I am thy drudge in the world's eyes, yet in God's sight peradventure thy better. My soul is more precious, and I dearer unto him. Etiam servi diis curae sunt, as Evangelus at large proves in Macrobius. The meanest servant is most precious in his sight. Thou art an epicure, I am a good Christian. Thou art many parasangs before me in means, favour, wealth, honour, Claudius's Narcissus, Nero's Massa, Domitian's Parthenius, a favourite, a golden slave. Thou coverest thy floors with marble, thy roofs with gold, thy walls with statues, fine pictures, curious hangings, etc. What of all this? Calcas opes, etc. What's all this to true happiness? I live and breathe under that glorious heaven, that august capital of nature, enjoy the brightness of stars, that clear light of sun and moon, those infinite creatures, plants, birds, beasts, fishes, herbs, all that sea and land afford, far surpassing all that art and opulentia can give. I am free, and which Seneca said of Rome, culmen liberos texit, sub marmore et auro postea servitus habitavit. Thou hast Amalthea cornu, plenty, pleasure, the world at will. I am despicable and poor, but a word overshot, a blow in collar, a game at tables, a loss at sea, a sudden fire, the prince's dislike, a little sickness, etc., may make us equal in an instant. Howsoever take thy time, triumph and insult a while, cinis aequat, as Alphonsus said, death will equalise us all at last. I live sparingly in the meantime, am clad homely, fare hardly. Is this a reproach? Am I the worse for it? Am I contemptible for it? Am I to be reprehended? A learned man in Nevisanus was taken down for sitting amongst gentlemen. But he replied, my nobility is about the head, yours declines to the tail, and they were silent. Let them mock, scoff, and revile. 'Tis not thy scorn, but his that made thee so. He that mocketh the poor, reproacheth him that made him. Proverbs 40:5. And he that rejoiceth at affliction, shall not be unpunished. For the rest, the poorer thou art, the happier thou art. Ditior est, at non melior, saith Epictetus. He is richer, not better than thou art, not so free from lust, envy, hatred, ambition. Beatus ille qui procul negotiis, paterna rura bobus exercet suis. Happy he, in that he is freed from the tumults of the world, he seeks no honours, gapes after no preferment, flatters not, envies not, temporizeth not, but lives privately, and well contented with his estate. Nec spes corde avidas, nec curam pascit inanum, securus quo fata cadant. He is not troubled with state matters, whether kingdoms thrive better by succession or election, whether monarchies should be mixed, temperate, or absolute. The house of Ottomans and Austria is all one to him. He inquires not after colonies or new discoveries, whether Peter were at Rome, or Constantine's donation be of force, what comets or new stars signify, whether the earth stand or move, there be a new world in the moon, or infinite worlds, etc. He is not touched with fear of invasions, factions, or emulations. Felix ille animi, divisque simillimus ipsis, quem non mordaci resplendens gloria fuco solicitat, non fastosi mala gaudia luxus, sed tacitus sinit ire dies, et paupere cultu, exigit in ocui tranquilla silentia vitae. A happy soul and like to God himself, whom not vainglory macerates or strife, or wicked joys of that proud swelling pelf, but leads a still, poor, and contented life. A secure, quiet, blissful state he hath, if he could acknowledge it. But here is the misery, that he will not take notice of it. He repines at rich men's wealth, brave hangings, dainty fare, as Simonides objected to Hieron. He hath all the pleasures of the world, in lectis eburneis dormit, vinum fialis bibit, optimus unguentis delibritur. He knows not the affliction of Joseph, stretching himself on ivory beds, and singing to the sound of the viol, and it troubles him that he hath not the like. There is a difference, he grumbles, between laplolly and pheasants, to tumble in the straw, and lie in a down bed, betwixt wine and water, a cottage and a palace. He hates nature, as Pliny characterized him, that she hath made him lower than a god, and is angry with the gods that any man goes before him, and although he hath received much, yet, as Seneca follows it, he thinks it an injury that he hath no more, and is so far from giving thanks for his tribuneship, that he complains he is not praetor, neither doth that please him, except he may be consul. Why is he not a prince? Why not a monarch? Why not an emperor? Why should one man have so much more than his fellows, one have all, another nothing? Why should one man be a slave or drudge to another? One surfeit, another starve, one live at ease, another labour without any hope of better fortune. Thus they grumble, mutter, and repine, not considering that inconstancy of human affairs, judicially conferring one condition with another, or well weighing their own present estate. What they are now, thou mayst shortly be, and what thou art, they shall likely be. Expect a little, compare future and times past with the present, see the event, and comfort thyself with it. It is as well to be discerned in commonwealths, cities, families, as in private men's estates. Italy was once lord of the world, Rome the queen of cities, vaunted herself of 2 myriads of inhabitants. Now that all commanding country is possessed by petty princes, Rome a small village in respect. Greece of old the seat of civility, mother of sciences and humanity, now forlorn, the nurse of barbarism, a den of thieves. Germany then, saith Tacitus, was incult and horrid, now full of magnificent cities. Athens, Corinth, Carthage, how flourishing cities, now buried in their own ruins. Corvorum, Ferrarum, Aprorum, et Bestiarum lustra, like so many wildernesses, a receptacle of wild beasts. Venice a poor fisher town. Paris, London, small villages in Caesar's time, now most noble emporiums. Valois, Plantagenet, and Scaliger, how fortunate families, how likely to continue! Now quite extinguished and rooted out. He stands aloft today, full of favour, wealth, honour, and prosperity, in the top of fortune's wheel. Tomorrow in prison, worse than nothing, his son's a beggar. Thou art a poor servile drudge, pro ex populi, a very slave. Thy son may come to be a prince, with Maximinus, Agathocles, etc., a senator, a general of an army. Thou standest bare to him now, workest for him, drudgest for him and his, takest an alms of him. Stay but a little, and his next heir peradventure shall consume all with riot, be degraded, thou exalted, and he shall beg of thee. Thou shalt be his most honourable patron, he thy devout servant. His posterity shall run, ride, and do as much for thine, as it was with Frisgobald and Cromwell, it may be for thee. Citizens devour country gentlemen, and settle in their seats. After 2 or 3 descents, they consume all in riot. It returns to the city again. Novus in cola venit, nam propriae telluris herum natura, neque illum, nec me, nec quenquam statuit, nos expulit ille, illum aut nequities, aut vafri in scitia juris. Have we lived at a more frugal rate, since this new stranger seized on our estate? Nature will no perpetual heir assign, or make the farm his property, or mine. He turned us out, but follies all his own, or lawsuits and their knaveries yet unknown, or all his follies and his lawsuits past, some long-lived heir shall turn him out at last. A lawyer buys out his poor client, after a while his client's posterity buy out him and his, so things go round, ebb and flow. Nunc aga umbreni sub nomine, nuper Offelli dictus erat, nulli proprius, sed cedit in usum, nunc mihi, nunc aliis. The farm once mine, now bears Umbrenus' name, the use alone, not property, we claim. Then be not with your present lot depressed, and meet the future with undaunted breast. As he said then, aga cujus, quod habes dominos, so say I of land, houses, movables, and money, mine today, his anon, whose tomorrow? In fine, as Machiavel observes, virtue and prosperity beget rest, rest idleness, idleness riot, riot destruction, from which we come again to good laws. Good laws engender virtuous actions, virtue, glory, and prosperity. And 'tis no dishonour then, as Ducardine adds, for a flourishing man, city or state to come to ruin, nor infelicity to be subject to the law of nature. Ergo terrena calcanda, sitienda coelestia. Therefore I say, scorn this transitory state, look up to heaven, think not what others are, but what thou art. Qua parte locatus est in re, and what thou shalt be, what thou mayst be. Do, I say, as Christ himself did, when he lived here on earth. Imitate him as much as in thee lies. How many great Caesars, mighty monarchs, tetrarchs, dynasties, princes lived in his days, in what plenty, what delicacy, how bravely attended, what a deal of gold and silver, what treasure, how many sumptuous palaces had they, what provinces and cities, ample territories, fields, rivers, fountains, parks, forests, lawns, woods, cells, etc. Yet Christ had none of all this. He would have none of this. He voluntarily rejected all this. He could not be ignorant. He could not err in his choice. He contemned all this. He chose that which was safer, better, and more certain, and less to be repented. A mean estate, even poverty itself. And why dost thou then doubt to follow him, to imitate him and his apostles, to imitate all good men? So do thou tread in his divine steps, and thou shalt not err eternally, as too many worldlings do, that run on in their own dissolute courses, to their confusion and ruin. Thou shalt not do amiss. Whatsoever thy fortune is, be contented with it. Trust in him, rely on him, refer thyself wholly to him. For know this, in conclusion, non est volentis, nec currentis, sed miserentis Dea. 'Tis not as men, but as God will. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich, bringeth low and exalteth. 1 Samuel 2 verses 7 and 8. He lifteth the poor from the dust, and raiseth the beggar from the dunghill, to set them amongst princes, and make them inherit the seat of glory. 'Tis all as he pleaseth, how and when and whom. He that appoints the end, though to us unknown, appoints the means likewise subordinate to the end. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 23. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 3, Part 2. Yea, but their present estate crucifies and torments most mortal men. They have no such forecast to see what may be, what shall likely be, but what is. though not wherefore, or from whom. Hoc anget. Their present misfortunes grind their souls, and an envious eye which they cast upon other men's prosperities, vicinumque pecus grandius uberhabet. How rich, how fortunate, how happy is he? But in the meantime he doth not consider the other miseries, his infirmities of body and mind, that accompany his estate, but still reflects upon his own false conceived woes and wants, whereas if the matter were duly examined, he is in no distress at all, he hath no cause to complain. Tolle querulas, pauper enim non est cui rerum suppetit usus. Then cease complaining, friend, and learn to live. He is not poor to whom kind fortune grants, even with a frugal hand, what nature wants. He is not poor, he is not in need. Nature is content with bread and water, and he that can rest satisfied with that, may contend with Jupiter himself for happiness. In that golden age, somnus dedit umbra salubres, potum quoque lubricus amnis. The tree gave wholesome shade to sleep under, and the clear river's drink. The Israelites drank water in the wilderness. Samson, David, Saul, Abraham's servant when he went for Isaac's wife, the Samaritan woman, and how many besides might I reckon up? Egypt, Palestine, whole countries in the Indies, that drank pure water all their lives. The Persian kings themselves drank no other drink than the water of Cheospis, that runs by Susa, which was carried in bottles after them, whithersoever they went. Jacob desired no more of God, but bread to eat, and clothes to put on in his journey. Genesis 28:20. Bene est qui dedus obtulit parca quod satis est manu. Bread is enough to strengthen the heart. And if you study philosophy aright, saith Modorensis, whatsoever is beyond this moderation is not useful but troublesome. Agellius out of Euripides accounts bread and water enough to satisfy nature, of which there is no surfeit, the rest is not a feast, but a riot. Hierome esteems him rich that hath bread to eat, and a potent man that is not compelled to be a slave. Hunger is not ambitious, so that it hath to eat, and thirst doth not prefer a cup of gold. It was no Epicurean speech of an epicure. He that is not satisfied with a little will never have enough, and very good counsel of him in the poet, O my son, mediocrity of means agrees best with men, too much is pernicious. Divitiae grandes homini sunt vivere parce, aequor animo. And if thou canst be content, thou hast abundance, nihil est, nihil deest. Thou hast little, thou wantest nothing. 'Tis all one to be hanged in a chain of gold, or in a rope, to be filled with dainties or coarser meat. Si ventri bene, si lateri, pedibusque tuis, nil divitiae poterunt regales adere majus. If belly, sides, and feet be well at ease, a prince's treasure can thee no more please. Socrates in a fair, seeing so many things bought and sold, such a multitude of people convented to that purpose, exclaimed forthwith, O ye gods, what a sight of things do not I want? 'Tis thy want alone that keeps thee in health of body and mind, and that which thou persecutest and abhorrest as a feral plague is thy physician and chiefest friend, which makes thee a good man, a healthful, a sound, a virtuous, an honest and happy man. For when virtue came from heaven, as the poet feigns, rich men kicked her up, wicked men abhorred her, courtiers scoffed at her, citizens hated her, and that she was thrust out of doors in every place. She came at last to her sister Poverty, where she had found good entertainment. Poverty and virtue dwell together. O vitae tuta facultas, pauperis, angustique lares, o munera nondum intellecta deum. How happy art thou, if thou couldst be content! Godliness is a great gain, if a man can be content with that which he hath. 1 Timothy 6:6, and all true happiness is in a mean estate. I have a little wealth, as he said, sed quas animus magnus facit, a kingdom in conceit. Nil amplius opto, Maya nate, nisi ut propria haec mahae munera faxis. I have enough, and desire no more. Dii bene fecerunt in opis me quodque pusili, fecerunt animi. 'Tis very well, and to my content. Vestem et fortunam concinam potius quam laxam probo. Let my fortune and my garments be both alike fit for me. And which Sebastian Fosterinus, sometimes Duke of Venice, caused to be engraven on his tomb in St. Mark's Church. Hear, O ye Venetians, and I will tell you which is the best thing in the world. To contemn it. I will engrave it in my heart. It shall be my whole study to contemn it. Let them take wealth, stercorus stercus amet, so that I may have security. Bene qui latuit, bene vixit. Though I live obscure, yet I live clean and honest, and when as the lofty oak is blown down, the silky reed may stand. Let them take glory, for that's their misery. Let them take honour, so that I may have heart's ease. Duc me, O Jupiter, et tu fatum, etc. Lead me, O God, whither thou wilt. I am ready to follow. Command, I will obey. I do not envy at their wealth, titles, offices. Stet qui cunque volet potens, aule culminae lubrico, me dulcis saturet quies. Let me live quiet and at ease. Erimus fortasse, as he comforted himself, quando illi non erunt. When they are dead and gone, and all their pomp vanished, our memory may flourish. Dant perennes stemmata non peritura musae. Let him be my lord, patron, baron, earl, and possess so many goodly castles. 'Tis well for me that I have a poor house, and a little wood, and a well by it, etc. His me consulor victurum suavius, axi quasto avus pater atque meus, paterusque recent. With which I feel myself more truly blessed, than if my sires the quaestor's power possessed. I live, I thank God, as merrily as he, and triumph as much in this my mean estate, as if my father and uncle had been Lord Treasurer, or my Lord Mayor. He feeds of many dishes, I of one. Qui Christum curat, non multum curat quam de preciosis cibis stercus conficiat. What care I of what stuff my excrements be made? He that lives according to nature cannot be poor, and he that exceeds can never have enough. Totus non sufficit orbis. The whole world cannot give him content. A small thing that the righteous have is better than the riches of the ungodly. Psalms 37:19. And better is a poor morsel with quietness than abundance with strife. Proverbs 17:7. Be content then, enjoy thyself, and as Chrysostom adviseth, be not angry for what thou hast not, but give God hearty thanks for what thou hast received. Stidat oluscula, mensa minuscula, pace referta, ne pete grandia, lautaque prandia, lite repleta. But what wantest thou to expostulate the matter? Or what hast thou not better than a rich man? Health, competent wealth, children, security, sleep, friends, liberty, diet, apparel, and what not, or at least mayst have, the means being so obvious, easy, and well known, for as he inculcated to himself, vitam quae faciens beatiorum, jucundissime martialis, haec sunt, res non parta labore, sed relicta, lis nunquam, etc. I say again, thou hast, or at least mayst have, if thou wilt thyself, and that which I am sure he wants, a merry heart. Passing by a village in the territory of Milan, says St. Augustine, I saw a poor beggar that had got belike his belly full of meat, jesting and merry. I sighed, and said to some of my friends that were then with me, what a deal of trouble, madness, pain, and grief do we sustain and exaggerate unto ourselves, to get that secure happiness which this poor beggar hath prevented us of, and which we, peradventure, shall never have. For that which he hath now attained with the begging of some small pieces of silver, a temporal happiness, and present heart's ease, I cannot compass with all my careful windings, and running in and out. And surely the beggar was very merry, but I was heavy; he was secure, but I timorous. And if any man should ask me now, whether I had rather be merry, or still so solicitous and sad, I should say merry. If he should ask me again, whether I had rather be as I am, or as this beggar was, I should sure choose to be as I am, tortured still with cares and fears, but out of peevishness, and not out of truth. That which St. Augustine said of himself here in this place, I may truly say to thee, thou discontented wretch, thou covetous niggard, thou churl, thou ambitious and swelling toad, 'tis not want but peevishness which is the cause of thy woes. Settle thine affection, thou hast enough. Denique sit finis querendi, quoque habeas plus, pauperiem metuas minus, et finire laboram incipias, parto, quod avebas, utere. Make an end of scraping, purchasing this manor, this field, that house, for this and that child, thou hast enough for thyself and them. Quod petis hic est lubris, animus de te non deficit equus. 'Tis at hand, at home already, which thou so earnestly seekest, but O si angelus ille, proximus accedat, qui nunc denormat agellum. Oh, that I had but that one nook of ground, that field there, that pasture. O si venum argente fors quis mihi monstret. Oh, that I could but find a pot of money now, to purchase, etc., to build me a new house, to marry my daughter, place my son, etc. Oh, if I might but live a while longer to see all things settled, some 2 or 3 years, I would pay my debts, make all my reckonings even. But they are come and past, and thou hast more business than before. O madness, to think to settle that in thine old age, when thou hast more, which in thy youth thou canst not now compose having but a little. Pyrrhus would first conquer Africa, and then Asia, et tum suaviter agere, and then live merrily and take his ease. But when Cineas the orator told him he might do that already, id jam posse fiere, rested satisfied, condemning his own folly. Si parva licet componere magnus, thou mayst do the like, and therefore be composed in thy fortune. Thou hast enough. He that is wet in a bath can be no more wet if he be flung into Tiber, or into the ocean itself. And if thou hadst all the world, or a solid mass of gold as big as the world, thou canst not have more than enough. Enjoy thyself at length, and that which thou hast. The mind is all. Be content. Thou art not poor, but rich, and so much the richer, as Censorinus well writ to Carelius, quanto paciora optas, non quo plura possides, in wishing less, not having more. I say then, non adjice opes, sed minue cupiditates, 'tis Epicurus' advice. Add no more wealth, but diminish thy desires. And as Chrysostom well seconds him, si vis ditari contemne divitias. That's true plenty, not to have, but not to want riches, non habere sed non indigere, vera abundantia, 'tis more glory to contemn than to possess, et nihil agere est deorum, and to want nothing is divine. How many deaf, dumb, halt, lame, blind, miserable persons could I reckon up that are poor, and withal distressed, in imprisonment, banishment, galley slaves, condemned to the mines, quarries, to gyves, in dungeons, perpetual thraldom, than all which thou art richer. Thou art more happy, to whom thou art able to give an alms, a lord in respect, a petty prince. Be contented then, I say, repine and mutter no more, for thou art not poor in deed, but in opinion. Yea, but this is very good counsel, and rightly applied to such as have it, and will not use it, that have a competency, that are able to work and get their living by the sweat of their brows, by their trade, that have something yet. He that hath birds may catch birds, But what shall we do that are slaves by nature, impotent and unable to help ourselves, mere beggars, that languish and pine away, that have no means at all, no hope of means, no trust of delivery, or of better success, as those old Britons complained to their lords and masters, the Romans, oppressed by the Picts. Mare ad barbaros, barbari ad mare. The barbarians drove them to the sea drove them back to the barbarians. Our present misery compels us to cry out and howl, to make our moan to rich men. They turn us back with a scornful answer to our misfortune again, and will take no pity of us. They commonly overlook their poor friends in adversity. If they chance to meet them, they voluntarily forget and will take no notice of them. They will not, they cannot help us. Instead of comfort, they threaten us, miscall, scoff at us. To aggravate our misery, give us bad language, or if they do give good words, what's that to relieve us? According to that of Thales, facili est alios monere, who cannot give good counsel? 'Tis cheap, it costs them nothing. It is an easy matter when one's belly is full to declaim against fasting. Qui satur est pleno laudat jejunia ventre. Does the wild ass bray when he hath grass, or loweth the ox when he hath fodder? Job 6:5. Neque enim populo Romano quidquam potest esse latius. No man living so jocund, so merry as the people of Rome when they had plenty, but when they came to want, to be hunger-starved, neither shame, nor laws, nor arms, nor magistrates could keep them in obedience. Seneca pleaded hard for poverty, and so did those lazy philosophers, but in the meantime he was rich. They had wherewithal to maintain themselves. But doth any poor man extol it? There are those, saith Bernard, that approve of a mean estate, but on that condition they never want themselves, and some again are meek so long as they may say or do what they list, but if occasion be offered, how far are they from all patience? I would to God, as he said, no man should commend poverty, but he that is poor, or he that so much admires it, would relieve, help, or ease others.
Nunc sinos audis, atque est divinus Apollo, dic mihi, qui numus non habet, unde petat. Now if thou hearst us, and art a good man, tell him that wants to get means, if you can. But no man hears us. We are most miserably dejected, the scum of the world. Vix habet in nobis jam nova plaga locum. We can get no relief, no comfort, no succour. Et nihil inveni quod mihi feret opem. We have tried all means, yet find no remedy. No man living can express the anguish and bitterness of our souls, but we that endure it. We are distressed, forsaken, in torture of body and mind, in another hell, and what shall we do? When Crassus the Roman consul warred against the Parthians, after an unlucky battle fought, he fled away in the night, and left 4,000 men, sore sick and wounded in his tents, to the fury of the enemy, which, when the poor men perceived, clamoribus et ululatibus omnia complerunt, they made lamentable moan, and roared downright, as loud as Homer's Mars when he was hurt, which the noise of 10,000 men could not drown, and all for fear of present death. But our estate is far more tragical and miserable, much more to be deplored, and far greater cause have we to lament. The devil and the world persecute us. All good fortune hath forsaken us. We are left to the rage of beggary, cold, hunger, thirst, nastiness, sickness, irksomeness, to continue all torment, labour, and pain, to derision and contempt, bitter enemies all, and far worse than any death. Death alone we desire, death we seek, yet cannot have it, and what shall we do? Quod male fers, assuexque, feres bene. Accustom thyself to it, and it will be tolerable at last. Yea, but I may not, I cannot, in me consumpsit vires fortuna nocendo. I am in the extremity of human adversity, and as a shadow leaves the body when the sun is gone, I am now left and lost, and quite forsaken of the world. Qui jacet in terra, non habet unde cadat. Comfort thyself with this yet, thou art at the worst, and before it be long it will either overcome thee, or thou it. If it be violent, it cannot endure. Outsolvetur, outsolvet. Let the devil himself and all the plagues of Egypt come upon thee at once. Ne tu cede malis, sed contra ordentior ito. Be of good courage. Misery is virtue's whetstone. Serpens, sitis, ardor, arenae, dulciar virtuti, as Cato told his soldiers marching in the deserts of Libya. Thirst, heat, sands, serpents, were pleasant to a valiant man. Honourable enterprises are accompanied with dangers and damages, as experience evinceth. They will make the rest of thy life relish the better. But put case they continue, thou art not so poor as thou was born, and as some hold, much better to be pitied than envied. But be it so thou hast lost all, poor thou art, dejected, in pain of body, grief of mind, thine enemies insult over thee, thou art as bad as Job. Yet tell me, saith Chrysostom, was Job or the devil the greater conqueror? Surely Job. The devil had his goods, he sat on the muck-hill and kept his good name. He lost his children, health, friends, but kept his innocency. He lost his money, but he kept his confidence in God, which was better than any treasure. Do thou then as Job did, triumph as Job did, and be not molested as every fool is. Sed qua ratione potero. How shall this be done? Chrysostom answered, Facile si coelum cogitaveris. With great facility, if thou shalt but meditate on heaven. Hannah wept sore, and troubled in mind could not eat. But why weepest thou, said Elkanah her husband, and why eatest thou not? Why is thine heart troubled? Am not I better to thee than 10 sons? And she was quiet. Thou art here vexed in this world, but say to thyself, why art thou troubled, O my soul? Is not God better to thee than all temporalities and momentary pleasures of the world? Be then pacified, and though thou beest now peradventure in extreme want, it may be 'tis for thy further good, to try thy patience, as it did Job's, and exercise thee in this life. Trust in God, and rely upon him, and thou shalt be crowned in the end. What's this life to eternity? The world hath forsaken thee, thy friends and fortunes all are gone. Yet know this, that the very hairs of thine head are numbered, that God is a spectator of all thy miseries, he sees thy wrongs, woes, and wants. 'Tis his good will and pleasure it should be so, and he knows better what is for thy good than thou thyself. His providence is over all, at all times. He hath set a guard of angels over us, and keeps us as the apple of his eye. Psalms 27:8. Some he doth exalt, prefer, bless with worldly riches, honours, offices, and preferments. As so many glistering stars he makes to shine above the rest. Some he doth miraculously protect from thieves, incursions, sword, fire, and all violent mischances. And as the poet feigns of that Lycian Pandarus, Lycaon's son, when he shot at Menelaus the Grecian with a strong arm and deadly arrow, Pallas, as a good mother, keeps flies from her child's face asleep, turned by the shaft, and made it hit on the buckle of his girdle. So some he solicitously defends, others he exposeth to danger, poverty, sickness, want, misery. He chastiseth and corrects, as to him seems best, in his deep, unsearchable, and secret judgment, and all for our good. The tyrant took the city, saith Chrysostom. God did not hinder it, led them away captives, so God would have it, he bound them, God yielded to it, flung them into the furnace, God permitted it, heat the oven hotter, it was granted, and when the tyrant had done his worst, God showed his power, and the children's patience. He freed them. So can he thee, and can help in an instant, when it seems to him good. Rejoice not against me, O my enemy, for though I fall, I shall rise. When I sit in darkness, the Lord shall lighten me. Remember all those martyrs, what they have endured, the utmost that human rage and fury could invent, with what patience they have borne, with what willingness embraced it. Though he kill me, saith Job, I will trust in him. Justus inexpugnabilis, as Chrysostom holds, a just man is impregnable, and not to be overcome. The gout may hurt his hands, lameness his feet, convulsions may torture his joints, but not rectum mentum. His soul is free. Nempe pecus, rem lectos, argentum tollius licet, in manicis, et compedibus saevo tenias custode. Perhaps you mean, my cattle, money, movables, or land. Then take them all. But slave, if I command, a cruel jailor shall thy freedom seize. Take away his money, his treasure is in heaven. Banish him his country, he is an inhabitant of that heavenly Jerusalem. Cast him into bands, his conscience is free. Kill his body, it shall rise again. He fights with a shadow that contends with an upright man. He will not be moved. Si factis illabatur orbis, impavidum ferient ruinae. Though heaven itself should fall on his head, he will not be offended. He is impenetrable, as an anvil hard, as constant as Job. Ipse Deus simul atque volet me solvet opinor. A God shall set me free whene'er I please. Be thou such a one. Let thy misery be what it will, what it can. With patience endure it. Thou mayst be restored as he was. Terris proscriptibus, ad coelum propera, ab hominibus desertus, ad Deum fuge. The poor shall not always be forgotten. The patient abiding of the meek shall not perish for ever. Psalms 10:18, verse 9. The Lord will be a refuge of the oppressed, and a defence in the time of trouble. Servus Epictetus, multilati corporis, irus pauper, at haec inter carus erat superis. Lame was Epictetus, and poor Irus, yet to them both God was propitious. End of section 23. Section 24 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 24. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 3, Part 3. Lodovicus Vertomannus, that famous traveller, endured much misery, yet surely, saith Scaliger, he was vir Dio carus, in that he did escape so many dangers. God especially protected him. He was dear unto him. Modo in egestate, tribulatione, convale deplorationis, etc. Thou art now in the vale of misery, in poverty, in agony, in temptation. Rest, eternity, happiness, immortality shall be thy reward, as Chrysostom pleads, if thou trust in God and keep thine innocency. Non si male nunc, et olim sic erit semper. A good hour may come upon a sudden. Expect a little. Yea, but this expectation is it which tortures me in the meantime. Futura expectans praesentibus angor. Whilst the grass grows, the horse starves. Despair not, but hope well. Spera bate, tibi melius lux crastina ducet, dum spiras spera. Cheer up, I say, be not dismayed. Spes alit agricolas. He that sows in tears shall reap in joy. Psalm 126, 7. Si fortunae me tormente, esperanque me contente. Hope refresheth, as much as misery depresseth. Hard beginnings have many times prosperous events, and that may happen at last which never was yet.
A desire accomplished delights the soul. Proverbs 13:19. Grata superveniet quae non spiratibur hora, which makes me enjoy my joys long wished at last. Welcome that hour shall come when hope is past. A lowering morning may turn to a fair afternoon. Nube solet pulsa candidus ire dies. The hope that is deferred is the fainting of the heart, but when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life. Proverbs 13:12. Suavissimum est voti compos fieri. Many men are both wretched and miserable at first, but afterwards most happy. And oftentimes it so falls out, as Machiavel relates of Cosmo de Medici, that fortunate and renowned citizen of Europe, that all his youth was full of perplexity, danger, and misery, till 40 years were past, and then upon a sudden the sun of his honour broke out as through a cloud. Huniades was fetched out of prison, and Henry III of Portugal out of a poor monastery, to be crowned kings. Multa cadunt inter calicem supremaque labra. Many things happen between the cup and the lip. Beyond all hope and expectation many things fall out, and who knows what may happen? Nondum omnium dierum soles occiderunt, as Philippus said. All the suns are not yet set, a day may come to make amends for all. Though my father and mother forsake me, yet the Lord will gather me up. Psalm 27:10. Wait patiently on the Lord, and hope in him. Psalm 37:7. Be strong, hope and trust in the Lord, and he will comfort thee, and give thee thine heart's desire. Psalm 27:14. Sperate et vosmet rebus servate secundis. Hope, and reserve yourself for prosperity. Fret not thyself because thou art poor, contemned, or not so well for the present as thou wouldst be, not respected as thou oughtest to be, by birth, place, worth, or that which is a double corrosive. Thou hast been happy, honourable, and rich, art now distressed and poor, a scorn of men, a burden to the world, irksome to thyself and others. Thou hast lost all, miserum est puisse felicem, and as Boethius calls it, infelicissimum genus infortunii. This made Timon half mad with melancholy, to think of his former fortunes and present misfortunes. This alone makes many miserable wretches discontent. I confess it is a great misery to have been happy, the quintessence of infelicity to have been honourable and rich, but yet easily to be endured. Security succeeds, and to a judicious man a far better estate. The loss of thy goods and money is no loss. Thou hast lost them, they would otherwise have lost thee. If thy money be gone, thou art so much the lighter, and as Saint Hierome persuades Rusticus the monk to forsake all and follow Christ, gold and silver are too heavy metals for him to carry that seeks heaven. Vel nos in mare proximum, gemus et lapides, aurum et inutile, summe materiam mali, mitamus, scelerum si hene poenetet. Zeno the philosopher lost all his goods by shipwreck. He might like of it, fortune had done him a good turn. Opes a me animum offere non potest. She can take away my means, but not my mind. He set her at defiance ever after, for she could not rob him that had naught to lose, for he was able to contemn more than they could possess or desire. Alexander sent 100 talents of gold to Phocion of Athens for a present, because he heard he was a good man. But Phocion returned his talents back again, with a permette me in posterum virum bonum esse, to be a good man still, let me be as I am. Non mi aurum posco, nec mi precium. That Theban Crates flung of his own accord his money into the sea. Abite numi, ego vos mergam, ne mergar a vobis. I had rather drown you than you should drown me. Can Stoics and Epicures thus contemn wealth? And shall not we that are Christians? It was mascula vox et praeclara, a generous speech of Cotta in Sallust. Many miseries have happened unto me at home, and in the wars abroad, of which by the help of God some I have endured, some I have repelled, and by mine own valour overcome. Courage was never wanting to my designs, nor industry to my intents. Prosperity or adversity could never alter my disposition. A wise man's mind, as Seneca holds, is like the state of the world above the moon, ever serene. Come then what can come, befall what may befall. Infractum invictumque animum opponas, rebus angustis animosus atque fortis appare. Horace, Ode 11, Book 2. Hope and patience are two sovereign remedies for all, the surest reposals, the softest cushions to lean on in adversity. Durum sed levius fit patentia, quicquid corrigere est nefas. What can't be cured must be endured. If it cannot be helped or amended, make the best of it. Necessitati qui se accommodat, sapit. He is wise that suits himself to the time. As at a game at tables, so do by all such inevitable accidents. Ita vita est hominum quasi cum ludas tesseris. Si illud quod est maxime opus jactu non cadit. Illud quod cecedit forte, id arte ut corrigas. If thou canst not fling what thou wouldst, play thy cast as well as thou canst. Everything, saith Epictetus, hath two handles, the one to be held by, the other not. 'Tis in our choice to take and leave whether we will. All which Simplicius's commentator hath illustrated by many examples, and 'tis in our power, as they say, to make or mar ourselves. Conform thyself then to thy present fortune, and cut thy coat according to thy cloth. Ut quimus, quod eunt, quando quod volumus non licet. Be contented with thy loss, state, and calling, whatsoever it is, and rest as well satisfied with thy present condition in this life. Este quod es, quod sunt alii, sine qualimbet esse, quod non es, nolis, quod potus esse, velis. Be as thou art, and as they are, so let others be still, what is and may be covert. And as he that is invited to a feast eats what is set before him, and looks for no other, enjoy that thou hast, and ask no more of God than what he thinks fit to bestow upon thee. Non quibus contingit adire Corinthum. We may not be all gentlemen, all Catos, all Lelii, as Tully telleth us, all honourable, illustrious, and serene, all rich, but because mortal men want many things, therefore, saith Theodoret, hath God diversely distributed his gifts, wealth to one, skill to another, that rich men might encourage and set poor men at work, poor men might learn several trades to the common good. As a piece of arras is composed of several parcels, some wrought of silk, some of gold, silver, crewel of diverse colours, all to serve for the exornation of the whole. Music is made of diverse discords and keys, a total sum of many small numbers. So is a commonwealth of several unequal trades and callings. If all should be coesi and darii, all idle, all in fortunes equal, who should till the land? As Menenius Agrippa well satisfied the tumultuous rout of Rome, in his elegant apologue of the belly and the rest of the members, who should build houses, make our several stuffs for raiment? We should all be starved for company, as poverty declared at large in Aristophanes' Plutus, and sue at last to be as we were at first. And therefore God hath appointed this inequality of states, orders, and degrees, a subordination, as in all other things. The earth yields nourishment to vegetables, sensible creatures feed on vegetables, both are substitutes to reasonable souls, and men are subject amongst themselves, and all to higher powers. So God would have it. All things then being rightly examined and duly considered as they ought, there is no such cause of so general discontent. 'Tis not in the manner itself, but in our mind, as we moderate our passions and esteem of things. Nihil aliud necessarium ut sis miser, saith Cardan. Quam ut te miserum credas, let thy fortune be what it will, 'tis thy mind alone that makes thee poor or rich, miserable or happy. Vidi ego, saith divine Seneca, in villa hilare et amena maestos, et media solitudine occupatos, non locus, sed animus facit ad tranquillitatem. I have seen men miserably dejected in a pleasant village, and some again well occupied and at good ease in a solitary desert. 'Tis the mind, not the place, causeth tranquillity, and that gives true content. I will yet add a word or two for a corollary. Many rich men, I dare boldly say it, that lie on down beds, with delicacies pampered every day, in their well-furnished houses, live at less heart's ease, with more anguish, more bodily pain, and, through their intemperance, more bitter hours than many a prisoner or galley slave. Maecenas in pluma aeque vigilat ac regulus in dolio. Those poor starved Hollanders, whom Bartison their captain left in Nova Zembla, anno 1596, or those 8 miserable Englishmen that were lately left behind to winter in a stove in Greenland, in 77 degrees of latitude, 1630, so pitifully forsaken, and forced to shift for themselves in a vast, dark, and desert place, to strive and struggle with hunger, cold, desperation, and death itself. 'Tis a patient and quiet mind, I say it again and again, gives true peace and content. So for all other things they are, as old Cremes told us, as we use them. Parentes, patriam, amicos, genus, cognates, divitias, haec perinde sunt ac illius animus qui ea possidet, qui uti scit, e bona, qui utitur non recte, mala. Parents, friends, fortunes, country, birth, alliance, etc., ebb and flow with our conceit, please or displease as we accept and construe them, or apply them to ourselves. Faber quisque fortunate sue, and in some sort I may truly say, prosperity and adversity are in our own hands. Nemo laeditur nisi a seipso, and which Seneca confirms out of his judgment and experience. Every man's mind is stronger than fortune, and leads him to what side he will, a cause to himself each one of his good or bad life. But will we or nill we make the worst of it, and suppose a man in the greatest extremity, 'tis a fortune which some indefinitely prefer before prosperity. Of 2 extremes, it is the best. Luxuriant anime rebus plerumque secundis. Men in prosperity forget God and themselves. They are besotted with their wealth, as birds with henbane, miserable if fortune forsake them, but more miserable if she tarry and overwhelm them. For when they come to be in great place, rich, they that were most temperate, sober, and discreet in their private fortunes, as Nero, Otho, Vitellius, Heliogabalus, optimi imperatores nisi imperascent, degenerate on a sudden into brute beasts, so prodigious in lust, such tyrannical oppressors, etc., they cannot moderate themselves, they become monsters, odious, harpies, what not, cum triumphos opes honores adepte sunt, ad voluptatem et otium deinceps se convertunt. 'Twas Cato's note, they cannot contain. For that cause belike, Eutrapelis quicunque nocere volebat, vestimenta dabat pretiosa, beatis enim jam, cum pulchris tunicis sumet nova consulia et spes, dormiet in lucem scorto, postponet honestum, officium. Eutrapelis, when he would hurt a knave, gave him gay clothes and wealth to make him brave, because now rich he would quite change his mind, keep whores, fly out, set honesty behind. On the other side, in adversity many mutter and repine, despair, etc., both bad I confess. Ut calceus olim si pede major erit, subvertat, si minor uret. As a shoe too big or too little, one pincheth, the other sets the foot awry, sed e malis minimum. If adversity hath killed his 1,000, prosperity hath killed his 10,000. Therefore adversity is to be preferred. Haec foena indeget, illa solatio, illa fallit, haec instruit. The one deceives, the other instructs. The one miserably happy, the other happily miserable. And therefore many philosophers have voluntarily sought adversity, and so much commend it in their precepts. Demetrius, in Seneca, esteemed it a great infelicity, that in his lifetime he had no misfortune, miserem qui nihil unquam accidisset, adversi. Adversity then is not so heavily to be taken, and we ought not in such cases so much to macerate ourselves. There is no such odds in poverty and riches. To conclude in Hierom's words, I will ask our magnificos that build with marble, and bestow a whole manor on a thread, what difference between them and Paul the Eremite, that bare old man? They drink in jewels, he in his hand. He is poor and goes to heaven. They are rich and go to hell. End of section 24. Section 25 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2 by Robert Burton, Section 25. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 4. Against servitude, loss of liberty, imprisonment, banishment. Servitude, loss of liberty, imprisonment, are no such miseries as they are held to be. We are slaves and servants, the best of us all. As we do reverence our masters, so do our masters their superiors. Gentlemen serve nobles, and nobles subordinate to kings. Omne sub regno graviore regnum. Princes themselves are God's servants. Reges in ipsos imperium est Jovis. They are subject to their own laws, and as the kings of China endure more than slavish imprisonment to maintain their state and greatness, they never come abroad. Alexander was a slave to fear, Caesar of pride, Vespasian to his money, nihil enim refert. Rerum sis servus ad hominem, Heliogabalus to his gut, and so of the rest. Lovers are slaves to their mistresses, rich men to their gold, courtiers generally to lust and ambition, and all slaves to our affections, as Evangelus well discourseth in Macrobius, and Seneca the philosopher, assiduum servitutem extremam et inelectabilem, he calls it, a continual slavery, to be so captivated by vices. And who is free? Why then dost thou repine? Satis est potens, Hierom saith, qui servire non cogitur. Thou carriest no burdens, thou art no prisoner, no drudge, and thousands want that liberty, those pleasures which thou hast. Thou art not sick, and what wouldst thou have? But nitimur invititum, we must all eat of the forbidden fruit. Were we enjoined to go to such and such places, we would not willingly go, but being barred of our liberty, this alone torments our wandering soul, that we may not go. A citizen of ours, saith Cardan, was 60 years of age, and had never been forth of the walls of the city of Milan. The prince, hearing of it, commanded him not to stir out. Being now forbidden that which all his life he had neglected, he earnestly desired, and being denied, dolore confectus mortem obiit, he died for grief. What I have said of servitude, I again say of imprisonment. We are all prisoners. What is our life but a prison? We are all imprisoned in an island. The world itself to some men is a prison, our narrow seas as so many ditches, and when they have compassed the globe of the earth, they would fain go see what is done in the moon. In Muscovy and many other northern parts, all over Scandia, they are imprisoned half the year in stoves. They dare not peep out for cold. At Aden in Arabia, they are penned in all day long with that other extreme of heat, and keep their markets in the night. What is a ship but a prison? And so many cities are but as so many hives of bees, ant hills. But that which thou abhorrest, many seek. Women keep in all winter, and most part of summer, to preserve their beauties. Some for love of study. Demosthenes shaved his beard because he would cut off all occasions from going abroad. How many monks and friars, anchorites, abandon the world? Monachus in urbe, piscis in arido. Art in prison? Make right use of it, and mortify thyself. Where may a man contemplate better than in solitariness, or study more than in quietness? Many worthy men have been imprisoned all their lives, and it hath been occasion of great honour and glory to them. much public good by their excellent meditation. Ptolemeus, king of Egypt, cum viribus attenuatis infirma valetudine laboraret, miro descendi studio affectus, etc. Now being taken with a grievous infirmity of body that he could not stir abroad, became Strato's scholar, fell hard to his book, and gave himself wholly to contemplation, and upon that occasion, as mine author adds, pulcherrimum regii opulentiae monumentum, etc., to his great honour built that renowned library at Alexandria, wherein were 40,000 volumes. Severinus Berthius never writ so elegantly as in prison, Paul so devoutly, for most of his epistles were dictated in his bands. Joseph, said Augustine, got more credit in prison than when he distributed corn, and was lord of Pharaoh's house. It brings many a lewd, riotous fellow home, many wandering rogues it settles, that would otherwise have been like raving tigers, ruined themselves and others. Banishment is no grievance at all. Omne solum forti patria, etc., et patria est ubicumque bene est. That's a man's country where he is, well at ease. Many travel for pleasure to that city, saith Seneca, to which thou art banished, and what a part of the citizens are strangers born in other places? In colentibus patria, 'tis their country that are born in it, and they would think themselves banished to go to the place which thou leavest, and from which thou art so loath to depart. 'Tis no disparagement to be a stranger, or so irksome to be in exile. The rain is a stranger to the earth, rivers to the sea, Jupiter in Egypt, the sun to us all. The soul is an alien to the body, a nightingale to the air, a swallow in a house, and Ganymede in heaven, an elephant at Rome, a phoenix in India, and such things commonly please us best, which are most strange and come the farthest off. Those old Hebrews esteemed the whole world Gentiles. The Greeks held all barbarians but themselves. Our modern Italians account of us as dull Transalpines by way of reproach. They scorn thee and thy country which thou so much admirest. 'Tis a childish humour, to hone after home, to be discontent at that which others seek, to prefer, as base islanders and Norwegians do, their own ragged islands before Italy or Greece, the gardens of the world. There is a base nation in the north, saith Pliny, called Chauci, that live amongst rocks and sands by the seaside, feed on fish, drink water, and yet these base people account themselves slaves in respect, when they come to Rome. Ita est profecto, as he concludes, multis fortuna parcit in poenam. So it is, fortune favours some to live at home, to their further punishment. 'Tis want of judgment. All places are distant from heaven alike. The sun shines happily as warm in one city as in another. And to a wise man there is no difference of climes. Friends are everywhere to him that behaves himself well, and a prophet is not esteemed in his own country. Alexander, Caesar, Trajan, Adrian, were as so many land-leapers, now in the east, now in the west, little at home, and Paulus Venetus, Lodovicus Vertomannus, Pinzonus, Cadamustus, Columbus, Americus Vespucius, Vascus Gama, Drake, Candish, Oliver Anot, Schutien, got all their honours by voluntary expeditions. But you say, such men's travel is voluntary, we are compelled, and as malefactors must depart. Yet know this of Plato to be true. Auctori Deus summa cura peregrinus est. God hath an especial care of strangers, and when he wants friends and allies, he shall deserve better and find more favour with God and men. Besides the pleasure of peregrination, variety of objects will make amends, and so many nobles, Tully, Aristides, Themistocles, Theseus, Codrus, etc., as have been banished, will give sufficient credit unto it. Read Petrus Alcyonus, his 2 books of this subject. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2 by Robert Burton, Section 26. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 5. Against sorrow for death of friends or otherwise, vain fear, etc. Death and departure of friends are things generally grievous. Omnium quae in humana vita contingunt. Luctus atque mors sunt acabissima. The most austere and bitter accidents that can happen to a man in this life, in aeternum valedicere, to part for ever, to forsake the world and all our friends. 'Tis ultimum terribilium, the last and the greatest terror, most irksome and troublesome unto us. Homo toties moritur, quoties amitit suos. And though we hope for a better life, eternal happiness, after these painful and miserable days, yet we cannot compose ourselves willingly to die. The remembrance of it is most grievous unto us, especially to such who are fortunate and rich. They start at the name of death, as a horse at a rotten post. Say what you can of that other world, Montezuma, that Indian prince, bonum est esse hic, they had rather be here. Nay, many generous spirits, and grave staid men otherwise, are so tender in this, that at the loss of a dear friend they will cry out, roar, and tear their hair, lamenting some months after, howling o hone, as those Irish women and Greeks at their graves, commit many indecent actions, and almost go beside themselves. My dear father, my sweet husband, mine only brother's dead, to whom shall I make my moan? O me miserum, quis dabit in lacrimas fontem, etc. What shall I do? Sed totum hoc studium luctu fraterna mihi mors, abstulit, he misero frater adempte mihi. My brother's death my study hath undone, woe's me, alas my brother he is gone. Mezentius would not live after his son, nunc vivo, nec ad hoc homines lucemque relinquo, sed linquam. And Pompey's wife cried out at the news of her husband's death, turpe mori post te solum non posse dolore, violenta luctu, et nescia tolerandi. As Tacitus of Agrippina, not able to moderate her passions. So when she heard her son was slain, she abruptly broke off her work, changed countenance and colour, tore her hair, and fell a roaring downright. Subitus miserae color ossa reliquit, excussi manibus radii, revoluctaque pensa, evolat enfilex et fulmineo ululatu, scissa comam. Another would needs run upon the sword's point after Euryalus' departure. Fegiti me, si qua est pietas, in me omnia tela, conjicite orutili. O let me die, some good man or other make an end of me. How did Achilles take on for Patroclus' departure? A black cloud of sorrows overshadowed him, saith Homer. Jacob rent his clothes, put sackcloth about his loins, sorrowed for his son a long season, and could not be comforted, but would needs go down into the grave unto his son. Genesis 37:37. Many years after, the remembrance of such friends, of such accidents, is most grievous unto us, to see or hear of it, though it concern not ourselves but others. Scaliger saith of himself, that he never read Socrates' death in Plato's Phaedon, but he wept. Augustine shed tears when he read the destruction of Troy. But howsoever this passion of sorrow be violent, bitter, and seizeth familiarly on wise, valiant, discreet men, yet it may surely be withstood, it may be diverted. For what is there in this life that it should be so dear unto us, or that we should so much deplore the departure of a friend? The greatest pleasures are common society, to enjoy one another's presence, feasting, hawking, hunting, brooks, woods, hills, music, dancing, etc. All this is but vanity and loss of time, as I have sufficiently declared. Dum bibimus, dum certa, unguenta, puellas poscimus, obrepit non intellecta senectus. Whilst we drink, prank ourselves with wenches daily, old age upons at unawares doth sally. As alchemists spend that small modicum they have to get gold, and never find it, we lose and neglect eternity, for a little momentary pleasure which we cannot enjoy, nor shall ever attain to in this life. We abhor death, pain, and grief, all, yet we will do nothing of that which should vindicate us from, but rather voluntarily thrust ourselves upon it. The lascivious prefers his whore before his life, or good estate, an angry man his revenge, a parasite his gut, ambitious, honours, covetous, wealth, a thief his booty, a soldier his spoil. We abhor diseases, and yet we pull them upon us. We are never better or freer from cares than when we sleep, and yet, which we so much avoid and lament, death is but a perpetual sleep, and why should it, as Epicurus argues, so much affright us? When we are, death is not, but when death is, then we are not. Our life is tedious and troublesome unto him that lives best. 'Tis a misery to be born, a pain to live, a trouble to die. Death makes an end of our miseries, and yet we cannot consider of it. A little before Socrates drank his portion of cicuta, he bid the citizens of Athens cheerfully farewell, and concluded his speech with this short sentence: My time is now come to be gone, I to my death, you to live on, but which of these is best, God alone knows. For there is no pleasure here, but sorrow is annexed to it, repentance follows it. If I feed liberally, I am likely sick or surfeit. If I live sparingly, my hunger and thirst is not allayed. I am well neither full nor fasting. If I live honest, I burn in lust. If I take my pleasure, I tire and starve myself, and do injury to my body and soul. Of so small a quantity of mirth, how much sorrow? After so little pleasure, how great misery? 'Tis both ways troublesome to me, to rise and go to bed, to eat and provide my meat. Cares and contentions attend me all day long, fears and suspicions all my life. I am discontented, and why should I desire so much to live? But a happy death will make an end of all our woes and miseries. Omnibus una meis certa medera malis. Why shouldst not thou then say with old Simeon, since thou art so well affected, Lord, now let thy servant depart in peace? Or with Paul, I desire to be dissolved, and to be with Christ. Beata mors quae ad beatum vitam aditum aperit. 'Tis a blessed hour that leads us to a blessed life, and blessed are they that die in the Lord. But life is sweet, and death is not so terrible in itself as the concomitants of it, a loathsome disease, pain, horror, etc., and many times the manner of it, to be hanged, to be broken on the wheel, to be burned alive. Servetus the heretic, that suffered in Geneva, when he was brought to the stake, and saw the executioner come with fire in his hand, homo viso igne tam horrendum exclamavit, ut universum populum perterrefecerit, roared so loud that he terrified the people. An old Stoic would have scorned this. It troubles some to be unburied, or so, non te optima mater condet humi, patriove honorabit membra sepulchro. Alitibus linguere feris, et gurgite mersum unda feret, pisceque impasti vulnera lambent. Thy gentle parents shall not bury thee amongst thine ancestors entombed to be, but feral fowl thy carcass shall devour, or drowned corpse hungry fish maws shall scour. As Socrates told Crito, it concerns me not what is done with me when I am dead. Facilis jactura sepulchri. I care not, so long as I feel it not. Let them set mine head on the pike of Teneriffe, and my quarters in the four parts of the world. Pascam licet in cruce corvos. Let wolves or bears devour me. Caelo tegitur qui non habet urnum. The canopy of heaven covers him that hath no tomb. So likewise for our friends. Why should their departure so much trouble us? They are better, as we hope, and for what then dost thou lament, as those do whom Paul taxed in his time, 1 Thessalonians 4:13, that have no hope? 'Tis fit there should be some solemnity. Sed sepelire decet defunctum, pectori forti, constantes, unumque diem fletui indulgentes. Job's friends said not a word to him the first 7 days, but let sorrow and discontent take their course, themselves sitting sad and silent by him. When Jupiter himself wept for Sarpedon, what else did the poet insinuate, but that some sorrow is good? Quis matram nisi mentis inobs in funere nati, flere vetat. Who can blame a tender mother if she weeps for her children? Besides, as Plutarch holds, 'tis not in our power not to lament. Indolentia non cuivis contingit. It takes away mercy and pity, not to be sad. 'Tis a natural passion to weep for our friends, an irresistible passion to lament and grieve. I know not how, saith Seneca, but sometimes 'tis good to be miserable in misery, and for the most part all grief evacuates itself by tears. Est quaedam flere voluptas, expletur lacrimis egeriturque dolor. Yet after a day's mourning or 2, comfort thyself for thy heaviness. Ecclesiastes 38:17. Non defect defunctum ignavo quaestu prosequi. 'Twas Germanicus' advice of old, that we should not dwell too long upon our passions, to be desperately sad, immoderate grievers, to let them tyrannize. There's indolentiae ars, a medium to be kept. We do not, saith Austin, forbid men to grieve, but to grieve overmuch. I forbid not a man to be angry, but I ask for what cause is he so? Not to be sad, but why is he sad? Not to fear, but wherefore is he afraid? I require a moderation as well as a just reason. The Romans and most civil commonwealths have set a time for such solemnities. They must not mourn after a set day, or if in a family a child be born, a daughter or son married, some state or honour be conferred, a brother be redeemed from his bands, a friend from his enemies, or the like, they must lament no more. And 'tis fit it should be so. To what end is all their funeral pomp, complaints, and tears? When Socrates was dying, his friends Apollodorus and Crito, with some others, were weeping by him, which he perceiving, asked them what they meant. For that very cause he put all the women out of the room, upon which words of his they were abashed, and ceased from their tears. Lodovicus Cortesius, a rich lawyer of Padua, as Bernardinus Scardeonius relates, commanded by his last will, and a great mulct if otherwise to his heir, that no funeral should be kept for him, no man should lament, but as a wedding, music and minstrels to be provided, and instead of black mourners he took order, that 12 virgins clad in green should carry him to the church. His will and testament was accordingly performed, and he buried in St. Sophia's church. Tully was much grieved for his daughter Tulliola's death at first, until such time that he had confirmed his mind with some philosophical precepts. Then he began to triumph over fortune and grief, and for her reception into heaven be much more joyed than before he was troubled for her loss. If a heathen man could so fortify himself from philosophy, what shall a Christian from divinity? Why dost thou so macerate thyself? 'Tis an inevitable chance, the first statute in Magna Charta, an everlasting act of Parliament. All must die. Constat aeterna positumque lege est, ut constet genitum nihil. It cannot be revoked. We are all mortal, and these all commanding gods and princes die like men. Involvit humile pariter et celsum caput, aquatque summis infirma. O weak condition of human estate, Sylvius exclaims. Ladislas, king of Bohemia, 18 years of age, in the flower of his youth, so potent, rich, fortunate, and happy, in the midst of all his friends, amongst so many physicians,
now ready to be married, in 36 hours sickened and died. We must so be gone sooner or later, and as Calliopeus in the comedy took his leave of his spectators and auditors, vos valete et plaudite, Calliopeus recens sui, must we bid the world farewell, exit Calliopeus, and having now played our parts, for ever be gone. Tombs and monuments have the like fate. Data sunt ipsis quoque fata sepulchris. Kingdoms, provinces, towns, and cities have their periods and are consumed. In these flourishing times of Troy, Mycenae was the fairest city in Greece. Graeciae cunctae imperitabat. But it, alas, and that Assyrian Nineveh are quite overthrown. The like fate hath the Egyptian and Boeotian Thebes. Delos, commune Graeciae, conciliabulum, the common council house of Greece and Babylon, the greatest city that ever the sun shone on, hath now nothing but walls and rubbish left. Quid pandione restat nisi nomen Athenae? Thus Pausanias complained in his times. And where is Troy itself now? Persepolis, Carthage, Cizicum, Sparta, Argos, and all those Grecian cities? Syracuse and Agrigentum, the fairest towns in Sicily, which had sometimes 700,000 inhabitants, are now decayed. The names of Hieron, Empedocles, etc., of those mighty numbers of people, only left. One Anacharsis is remembered amongst the Scythians. The world itself must have an end, and every part of it. Caeterae igitur urbes sunt mortales, as Peter Gillius concludes of Constantinople. Haec sane quam diu erunt homines, futura mihi videtur immortalis. But 'tis not so, nor sight, nor strength, nor sea, nor land can vindicate a city, but it and all must vanish at last. And as to a traveller great mountains seem plains far off, at last are not discerned at all. Cities, men, monuments decay. Nec solidus prodest sua machina terris. The names are only left, those at length forgotten, and are involved in perpetual night. Returning out of Asia, when I sailed from Aegina towards Megara, I began, saith Servius Sulpicius in a consolatory epistle of his to Tully, to view the country round about. Aegina was behind me, Megara before, Piraeus on the right hand, Corinth on the left. What flourishing towns heretofore, now prostrate and overwhelmed before mine eyes! I began to think with myself, alas, why are we men so much disquieted with the departure of a friend, whose life is much shorter, when so many goodly cities lie buried before us? Remember, O Servius, thou art a man, and with that I was much confirmed, and corrected myself. Correct then likewise, and comfort thyself in this, that we must necessarily die, and all die, that we shall rise again, as Tully held. Jucundiorque multo congressas noster futurus, quam in suavis et acebus digressas. Our second meeting shall be much more pleasant than our departure was grievous. Ay, but he was my most dear and loving friend, my sole friend, quis deciderium sit pudor aut modus, tam cari capitis, and who can blame my woe? Thou mayst be ashamed, I say with Seneca, to confess it in such a tempest as this to have but one anchor. Go seek another, and for his part thou dost him great injury to desire his longer life. Wilt thou have him crazed and sickly still, like a tired traveller that comes weary to his inn, begin his journey afresh, or to be freed from his miseries? Thou hast more need rejoice that he is gone. Another complains of a most sweet wife, a young wife. Nondum sustulerat flavum Proserpina quinem. Such a wife as no mortal man ever had. So good a wife, but she is now dead and gone. Lythaeoque jacet condita sarcophago. I reply to him in Seneca's words. If such a woman at least ever was to be had, he did either find so or make her. If he found her, he may as happily find another. If he made her, as Critobulus in Xenophon did by his, he may as good cheap inform another. Et bona tam sequitur, quam bona prima fuit. He need not despair, so long as the same master is to be had. But was she good? Had she been so tired, peradventure, as that Ephesian widow in Petronius, by some swaggering soldier, she might not have held out. Many a man would have been willingly rid of his. Before thou wast bound, now thou art free, and 'tis but a folly to love thy fetters though they be of gold. Come into a third place. You shall have an aged father sighing for a son, a pretty child.
Impube pectus quale vel impia, molleret Thracum pectora. He now lies asleep, would make an impious Thracian weep. Or some fine daughter that died young, nondum experta novi gaudia prima tori, or a forlorn son for his deceased father. But why? Prior exiit, prior intravit. He came first, and he must go first. Tu frustra pius, you, etc. What, wouldst thou have the laws of nature altered, and him to live always? Julius Caesar, Augustus, Alcibiades, Galen, Aristotle, lost their fathers young. And why on the other side shouldst thou so heavily take the death of thy little son? Num quia nec fato, merita nec morte peribat, sed miser ante diem. He died before his time, perhaps, not yet come to the solstice of his age. Yet was he not mortal? Hear that divine Epictetus: if thou covet thy wife, friends, children should live always, thou art a fool. He was a fine child indeed, dignus Apollineis lachrymis, a sweet, a loving, a fair, a witty child, of great hope. Another Etoneus, whom Pindarus the poet and Aristides the rhetorician so much lament. But who can tell whether he would have been an honest man? He might have proved a thief, a rogue, a spendthrift, a disobedient son, vexed and galled thee more than all the world beside. He might have wrangled with thee and disagreed, or with his brothers, as Eteocles and Polynices, and broke thy heart. He is now gone to eternity, as another Ganymede, in the flower of his youth, as if he had risen, says Plutarch, from the midst of a feast before he was drunk. The longer he had lived, the worse he would have been. Et quo vita longior, Ambrose thinks, culpa numerosior, more sinful, more to answer he would have had. If he was naught, thou mayst be glad he is gone. If good, be glad thou hadst such a son. Or art thou sure he was good? It may be he was an hypocrite, as many are. And howsoever he spake thee fair, peradventure he prayed, amongst the rest at Icaro Menippus, heard at Jupiter's whispering place in Lucian, for his father's death, because he now kept him short. He was to inherit much goods, and many fair manors after his decease. Or put case he was very good, suppose the best. May not thy dead son expostulate with thee, as he did in the same Lucian? Why dost thou lament my death, or call me miserable that am much more happy than thyself? What misfortune is befallen me? Is it because I am not so bald, crooked, old, rotten as thou art? What have I lost? Some of your good cheer, gay clothes, music, singing, dancing, kissing, merry meetings, salami lubentius, etc. Is that it? Is it not much better not to hunger at all than to eat, not to thirst than to drink to satisfy thirst, not to be cold than to put on clothes to drive away cold? You had more need rejoice that I am freed from diseases, agues, cares, anxieties, liver, love, covetousness, hatred, envy, malice, that I fear no more thieves, tyrants, enemies, as you do. Ad cinerem et manes credis curvare sepultos. Do they concern us at all, think you, when we are once dead? Condole not others then overmuch, wish not, or fear thy death. Summum nec optes diem nec metuas, 'tis to no purpose. Excessi e vita arumnis facilisque lubensque, ne perjura ipsa morte dehinc vidiam. I left this irksome life with all mine heart, lest worse than death should happen to my part. Cardinal Brundusinus caused this epitaph in Rome to be inscribed on his tomb, to show his willingness to die, and tax those that were so both to depart. weep and howl no more then, 'tis to small purpose, and as Tully adviseth us in the like case, non quos amissimus, sed quantum lugere parsit cogitemus. Think what we do, not whom we have lost. So David did, 2 Samuel 22. While the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept. But being now dead, why should I fast? Can I bring him in again? I shall go to him, but he cannot return to me. He that doth otherwise is an intemperate, a weak, a silly, and indiscreet man. Though Aristotle deny any part of intemperance to be conversant about sorrow, I am of Seneca's mind. He that is wise is temperate, and he that is temperate is constant, free from passion, and he that is such a one is without sorrow, as all wise men should be. The Thracians wept still when a child was born, feasted and made mirth when any man was buried, and so should we rather be glad for such as die well, that they are so happily freed from the miseries of this life. When Eteoneus, that noble young Greek, was so generally lamented by his friends, Pindarus the poet feigns some god, saying, Silete homines, non enim miser est, etc. Be quiet, good folks, this young man is not so miserable as you think. He is neither gone to Styx nor Acheron, sed gloriosus et senii expers heros. He lives for ever in the Elysian fields. He now enjoys that happiness which your great kings so earnestly seek, and wears that garland for which ye contend. If our present weakness is such, we cannot moderate our passions in this behalf, we must divert them by all means, by doing something else, thinking of another subject. The Italians most part sleep away care and grief, if it unseasonably seize upon them. Danes, Dutchmen, Polanders, and Bohemians drink it down. Our countrymen go to plays, do something or other. Let it not transpose thee, or by premeditation make such accidents familiar, as Ulysses that wept for his dog, but not for his wife. Quod paratus esset animo obfirmato, accustom thyself and harden beforehand by seeing other men's calamities, and applying them to thy present estate. Praevisum et levius quod fuit ante malum. I will conclude with Epictetus. If thou lovest a pot, remember it is but a pot thou lovest, and thou wilt not be troubled when 'tis broken. If thou lovest a son or wife, remember they were mortal, and thou wilt not be so impatient. And for false fears and all other fortuitous inconveniences, mischances, calamities, to resist and prepare ourselves, not to faint is best. Stultum est timere quod vitari non potest. 'Tis a folly to fear that which cannot be avoided, or to be discouraged at all. Nam quisquis trepidus pavet vel optat, abjecit clipeum, locoque motus, nectit qua valiat trahi catenam. For he that so faints or fears, and yields to his passion, flings away his own weapons, makes a cord to bind himself, and pulls a beam upon his own head. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2 by Robert Burton, Section 27. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 6. Against envy, liver, emulation, hatred, ambition, self-love, and all other affections. Against those other passions and affections, there is no better remedy than as mariners when they go to sea, provide all things necessary to resist a tempest. To furnish ourselves with philosophical and divine precepts, other men's examples, periculum ex aliis facere, sibi quod ex usus siet. To balance our hearts with love, charity, meekness, patience, and counterpoise those irregular motions of envy, liver, spleen, hatred, with their opposite virtues, as we bend a crooked staff another way, to oppose sufferance to labour, patience to reproach, bounty to covetousness,
fortitude to pusillanimity, meekness to anger, humility to pride. To examine ourselves for what cause we are so much disquieted, on what grounds, on what occasion, is it just or feigned? And then either to pacify ourselves by reason, to divert some other object, contrary passion or premeditation. Meditari secum oportet quo pacto adversum erumnam feret. Paricla damna, exilia peregre, rediens semper cogitet, aut filiae peccatum, aut uxoris mortem, aut morbum filiae, communia esse haec, fiere posse, ut ne quid animo sit novum. To make them familiar, even all kind of calamities, that when they happen they may be less troublesome unto us. In secundis meditare, quo pacto feris adversa, or out of mature judgment to avoid the effect, or disannul the cause, as they do that are troubled with toothache, pull them quite out. Ut vive castor, sive testas amputat ipse, tu quoque sequa nocent, abjice, tutus eris. The beaver bites off stones to save the rest. Do thou the like with that thou art oppressed. Or as they that play at wasters exercise themselves by a few cudgels how to avoid an enemy's blows, let us arm ourselves against all such violent incursions which may invade our minds. A little experience and practice will inure us to it. Vetuta vulpes, as the proverb saith, laqueo haud capitor. An old fox is not so easily taken in a snare. An old soldier in the world, methinks, should not be disquieted, but ready to receive all fortunes, encounters, and with that resolute captain, come what may come, to make answer. Non ulla laborum, o virgo nova mi facies inopinaque surgit, omnia percepi, atque animo mecum ante peregi. No labour comes at unawares to me, for I have long before cast what may be. Non hoc primum mea pectora vulnus senserunt, graviora tuli. The Commonwealth of Venice in their armoury have this inscription: Happy is that city which in time of peace thinks of war. A fit motto for every man's private house. Happy is the man that provides for a future assault. But many times we complain, repine, and mutter without a cause. We give way to passions we may resist, and will not. Socrates was bad by nature, envious, as he confessed to Zophius the physiognomer, accusing him of it, froward and lascivious. But as he was Socrates, he did correct and amend himself. Thou art malicious, envious, covetous, impatient, no doubt, and lascivious. Yet as thou art a Christian, correct and moderate thyself. 'Tis something, I confess, and able to move any man, to see himself contemned, obscure, neglected, disgraced, undervalued, left behind. Some cannot endure it. No, not Constant Lipsius, a man discreet otherwise, yet too weak and passionate in this, as his words express. Collegas olim, quos ego sine femitu non intuero, nuper terrae filios, nunc machinates et agrippas habeo, sumo jam monte potitos. But he was much to blame for it. To a wise staid man this is nothing. We cannot all be honoured and rich, all Caesars. If we will be content, our present state is good, and in some men's opinion to be preferred. Let them go on, get wealth, offices, titles, honours, preferments, and what they will themselves, by chance, fraud, imposture, simony, and indirect means, as too many do, by bribery, flattery, and parasitical insinuation, by impudence and time-serving. Let them climb up to advancement, in despite of virtue. Let them go before, cross me on every side. Me non offendat mono non in. Oculus incurrent, as he said, correcting his former error. They do not offend me, so long as they run not into mine eyes. I am inglorious and poor, composita paupertate, but I live secure and quiet. They are dignified, have great means, pomp and state, they are glorious, but what have they with it? Envy, trouble, anxiety,
as much labour to maintain their place with credit as to get it at first. I am contented with my fortunes, spectator e longinquo, and love Neptunum focul a terra spectare furentem. He is ambitious, and not satisfied with his, but what gets he by it? To have all his life laid open, his reproaches seen, not one of 1,000 but he hath done more worthy of dispraise and animadversion than commendation. No better means to help this than to be private. Let them run, ride, strive as so many fishes for a crumb, scrape, climb, catch, snatch, cozen, collogue, temporize, and fleer, take all amongst them, wealth, honour, and get what they can, it offends me not. Me mea tellus lare secreto tu coque tegat. I am well pleased with my fortunes. Vivo et regno simul ista relinquens. I have learned in what state soever I am, therewith to be contented. Philip 4:11. Come what can come, I am prepared. Nave fera magna and parva, fera unus et idem. I am the same. I was once so mad to bustle abroad, and seek about for preferment, tire myself, and trouble all my friends. Sed nihil labor tantus profecit nam dum alios amicorum mos avocat. Aliis ignotus sum, his invisus, alii large promittunt, intercedunt ille mecum soliciti, hi vana spe lactant, dum alios ambio, hos capto, illis inotesco. Aetas perit, anni defluunt, amici fatigantur, ego deferor, et iam munde taesus humanaeque satur infidelitatis acquiesco. And so I say still, although I may not deny but that I have had some bountiful patrons and noble benefactors, ne sim interim ingratus, and I do thankfully acknowledge it. I have received some kindness. Quod Deus illis beneficium rependat, si non pro votis, fortasse pro meritis. More peradventure than I deserve, though not to my desire, more of them than I did expect, yet not of others to my desert. Neither am I ambitious or covetous, for this while, or a sufferance to myself. What I have said, without prejudice or alteration, shall stand. And now, as a mired horse that struggles at first with all his might and main to get out, but when he sees no remedy, that his beating will not serve, lies still. I have laboured in vain, rest satisfied, and if I may usurp that of Prudentius, inveni portum, spes et fortuna valete, nil mihim vobiscum, ludite nunc alios. Mine haven's found, fortune and hope adieu, mock others now, for I have done with you. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 28. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 7. Against repulse, abuses, injuries, contempts, disgraces, contumelies, slanders, scoffs, etc. I may not yet conclude, think to appease passions, or quiet the mind, till such time as I have likewise removed some other of their more eminent and ordinary causes, which produce so grievous tortures and discontents. To divert all I cannot hope. To point alone at some few of the chiefest, is that which I aim at. Repulse. Repulse and disgrace are two main causes of discontent, but to an understanding man not so hardly to be taken. Caesar himself hath been denied, and when two stand equal in fortune, birth, and all other qualities alike, one of necessity must lose. Why shouldst thou take it so grievously? It hath a familiar thing for thee thyself to deny others. If every man might have what he would, we should all be deified,
emperors, kings, princes. If whatsoever vain hope suggests, insatiable appetite affects, our preposterous judgment thinks fit were granted, we should have another chaos in an instant, a mere confusion. It is some satisfaction to him that is repelled, that dignities, honours, offices, are not always given by desert or worth, but for love, affinity, friendship, affection, great men's letters, or as commonly they are bought and sold. Honours in court are bestowed not according to men's virtues and good conditions, as an old courtier observes, but as every man hath means, or more potent friends, so he is preferred. With us in France, for so their own countryman relates, most part the matter is carried by favour and grace. He that can get a great man to be his mediator, runs away with all the preferment. Indignissimus plerumque prefertur, Vatinius Catoni, illaudatus laudatissimo, servi dominantur, aselli ornantur faleris, defalerantur equi. An illiterate fool sits in a man's seat, and the common people hold him learned, grave and wise. One professeth, Cardan well notes, for 1,000 crowns, but he deserves not 10, when as he that deserves 1,000 cannot get 10. Solarium non dat multis salem, as good horses draw in carts, as coaches. And oftentimes, which Machiavel seconds, principes non sunt qui ob insignum virtutem principatu digni sunt. He that is most worthy wants employment, he that hath skill to be a pilot wants a ship, and he that could govern a commonwealth, a world itself, a king in conceit, wants means to exercise his worth. Hath not a poor office to manage, and yet all this while he is a better man that is fit to reign, et si careat regno, though he want a kingdom, than he that hath one, and knows not how to rule it. A lion serves not always his keeper, but oftentimes the keeper the lion, and as Polydore Virgil hath it, multe reges ut pupilli ob inscitiam non regunt sed reguntur. Hieron of Syracuse was a brave king, but wanted a kingdom. Perseus of Macedon had nothing of a king, but the bare name and title, for he could not govern it. So great places are often ill bestowed, worthy persons unrespected. Many times, too, the servants have more means than the masters whom they serve, which Epictetus counts an eyesore and inconvenient. But who can help it? It is an ordinary thing in these days to see a base impudent ass, illiterate, unworthy, insufficient, to be preferred before his betters, because he can put himself forward, because he looks big, can bustle in the world, hath a fair outside, can temporize, collogue, insinuate, or hath good store of friends and money, whereas a more discreet, modest, and better deserving man shall lie hid, or have a repulse. 'Twas so of old, and ever will be, and which Tiresias advised Ulysses in the poet, accipe qua ratione, queas ditescere, etc., is still in use, lie, flatter, and dissemble. If not, as he concludes, ergo pauper eris, then go like a beggar as thou art. Erasmus, Melancthon, Lipsius, Budaeus, Cardan, lived and died poor. Gesner was a silly old man, baculo inixus, amongst all those huffing cardinals, swelling bishops that flourished in his time, and rode on foot clothes. It is not honesty, learning, worth, wisdom, that prefers men. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but as the wise man said, chance, and sometimes a ridiculous chance. Casus plerumque ridiculus multos elevavit. 'Tis fortune's doings, as they say, which made Brutus, now dying, exclaim, O misera virtus, ergo nihil quam verba eras, atqui ego te tamquam rem exercebam, sed tu serviebas fortunae. Believe it hereafter, O my friends, virtue serves fortune. Yet be not discouraged, O my well-deserving spirits, with this which I have said. It may be otherwise, though seldom I confess, yet sometimes it is. But to your farther content I'll tell you a tale. In Maronia Pia, or Maronia Felix, I know not whether, nor how long since, nor in what cathedral church, a fat prebend fell void. The carcass scarce cold, many suitors were up in an instant. The first had rich friends, a good purse, and he was resolved to outbid any man before he would lose it. Every man supposed he should carry it. The second was my lord bishop's chaplain, in whose gift it was, and he thought it his due to have it. The third was nobly born, and he meant to get it by his great parents, patrons, and allies. The fourth stood upon his worth. He had newly found out strange mysteries in chemistry, and other rare inventions, which he would detect to the public good. The fifth was a painful preacher, and he was commended by the whole parish where he dwelt. He had all their hands to his certificate. The sixth was the prebendary's son lately deceased. His father died in debt, for it, as they say, left a wife and many poor children. The seventh stood upon fair promises, which to him and his noble friends had been formerly made for the next place in his lordship's gift. The eighth pretended great losses, and what he had suffered for the church, what pains he had taken at home and abroad, and besides he brought noblemen's letters. The ninth had married a kinswoman, and he sent his wife to sue for him. The 10th was a foreign doctor, a late convert, and wanted means. The 11th would exchange for another. He did not like the former's sight, and could not agree with his neighbours and fellows upon any terms. He would be gone. The 12th and last was, a suitor in conceit, a right honest, civil, sober man, an excellent scholar, and such a one as lived private in the university, but he had neither means nor money to compass it. Besides, he hated all such courses. He could not speak for himself, neither had he any friends to solicit his cause, and therefore made no suit, could not expect, neither did he hope for or look after it. The good bishop, amongst a jury of competitors thus perplexed, and not yet resolved what to do, or on whom to bestow it, at the last, of his own accord, mere motion, and bountiful nature, gave it freely to the university student, altogether unknown to him but by fame. And to be brief, the academical scholar had the prebend sent him for a present. The news was no sooner published abroad, but all good students rejoiced, and were much cheered up with it, though some would not believe it, others, as men amazed, said it was a miracle, but one amongst the rest thanked God for it, and said, Nunc juvat tandem studiosum esse, at Deus integro corde servire. You have heard my tale, but alas, it is but a tale, a mere fiction. 'Twas never so, never like to be, and so let it rest. Well, be it so then. They have wealth and honour, fortune and preferment. Every man, there's no remedy, must scramble as he may, and shift as he can. Yet Cardan comforted himself with this: the star, from a hunt, would make him immortal, and that after his decease his books should be found in ladies' studies. Dignum laude virum musa vetat mori. But why shouldst thou take thy neglect, thy canvas, so to heart? It may be thou art not fit, but a child that puts on his father's shoes, hat, headpiece, breastplate, breeches, or holds his spear, but is neither able to wield the one or wear the other. So wouldst thou do by such an office, place, or magistracy. Thou art unfit. And what is dignity to an unworthy man, but, as Salvianus holds, a gold ring in a swine's snout? Thou art a brute, like a bad actor, so Plutarch compares such men in a tragedy, diademe fert, ad vox non auditor. Thou wouldst play a king's part, but actest a clown, speakest like an ass. Magna petis phaeton et quae non viribus istis, etc. As James and John, the sons of Zebedee, did ask they knew not what. Nescis temerari nescis. Thou dost, as another Sophonas, overween thyself. Thou art wise in thine own conceit, but in other more mature judgment altogether unfit to manage such a business. Albeit thou art more deserving than any of thy rank. God in his providence hath reserved thee for some other fortunes. Sic superis visum. Thou art humble as thou art. It may be, hadst thou been preferred, thou wouldst have forgotten God and thyself, insulted over others, contemned thy friends, been a block, a tyrant, or a demigod, sequiturque superba formam. Therefore, says Chrysostom, good men do not always find grace and favour, lest they should be puffed up with turgent titles, grow insolent and proud. Injuries, abuses, are very offensive, and so much the more in that they think veterum ferendo invitant novam, by taking one they provoke another. But it is an erroneous opinion, for if that were true, there would be no end of abusing each other, lis litem generat. 'Tis much better with patience to bear, or quietly to put it up. If an ass kick me, saith Socrates, shall I strike him again? And when his wife Xanthippe struck and misused him, to some friends that would have had him strike her again, he replied, that he would not make them sport, or that they should stand by and say, Ea Socrates, Ea Xanthippe, as we do when dogs fight, animate them the more by clapping of hands. Many men spend themselves, their goods, friends, fortunes upon small quarrels, and sometimes at other men's procurements, with much vexation of spirit and anguish of mind, all which with good advice, or mediation of friends, might have been happily composed, or if patience had taken place. Patience in such cases is the most sovereign remedy, to put up, conceal, or dissemble it, to forget and forgive, not 7, but 77 times, as often as he repents, forgive him. Luke 17:3. As our Saviour enjoins us, stricken, to turn the other side, as our Apostle persuades us, to recompense no man evil for evil, but as much as possible to have peace with all men, not to avenge ourselves, and we shall heap burning coals upon our adversary's head. For if you put up wrong, as Chrysostom comments, you get the victory. He that loseth his money, loseth not the conquest, in this our philosophy. If he contend with thee, submit thyself unto him first, yield to him. Durum et durum non faciunt murum, as the diverb is. Two refractory spirits will never agree. The only means to overcome is to relent. Obsequio vinces. Euclid in Plutarch, when his brother had angered him, swore he would be revenged, but he gently replied, Let me not live, if I do not make thee to love me again. Upon which meek answer he was pacified. Flectitur obsequio curvatus ab arbore ramus, frangis si vires experire tuas. A branch, if easily bended, yields to thee. Pull hard, it breaks, the difference you see. The noble family of the Colonni, in Rome, when they were expelled the city by that furious Alexander VI, gave the bending branch therefore as an impress, with this motto, Flecti potest, frangi non potest, to signify that he might break them by force, but so never make them stoop. For they fled in the midst of their hard usage to the kingdom of Naples, and were honourably entertained by Frederick the king, according to their callings. Gentleness in this case might have done much more, and let thine adversary be never so perverse, it may be by that means thou mayst win him. Favore et benevolentia etiam immanis animus mansuescit. Soft words pacify wrath, and the fiercest spirits are so soonest overcome. A generous lion will not hurt a beast that lies prostrate, nor an elephant an innocuous creature, but is infestis, a terror and scourge alone to such as are stubborn and make resistance. It was the symbol of Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, and he was not mistaken in it, for quo quisque est major, magis et placabilis ire, et faciles motus mens generosa capit. A greater man is soonest pacified, a noble spirit is quickly satisfied. It is reported by Walter Mapesh, an old historiographer of ours, who lived 400 years since, that King Edward Senior and Llewellyn, Prince of Wales, being at an interview near Aust-upon-Severn in Gloucestershire, and the prince sent for, refused to come to the king, he would needs go over to him, which Llewellyn perceiving, went up to the arms in water, and embracing his boat, would have carried him out upon his shoulders, adding that his humility and wisdom had triumphed over his pride and folly, and thereupon he was reconciled unto him and did his homage. If thou canst not so win him, put it up, if thou beest a true Christian, a good divine, an imitator of Christ, for he was reviled and put it up, whipped and sought no revenge, thou wilt pray for thy enemies, and bless them that persecute thee, be patient, meek, humble, etc. An honest man will not offer the injury, probus non vult. If he were a brangling knave, 'tis his fashion so to do. Where is least heart, is most tongue, quoquisque stultior eo magis insolescit. The more sottish he is, still the more insolent. Do not answer a fool according to his folly. If he be thy superior, bear it by all means, grieve not at it, let him take his course. Anytus and Melitus may kill me, they cannot hurt me, as that generous Socrates made answer in like case. Mens immota manet, though the body be torn in pieces with wild horses, broken on the wheel, pinched with fiery tongues, the soul cannot be distracted. 'Tis an ordinary thing for great men to vilify and insult, oppress, injure, tyrannize, to take what liberty they list, and who dare speak against? Miserum est ab eo laedi, a quo non possis queri. A miserable thing 'tis to be injured of him, from whom is no appeal, and not safe to write against him that can proscribe and punish a man at his pleasure, which Asinius Pollio was aware of, when Octavianus provoked him. 'Tis hard, I confess, to be so injured, one of Chilo's 3 difficult things, to keep counsel, spend his time well, put up injuries. But be thou patient, and leave revenge unto the Lord. Vengeance is mine, and I will repay, saith the Lord. I know the Lord, saith David, will avenge the afflicted, and judge the poor. No man, as Plato farther adds, can so severely punish his adversary, as God will such as oppress miserable men. Iterum ille rem judicatum judicat, majoreque mulcta mulctat.
If there be any religion, any God, and that God be just, it shall be so. If thou believest the one, believe the other. Erit, erit. It shall be so. Nemesis comes after, sero sed serio. Stay but a little, and thou shalt see God's just judgment overtake him. Raro antecedentem scalestem, deseruit pede poena claudo. Yet with sure steps, though lame and slow, vengeance o'ertakes the trembling villain's speed. Thou shalt perceive that verified of Samuel to Agag, 1 Samuel 15:33. Thy sword hath made many women childless, so shall thy mother be childless amongst other women. It shall be done to them as they have done to others. Conradinus, that brave Suevian prince, came with a well-prepared army into the kingdom of Naples, was taken prisoner by King Charles, and put to death in the flower of his youth. A little after, ultionum Conradini mortis, Pandalphus Colenutius calls it, King Charles's own son, with 200 nobles, was so taken prisoner, and beheaded in like sort. Not in this only, but in all other offences, quoquisque peccat in eo punietur, they shall be punished in the same kind, in the same part, like nature, eye with, or in the eye, head with, or in the head, persecution with persecution, lust with effects of lust. Let them march on with ensigns displayed, let drums beat on, trumpets sound taratantara. Let them sack cities, take the spoil of countries, murder infants, deflower virgins, destroy, burn, persecute, and tyrannize. They shall be fully rewarded at last in the same measure, they and theirs, and that to their desert. Ad generum carreris sine cade et sanguine pauci, descendunt reges et sicca morte tyranni. Few tyrants in their beds do die, but stabbed or maimed to hell they hie. Oftentimes, too, a base contemptible fellow is the instrument of God's justice to punish, to torture, and vex them, as an ichneumon doth a crocodile. They shall be recompensed according to the works of their hands.
as Haman was hanged on the gallows he provided for Mordecai. They shall have sorrow of heart, and be destroyed from under the heaven. Only be thou patient, vincit qui patitur, and in the end thou shalt be crowned. Yea, but 'tis a hard matter to do this, flesh and blood may not abide it, 'tis grave, grave. No, Chrysostom replies, non est grave, o homo. 'Tis not so grievous, neither had God commanded it, if it had been so difficult. But how shall it be done? Easily, as he follows it. If thou shalt look to heaven, behold the beauty of it, and what God hath promised to such as put up injuries. But if thou resist and go about vimvi repellare, as the custom of the world is, to right thyself, or hast given just cause of offence, 'tis no injury then but a condign punishment, thou hast deserved as much. A te principium inte recredit crimen quod a te fuit, peccaste, quiesce, as Ambrose expostulates with Cain, Book 3, de Abel et Cain. Dionysius of Syracuse, in his exile, was made to stand without door, patienter ferendum, portasse nos tale quid fecimus, quum in honore essemus. He wisely put it up, and laid the fault where it was, on his own pride and scorn, which in his prosperity he had formerly shown others. 'Tis Tully's axiom, fera ea molestissime, homines non debent, quae ipsorum culpa contracta sunt. Self do, self have, as the saying is. They may thank themselves. For he that doth wrong must look to be wronged again, habet et musca splenum et formicae sua bilis inest. The least fly hath a spleen, and a little bee a sting. An ass overwhelmed a thistlethwarp's nest, the little bird pecked his galled back in revenge, and the humble bee in the fable flung down the eagle's eggs out of Jupiter's lap. Braccides in Plutarch put his hand into a mouse's nest and hurt her young ones. She bit him by the finger. I see now, saith he, there is no creature so contemptible that it will not be revenged. 'Tis lex talionis, and the nature of all things, so to do. If thou wilt live quietly thyself, do no wrong to others. If any be done thee, put it up, with patience endure it, for this is thankworthy, saith our apostle. If any man for conscience towards God endure grief, and suffer wrong undeserved, for what praises it, if when ye be buffeted for your faults, ye take it patiently? But if when you do well, ye suffer wrong, and take it patiently, there is thanks with God, for hereunto verily we are called. Qui mala non fert, ipse sibi testis est per impatientiam quod bonus non est. He that cannot bear injuries, witnesseth against himself that he is no good man, as Gregory holds. 'Tis the nature of wicked men to do injuries, as it is the property of all honest men patiently to bear them. Improbitas nullo flectitur obsequio. The wolf in the emblem sucked the goat. So the shepherd would have it, but he kept nevertheless a wolf's nature. A knave will be a knave. Injury is on the other side a good man's footboy, his fidus Acleates, and as a lackey follows him wheresoever he goes. Besides, misera est fortuna quae caret inimico. He is in a miserable estate that wants enemies. It is a thing not to be avoided, and therefore with more patience to be endured. Cato Censorius, that upright Cato of whom Paterculus gives that honourable eulogium, bene fecit quod aliter facere non potuit, was 50 times indicted and accused by his fellow citizens, and as Ammianus well hath it, quis erit innocens si clam vel palam accusasse sufficiat. If it be sufficient to accuse a man openly or in private, who shall be free? If there were no other respect than that of Christianity, religion, and the like, to induce men to be long-suffering and patient, yet methinks the nature of injury itself is sufficient to keep them quiet. The tumults, uproars, miseries, discontents, anguish, loss, dangers that attend upon it might restrain the calamities of contention. For as it is with ordinary gamesters, the gains go to the box, so falls it out to such as contend. the lawyers get all, and therefore if they would consider of it, aliena pericula cantos, other men's misfortunes in this kind, and common experience might detain them. The more they contend, the more they are involved in a labyrinth of woes, and the catastrophe is to consume one another, like the elephant and dragon's conflict in Pliny. The dragon got under the elephant's belly, and sucked his blood so long, till he fell down dead upon the dragon, and killed him with the fall, so both were ruined. 'Tis a hydra's head, contention, the more they strive, the more they may, and as Praxiteles did by his glass, when he saw a scurvy face in it, break it in pieces, but for that one he saw many more as bad in a moment. For one injury done, they provoke another, cum foenore, and 20 enemies for one. Noli irritare crabrones. Oppose not thyself to a multitude, but if thou hast received a wrong, wisely consider of it, and if thou canst possibly, compose thyself with patience to bear it. This is the safest course, and thou shalt find greatest ease to be quiet. I say the same of scoffs, slanders, contumelies, obloquies, defamations, detractions, pasquilling libels, and the like, which may tend any way to our disgrace. 'Tis but opinion. If we could neglect, contemn, or with patience digest them, they would reflect on them that offered them at first. A wise citizen, I know not whence, had a scold to his wife. When she brawled, he played on his drum, and by that means maddened her more, because she saw that he would not be moved. Diogenes in a crowd, when one called him back, and told him how the boys laughed him to scorn, ego inquiet non videor, took no notice of it. Socrates was brought upon the stage by Aristophanes, and misused to his face, but he laughed as if it concerned him not, and as Aelian relates of him, whatsoever good or bad accident or fortune befell him going in or coming out, Socrates still kept the same countenance. Even so should a Christian do, as Hierom describes him, per infamiam et bonum famam glassari ad immortalitatem. March on through good and bad reports to immortality, not to be moved, for honesty is a sufficient reward, probitas sibi premium, and in our times the sole recompense to do well is to do well, but naughtiness will punish itself at last, improbis ipsa nequitia supplicium, as the diverb is, qui bene fecerunt, illa sua facta sequentur, qui male fecerunt, facta sequentur eos. They that do well shall have reward at last, but they that do ill shall suffer for that's past. Yea, I am ashamed, disgraced, dishonoured, degraded, exploded. My notorious crimes and villainies are come to light, deprende miserum est. My filthy lust, abominable oppression, and avarice lies open. My good name's lost, my fortune's gone. I have been stigmatized, whipped at post, arraigned and condemned. I am a common obloquy. I have lost my ears, odious, execrable, abhorred of God and men. Be content. 'Tis but a 9 days' wonder, and as one sorrow drives out another, one passion another, one cloud another, one rumour is expelled by another. Every day almost come new news unto our ears, as how the sun was eclipsed, meteors seen in the air, monsters born, prodigies, how the Turks were overthrown in Persia, an earthquake in Helvetia, Calabria, Japan, or China, an inundation in Holland, a great plague in Constantinople, a fire at Prague, a dearth in Germany. Such a man is made a lord, a bishop, another hanged, deposed, pressed to death, for some murder, treason, rape, theft, oppression, all which we do hear at first with a kind of admiration, detestation, consternation, but by and by they are buried in silence. Thy father's dead, thy brother robbed, wife runs mad, neighbour hath killed himself. 'Tis heavy, ghastly, fearful news at first, in every man's mouth, table talk, but after a while who speaks or thinks of it? It will be so with thee and thine offence. It will be forgotten in an instant, be it theft, rape, sodomy, murder, incest, treason, etc. Thou art not the first offender, nor shalt not be the last. 'Tis no wonder, every hour such malefactors are called in question, nothing so common. Quocunque in populo, quocunque sub axe. Comfort thyself, thou art not the sole man. If he that were guiltless himself should fling the first stone at thee, and he alone should accuse thee that were faultless, how many executioners, how many accusers wouldst thou have? If every man's sins were written in his forehead, and secret faults known, how many thousands would parallel if not exceed thine offence? It may be, the judge that gave sentence, the jury that condemned thee, the spectators that gazed on thee, deserved much more, and were far more guilty than thou thyself. But it is thine infelicity to be taken, to be made a public example of justice, to be a terror to the rest. Yet should every man have his desert, thou wouldst peradventure be a saint in comparison. Vexat censura columbas. Poor souls are punished, the great ones do 20,000 times worse, and are not so much as spoken of. Non rete accipitri tenditur nelque milvio, qui male faciunt nobis, illis qui nil faciunt tenditur. The net's not laid for kites or birds of prey, but for the harmless still our gins we lay. Be not dismayed then, humanum est errare, we are all sinners, daily and hourly subject to temptations. The best of us is a hypocrite, a grievous offender in God's sight. Noah, Lot, David, Peter, etc. How many mortal sins do we commit? Shall I say, be penitent, ask forgiveness, and make amends by the sequel of thy life, for that foul offence thou hast committed? Recover thy credit by some noble exploit, as Themistocles did, for he was a most debauched and vicious youth. Sed juventae maculas praeclaris factis delevit, but made the world amends by brave exploits, at last became a new man, and seek to be reformed. He that runs away in a battle, as Demosthenes said, may fight again, and he that hath a fall may stand as upright as ever he did before. Nemo desperat meliora lapsus. A wicked liver may be reclaimed, and prove an honest man. He that is odious in present, hissed out, an exile, may be received again with all men's favours, and singular applause. So Tully was in Rome, Alcibiades in Athens. Let thy disgrace then be what it will, quod fit, infectum non potest esse. That which is past cannot be recalled. Trouble not thyself, vex and grieve thyself no more, be it obloquy, disgrace, etc. No better way than to neglect, contemn, or seem not to regard it, to make no reckoning of it. Diesse robo arguit dicacitas. If thou be guiltless, it concerns thee not. Irrita vaniloquae quid curas spicula linguae, latrantem curatne alta diana canem. Doth the moon care for the barking of a dog? They detract, scoff, and rail, saith one, and bark at me on every side. But I, like that Albanian dog sometimes given to Alexander for a present, vindico me ab illis solo contemptu. I lie still and sleep, vindicate myself by contempt alone. Expers terroris Achilles armatus, as a tortoise in his shell, virtute mea me involvo, or an urchin round, nil moror ictus, a lizard in chamomile, I decline their fury, and am safe. Integritas virtusque so munimine tuta, non patat adversae morsibus invidiae. Virtue and integrity are their own fence, care not for envy or what comes from thence. Let them rail then, scoff and slander, sapiens contumelia non afficitur. A wise man, Seneca thinks, is not moved, because he knows, contra sycophantae morsum non est remedium, there is no remedy for it. Kings and princes, wise, grave, prudent, holy, good men, divine, are also served alike. O jane a tergo quem nulla Ciconia pinsit, ante vota and post vota, Jupiter's guardians may not help in this case. They cannot protect. Moses had a Dathan, a Korath, David a Shimei. God himself is blasphemed. Nondum felix esti te nondum turba deridet. It is an ordinary thing so to be misused. Regium est cum bene faceris male audire. The chiefest men and most understanding are so vilified. Let him take his course. And as that lusty courser in Aesop, that contemned the poor ass, came by and by after with his bowels burst, a pack on his back, and was derided of the same ass, contemnentur ab iis quos ipsi prius contempsere, et iridebuntur ab ius quos ipsi prius irisere. They shall be contemned and laughed to scorn of those whom they have formerly derided. Let them contemn, defame or undervalue, insult, oppress, scoff, slander, abuse, wrong, curse and swear, feign and lie, do thou comfort thyself with a good conscience, in sinu gaudias. When they have all done, a good conscience is a continual feast, innocency will vindicate itself, and which the poet gave out of Hercules, dies fruita iratis. Enjoy thyself, though all the world be set against thee, condemn and say with him, Elogium mihi prae foribus. My posy is not to be moved. That my palladium, my breastplate, my buckler, with which I ward all injuries, offences, lies, slanders. I lean upon that stake of modesty, so receive and break asunder all that foolish force of liver and spleen, and whosoever he is that shall observe these short instructions, without all question he shall much ease and benefit himself.
In fine, if princes would do justice, judges be upright, clergymen truly devout, and so live as they teach, if great men would not be so insolent, if soldiers would quietly defend us, the poor would be patient, rich men would be liberal and humble, citizens honest, magistrates meek, superiors would give good example, subjects peaceable, young men would stand in awe, if parents would be kind to their children, and they again obedient to their parents, brethren agree amongst themselves, enemies be reconciled, servants trusty to their masters, virgins chaste, wives modest, husbands would be loving and less jealous, if we could imitate Christ and his apostles, live after God's laws, these mischiefs would not so frequently happen amongst us, but being most part so irreconcilable as we are, perverse, proud, insolent, factious and malicious, prone to contention, anger and revenge, of such fiery spirits, so captious, impious, irreligious, so opposite to virtue, void of grace, how should it otherwise be? Many men are very testy by nature, apt to mistake, apt to quarrel, apt to provoke and misinterpret to the worst, everything that is said or done, and thereupon heap unto themselves a great deal of trouble, and disquietness to others, smatterers in other men's matters, tale-bearers, whisperers, liars, they cannot speak in season, or hold their tongues when they should, et suum partem itidem tacere cum aliena est oratio, they will speak more than comes to their shares, in all companies, and by those bad courses accumulate much evil to their own souls. Qui contendit, sibi convicium facit, their life is a perpetual brawl, they snarl like so many dogs, with their wives, children, servants, neighbours, and all the rest of their friends, they can agree with nobody. But to such as are judicious, meek, submissive, and quiet, these matters are easily remedied, they will forbear upon all such occasions, neglect, contemn, or take no notice of them, dissemble, or wisely turn it off. If it be a natural impediment, as a red nose, squint eyes, crooked legs, or any such imperfection, infirmity, disgrace, reproach, the best way is to speak of it first thyself, and so thou shalt surely take away all occasions from others to jest at it, or contemn, that they may perceive thee to be careless of it. Vatinius was wont to scoff at his own deformed feet, to prevent his enemies' obloquies and sarcasms in that kind, or else by prevention, as Cotys, king of Thrace, that brake a company of fine glasses presented to him, with his own hands, lest he should be overmuch moved when they were broken by chance. And sometimes again, so that it be discreetly and moderately done, it shall not be amiss to make resistance, to take down such a saucy companion, no better means to vindicate himself to purchase final peace, for he that suffers himself to be ridden, or through pusillanimity or sottishness will let every man baffle him, shall be a common laughing stock to flout at. As a cur that goes through a village, if he clap his tail between his legs, and run away, every cur will insult over him, but if he bristle up himself, and stand to it, give but a counter snarl, there's not a dog dares meddle with him. Much is in a man's courage and discreet carriage of himself. Many other grievances there are, which happen to mortals in this life, from friends, wives, children, servants, masters, companions, neighbours, our own defaults, ignorance, errors, intemperance, indiscretion, infirmities, etc., and many good remedies to mitigate and oppose them, many divine precepts to counterpoise our hearts, special antidotes both in scriptures and human authors, which whoso will observe shall purchase much ease and quietness unto himself. I will point out a few. Those prophetical, apostolical admonitions are well known to all. What Solomon Siracides, our Saviour Christ himself, has said tending to this purpose, as, fear God, obey the prince, be sober and watch, pray continually, be angry but sin not, remember thy last, fashion not yourselves to this world, etc., apply yourselves to the times, strive not with a mighty man, recompense good for evil, let nothing be done through contention or vainglory, but with meekness of mind, every man esteeming of others better than himself. Love one another, or that epitome of the law and the prophets, which our Saviour inculcates, love God above all, thy neighbour as thyself, and whatsoever you would that men should do unto you, so do unto them, which Alexander Severus writ in letters of gold, and used as a motto. Hierom commends to Calantia as an excellent way, amongst so many enticements and worldly provocations, to rectify her life. Out of human authors take these few cautions. Know thyself. Be contented with thy lot. Trust not wealth, beauty, nor parasites, they will bring thee to destruction. Have peace with all men, war with vice. Be not idle. Look before you leap. Beware of, had I wist. Honour thy parents. Speak well of friends. Be temperate in 4 things, lingua, locis, oculis, et poculis. Watch thine eye, moderate thine expenses, hear much, speak little, sustine et abstine. If thou seest aught amiss in another, mend it in thyself. Keep thine own counsel, reveal not thy secrets, be silent in thine intentions. Give not ear to tale-tellers, babblers, be not scurrilous in conversation, jest without bitterness, give no man cause of offence. Set thine house in order. Take heed of suretyship. Fide et diffide, as a fox on the ice. Take heed whom you trust. Live not beyond thy means. Give cheerfully. Pay thy dues willingly. Be not a slave to thy money. Omit not occasion. Embrace opportunity. Lose no time. Be humble to thy superiors, respective to thine equals, affable to all, but not familiar. Flatter no man. Lie not, dissemble not. Keep thy word and promise. Be constant in a good resolution. Speak truth. Be not opiniative. Maintain no factions. Lay no wagers. Make no comparisons. Find no faults. Meddle not with other men's matters. Admire not thyself. Be not proud or popular. Insult not. Fortunam reverento habe. Fear not that which cannot be avoided. Grieve not for that which cannot be recalled. Undervalue not thyself. Accuse no man. Commend no man rashly. Go not to law without great cause. Strive not with a greater man. Cast not off an old friend. Take heed of a reconciled enemy. If thou come as a guest, stay not too long. Be not unthankful. Be meek, merciful, and patient. Do good to all. Be not fond of fair words. Be not a neuter in faction. Moderate thy passions. Think no place without a witness. Admonish thy friend in secret. Commend him in public. Keep good company. Love others to be beloved thyself. Ama tanquam osurus. Amicus tardo fias. Provide for a tempest. Noli irritare crabrones. Do not prostitute thy soul for gain. Make not a fool of thyself to make others merry. Marry not an old crone, or a fool for money. Be not over-solicitous or curious. Seek that which may be found. Seem not greater than thou art. Take thy pleasure soberly. Ocaemum ne terito. Live merrily as thou canst. Take heed by other men's examples. Go as thou wouldst be met. Sit as thou wouldst be found. Yield to the time. Follow the stream. Wilt thou live free from fears and cares? Live innocently. Keep thyself upright. Thou needest no other keeper, etc. Look for more in Isocrates, Seneca, Plutarch, Epictetus, etc. And for defect, consult with cheese trenchers and painted cloths. End of section 28.
Section 29 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 29. Partition 2, Section 3, Member 8. Against melancholy itself. Every man, says Seneca, thinks his own burthen the heaviest, and a melancholy man above all others complains most, weariness of life, abhorring all company and light, fear, sorrow, suspicion, anguish of mind, bashfulness, and those other dread symptoms of body and mind, must needs aggravate the misery. Yet, compared to other maladies, they are not so heinous as they be taken. For first, this disease is either in habit or disposition, curable or incurable. If new and in disposition, it is commonly pleasant, and it may be helped. If inveterate or a habit, yet they have lucida intervalla, sometimes well and sometimes ill, or if more continuate, as the Vegentes were to the Romans, 'tis hostis magis assiduus quam gravis, a more durable enemy than dangerous, and amongst many inconveniences, some comforts are annexed to it. First, it is not catching, and as Erasmus comforted himself, when he was grievously sick of the stone, though it was most troublesome, and an intolerable pain to him, yet it was no whit offensive to others, not loathsome to the spectators, ghastly, fulsome, terrible, as plagues, apoplexies, leprosies, wounds, sores, tatters, pox, pestilent agues are, which either admit of no company, terrify or offend those that are present. In this malady, that which is wholly to themselves, and those symptoms not so dreadful, if they be compared to the opposite extremes. They are most part bashful, suspicious, solitary, etc. Therefore no such ambitious impudent intruders as some are, no sharkers, no coney catchers, no prowlers, no smell feasts, praters, panders, parasites, bawds, drunkards, whoremasters. Necessity and defect compel them to be honest, as Meteo told Demea in the Comedy. Hic si neque, ego neque tu fecimus, non sinit egestas facere nos. If we be honest, it was poverty made us so. If we melancholy men be not as bad as he that is worst, 'tis our dame melancholy kept us so. Non deerat voluntas sed facultas. Besides, they are freed in this from many other infirmities. Solitariness makes them more apt to contemplate, suspicion wary, which is a necessary humour in these times. Nam pulque maxime cavet, is saepe cautor captus est. He that takes most heed is often circumvented and overtaken. Fear and sorrow keep them temperate and sober, and free them from any dissolute acts which jollity and boldness thrust men upon. They are therefore no sicarii, roaring boys, thieves, or assassins. As they are soon dejected, so they are as soon, by soft words and good persuasions, reared. Wearisomeness of life makes them they are not so besotted on the transitory vain pleasures of the world. If they dote in one thing, they are wise and well understanding in most other. If it be inveterate, they are insensati, most part doting, or quite mad, insensible of any wrongs, ridiculous to others, but most happy and secure to themselves. Dotage is a state which many much magnify and commend. So is simplicity, and folly, as he said, Sic hic furor ossuperi, sit mihi perpetuus. Some think fools and dizzards live the merriest lives, as Ajax in Sophocles, nihil scire vita jucundissima. 'Tis the pleasantest life to know nothing. Iners malorum remedium ignorantia. Ignorance is a downright remedy of evils. These curious arts and laborious sciences, Galeans, Thales, Aristotles, Justinians, do but trouble the world something. We might live better with that illiterate Virginian simplicity and gross ignorance. Entire idiots do best. They are not macerated with cares, tormented with fears and anxiety, as other wise men are. For as he said, if folly were a pain, you should hear them howl, roar, and cry out in every house, as you go by in the street. But they are most free, jocund, and merry, and in some countries, as amongst the Turks, honoured for saints, and abundantly maintained out of the common stock. They are no dissemblers, liars, hypocrites, for fools and madmen tell commonly truth. In a word, as they are distressed, so are they pitied, which some hold better than to be envied, better to be sad than merry, better to be foolish and quiet, quam sapere et ringi, to be wise and still vexed, better to be miserable than happy. Of two extremes it is the best. End of section 29.
Section 30 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lawrence Trask. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton. Section 30. Partition 2, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 1. Of Physic which cureth with medicines. After a long and tedious discourse of these 6 non-natural things and their several rectifications, all which are comprehended in diet, I am come now at last to pharmaceutis, or that kind of physic which cureth by medicines, which apothecaries most part make, mingle, or sell in their shops. Many cavil at this kind of physic, and hold it unnecessary, unprofitable to this or any other disease, because those countries which use it least live longest, and are best in health, as Hector Boethius relates of the Isles of Orcades. The people are still sound of body and mind, without any use of physic. They live commonly 120 years. And Ortelius, in his itinerary of the inhabitants of the forest of Arden, they are very painful, long-lived, sound, etc. Martianus Capella, speaking of the Indians of his time, saith, they were, much like our western Indians now, bigger than ordinary men, bred coarsely, very long-lived, insomuch that he died at 100 years of age, went before his time, etc. Damianus Agos, Saxo Grammaticus, Aubanus Bohemus say the like of them that live in Norway, Lapland, Finnmark, Biarmia, Karelia, all over Scandia, and those northern countries, they are most healthful, and very long-lived, in which places there is no use at all of physic. The name of it is not once heard. Dithmarius Bleskenius, in his accurate description of Iceland, 1607, makes mention, amongst other matters, of the inhabitants and their manner of living, which is dried fish instead of bread, butter, cheese, and salt meats. Most part they drink water and whey, and yet without physic or physician, they live many of them 250 years. I find the same relation by Lerius and some other writers of Indians in America. Paulus Jovius, in his description of Britain, and Levinus Lemnius, observe as much of this our island, that there was of old no use of physic amongst us, and but little at this day, except it be for a few nice idle citizens, surfeiting courtiers, and stall-fed gentlemen lubbers. The country people use kitchen physic, and common experience tells, viz., that they live freest from all manner of infirmities, that make least use of apothecaries' physic. Many are overthrown by preposterous use of it, and thereby get their bane, that might otherwise have escaped. Some think physicians kill as many as they save, and who can tell, Quoth Themis and Agros, autumno occidrat uno. How many murders they make in a year? Quibus impune licet hominem occidre, that may freely kill folks, and have a reward for it. And according to the Dutch proverb, a new physician must have a new churchyard, and who daily observes it not? Many that did ill under physicians' hands have happily escaped, when they have been given over by them, left to God and nature and themselves. 'Twas Pliny's dilemma of old. Every disease is either curable or incurable. A man recovers of it or is killed by it. Both ways, physic is to be rejected. If it be deadly, it cannot be cured. If it may be helped, it requires no physician. Nature will expel it of itself. Plato made it a great sign of an intemperate and corrupt commonwealth, where lawyers and physicians did abound, and Romans distasted them so much that they were often banished out of their city, as Pliny and Celsus relate, for 600 years not admitted. It is no art at all, as some hold, no, not worthy the name of a liberal science, nor law neither, as Petrus Canonherius, a patrician of Rome and a great doctor himself, one of their own tribe, proves by 16 arguments. Because it is mercenary is now used, base, and as fiddlers play for a reward. Juridicius medicis fisco fas vivere rapto. 'Tis a corrupt trade, no science, art, no profession. The beginning, practice, and progress of it, all is naught, full of imposture, uncertainty, and doth generally more harm than good. The devil himself was the first inventor of it. Inventum est medicina meum, said Apollo. And what was Apollo but the devil? The Greeks first made an art of it, and they were all deluded by Apollo's sons, priests, oracles. If we may believe Varro, Pliny, Columella, most of their best medicines were derived from his oracles. Aesculapius, his son, had his temples erected to his deity, and did many famous cures. But as Lactantius holds, he was a magician, a mere impostor, and as his successors, Phaon, Podalirius, Melampius, Menecrates, another god, by charms, spells, and ministry of bad spirits, performed most of their cures. The first that ever wrote in physic to any purpose was Hippocrates, and his disciple and commentator Galen, whom Scaliger calls Fimbrian Hippocratus, but as Cardan censures them, both immethodical and obscure, as well as those old ones are, their precepts confused, their medicines obsolete, and now most part rejected. Those cures which they did, Paracelsus holds, were rather done out of their patients' confidence and good opinion they had of them, and many out of any skill of theirs, which was very small, he saith, they themselves idiots and infants, as are all their academical followers. The Arabians received it from the Greeks, and so the Latins, adding new precepts and medicines of their own, but so imperfect still that through ignorance of professors, impostors, mountebanks, empirics, disagreeing of sectaries, which are as many almost as there be diseases, envy, covetousness, and the like, they do much harm amongst us. They are so different in their consultations, prescriptions, mistaking many times the party's constitution, disease, and causes of it, they give quite contrary physic. One saith this, another that, out of singularity or opposition. As he said of Adrian, multitudo medicorum principum interfecit, a multitude of physicians hath killed the emperor. Plus a medico quam a morbo periculi. More danger there is from the physician than from the disease. Besides, there is much imposture and malice amongst them. All arts, saith Cardan, admit of cozening. Physic, amongst the rest, doth appropriate it to herself, and tells a story of one Curtius, a physician in Venice, because he was a stranger, and practised amongst them. The rest of the physicians did still cross him in all his precepts. If he prescribed hot medicines, they would prescribe cold. Vicentes pro calidis frigida, pro frigida humida, pro purgantibus astringentia, binders for purgatives, omnia perturbabant. If the party miscarried, Curtium damnabant. Curtius killed him that disagreed from them. If he recovered, then they cured him themselves. Much emulation, imposture, malice there is amongst them. If they be honest and mean well, yet a knave apothecary that administers the physic, and makes the medicine, may do infinite harm by his old obsolete doses, adulterant drugs, bad mixtures, quid pro quo, etc. See Fuchsius, Book 1, Section 1, Chapter 8, Cordis Dispensatory, and Brassavola's Examen, etc. But it is their ignorance that doth more harm than rashness. Their art is wholly conjectural, if it be an art, uncertain, imperfect, and got by killing of men. They are a kind of butchers, leeches, menslayers, chirurgeons, and apothecaries especially, that are indeed the physician's hangman, carnifices, and common executioners. Though, to say truth, physicians themselves come not far behind, for, according to that facete epigram of Maximilianus Urentius, what's the difference? Chirurgicus medico quo differt, solicit isto, enicat hic sussis, enicat il magno, carniface hac ambo tantum differ videntur, tardius hae faciunt, quod facit il cito. But I return to their skill. Many diseases they cannot cure at all, as apoplexy, epilepsy, stone, strangury, gout. Tulere notisum nescit medicina, podagram, quartan agues, a common ague, sometimes stumbles them all. They cannot so much as ease, they know not how to judge of it. If by pulses, that doctrine some hold is wholly superstitious, and I dare boldly say with Andrew Dudeth that variety of pulses, described by Galen, is neither observed nor understood of any. And for urine, that is meretrix medicorum, the most deceitful thing of all, as Forestus and some other physicians have proved at large. I say nothing of critic days, errors and indications, etc. The most rational of them, and skilful, are so often deceived, such as Tholosinus infers, I had rather believe and commit myself to a mere empiric than to a mere doctor, and I cannot sufficiently commend that custom of the Babylonians, that have no professed physicians, but bring all their patients to the market to be cured, which Herodotus relates of the Egyptians, Strabo, Sardis, and Aubanus Bohemus, of many other nations. And those that prescribed physic, amongst them did so arrogantly take them to cure all diseases, as our professors do. But some one, some another, as their skill and experience did serve. One cured the eyes, a second the teeth, a third the head, another the lower parts, etc., not for gain, but in charity, to do good. They made neither art, profession, nor trade of it, which in other places was a custom. And therefore Cambyses and Xenophon told Cyrus that, to his thinking, physicians were like tailors and cobblers. The one mended our sick bodies, as the other did our clothes. But I will urge these cavilling and contumelious arguments no further, lest some physician should mistake me, and deny me physic when I am sick. For my part, I am well persuaded of physic. I can distinguish the abuse from the use, in this and many other arts and sciences. Aliud vinum, aliud ebrietas. Wine and drunkenness are two distinct things. I acknowledge it a most noble and divine science, insomuch that Apollo, Aesculapius, and the first founders of it, Merito pro dies habiti, were worthily counted gods by succeeding ages, for the excellency of their invention. And whereas Apollos at Delos, Venus at Cyprus, Diana at Ephesus, and those other gods were confined and adored alone in some peculiar places, Aesculapius in his temple and altars everywhere, in Corinth, Lacedaemon, Athens, Thebes, Epidaurus, etc. Pausanias records for the latitude of his art, deity, worth, and necessity. With all virtuous and wise men, therefore, I honor the name and calling, as I am enjoined to honor the physician for necessity's sake. The knowledge of the physician lifteth up his head, and in the sight of great men he shall be admired. The Lord hath created medicines of the earth, and he that is wise will not abhor them. Ecclesiastes 58:1. But of this noble subject, how many panegyrics are worthily written? For my part, as Sallust said of Carthage, Presit celere quam pauca decere. I have said, yet one thing I will add, that this kind of physic is very moderately and advisedly to be used, upon good occasion, when the former of diet will not take place. And 'tis no other which I say than that which Arnoldus prescribes in his 8th aphorism. A discreet and goodly physician doth first endeavour to expel a disease by medicinal diet, then by pure medicine, and in his 9th, he that may be cured by diet must not meddle with physic. So in 11th aphorism, a modest and wise physician will never hasten to use medicines, but upon urgent necessity, and that sparingly too, because, as he adds in his 13th aphorism, whosoever takes much physic in his youth shall soon bewail it in his old age. Purgative physic especially, which doth much debilitate nature. for which causes some physicians refrain from the use of purgative, or else sparingly use them. Henricus Aererus, in a consultation for a melancholy person, would have him take as few purges as he could, because there be no such medicines which do not steal away some of our strength, and rob the parts of our body, weaken nature, and cause that cacocymia which Celsus and others observe, or ill digestion, and bad use through all parts of it. Galen himself confesseth that purgative physic is contrary to nature, takes away some of our best spirits, and consumes the very substance of our bodies. But this, without question, is to be understood of such purges as are unseasonably or immoderately taken. They have their excellent use in this, as well as most other infirmities. Of alteratives and cordials no man doubts, be they simples or compounds. I will, amongst that infinite variety of medicines which I find in every pharmacopoeia, every physician, herbalist, etc., single out some of the chiefest. End of section 30. Recording by Lawrence Trask, Mount Vernon, Ohio.
Section 31 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2 by Robert Burton. Section 31. Partition 2, Section 4. Member 1, Subsections 2 and 3. Subsection 2. Simples proper to melancholy, against exotic simples. Medicines properly applied to melancholy are either simple or compound. Simples are alterative or purgative. Alteratives are such as correct, strengthen nature, alter, any way hinder or resist the disease, and they be herbs, stones, minerals, etc., all proper to this humour. For as there be diverse distinct infirmities continually vexing us, nausoi de anthropoisi, ephemera et epinicti, automatoi, photoisi, cacathnetoisi ferusai, sige, epiphonon exhalato meteta Zeus. Diseases steal both day and night on men, for Jupiter hath taken voice from them. So there be several remedies, as he saith, each disease a medicine, for every humour. And as some hold, every clime, every country, and more than that, every private place hath his proper remedies growing in it, peculiar almost to the domineering and most frequent maladies of it. As one discourseth, wormwood grows sparingly in Italy, because most part there they be misaffected with hot diseases, but henbane, poppy, and such cold herbs, with us in Germany and Poland, great store of it in every waste. Baracellus, Horto Geniali, and Baptista Porta, Physiognomicae, Book 6, Chapter 23, give many instances and examples of it, and bring many other proofs. For that cause belike that learned Fuchsius of Nuremberg, when he came into a village, considered always what herbs did grow most frequently about it, and those he distilled in a silver alembic, making use of others amongst them as occasion served. I know that many are of opinion, our northern simples are weak, imperfect, not so well concocted, of such force, as those in the southern parts, not so fit to be used in physic, and will therefore fetch their drugs far off. Senna, cassia, out of Egypt, rhubarb from Barbary, aloes from Socotra, turbith, agaric, merabolanes, hemodactylis from the East Indies, tobacco from the West, and some as far as China, hellebore from the Anticyrae, or that of Austria which bears the purple flower, which Matthiolus so much approves, and so of the rest. In the kingdom of Valencia in Spain, Maginus commends 2 mountains, Mariola and Buenagolosa, famous for simples. Leander Albertus, Baldus, a mountain near the lake Benacus in the territory of Verona, to which all the herbalists of the country continually flock. Ortelius one in Apulia, Munster Mons Major in Istria. Prosper Altinus prefers Egyptian simples. Garcias ab Horto Indian before the rest, another those of Italy, Crete, etc. Many times they are over curious in this kind, whom Fuchsius taxeth, that they think they do nothing, except they rake all over India, Arabia, Ethiopia for remedies, and fetch their physic from the 3/4 of the world, and from beyond the Garamantes. Many an old wife or countrywoman doth often more good with a few known and common garden herbs, than our bombast physicians, with all their prodigious, sumptuous, far-fetched, rare, conjectural medicines. Without all question, if we have not these rare exotic simples, we hold that at home, which is in virtue equivalent unto them, ours will serve as well as theirs, if they be taken in proportionable quantity, fitted and qualified aright, if not much better, and more proper to our constitutions. But so, 'tis for the most part, as Pliny writes to Gallus, we are careless of that which is near us, and follow that which is afar off, to know which we will travel and sail beyond the seas, wholly neglecting that which is under our eyes. Opium in Turkey doth scarce offend, with us in a small quantity it stupefies. Cicuta or hemlock is a strong poison in Greece, but with us it hath no such violent effects. I conclude with Vossius, who as he much inveighs against those exotic medicines, so he promiseth by our European, a full cure and absolute of all diseases. A capite ad calcem, nostrae regionis herbae nostris corporibus magis conducunt. Our own simples agree best with us. It was a thing that Fernelius much laboured in his French practice, to reduce all his cure to our proper and domestic physic. So did Janus Cornarius, and Martin Rulandus in Germany. T.B. with us, as appeareth by a treatise of his divulged in our tongue 1615, to prove a sufficiency of English medicines, to the cure of all manner of diseases. If our simples be not altogether of such force, or so apposite, it may be, if like industry were used, those far-fetched drugs would prosper as well with us, as in those countries whence now we have them, as well as cherries, artichokes, tobacco, and many such. There have been divers worthy physicians, which have tried excellent conclusions in this kind, and many diligent, painful apothecaries, as Gesner, Besler, Gerard, etc. But among the rest those famous public gardens of Padua in Italy, Nuremberg in Germany, Leyden in Holland, Montpellier in France, and ours in Oxford now in Fieri, at the cost and charges for the Right Honourable the Lord Danvers, Earl of Danby, are much to be commended, wherein all exotic plants almost are to be seen, and liberal allowance yearly made for their better maintenance, that young students may be the sooner informed in the knowledge of them. Which, as Fuchsius holds, is most necessary for that exquisite manner of curing, and as great a shame for a physician not to observe them, as for a workman not to know his axe, saw, square, or any other tool which he must of necessity use. Subsection 3. Alteratives, herbs, and other vegetables, etc. Amongst these 800 simples, which Galeottus reckons up, Book 3 de Promice, Doctor, Chapter 3, and many exquisite herbalists have written of these few following alone, I find appropriated to this humour, of which some be alteratives, which by a secret force, saith Renodeus, and special quality expel future diseases, perfectly cure those which are, and many such incurable effects. This is as well observed in other plants, stones, minerals, and creatures as in herbs, in other maladies as in this. How many things are related of a man's skull? What several virtues of corns in a horse leg, or a wolf's liver, etc. Of diverse excrements of beasts, all good against several diseases? What extraordinary virtues are ascribed unto plants? Satyrium et eruca penem erigunt, vitex et nymphae semen extinguunt. Some herbs provoke lust, some again, as Agnus castus, water lily, quite extinguisheth seed. Poppy causeth sleep, cabbage resisteth drunkenness, etc. And that which is more to be admired, that such and such plants should have a peculiar virtue to such particular parts, as to the head aniseeds, bullfoot, betony, calamint, eyebright, lavender, bays, roses, rue, sage, marjoram, peony, etc. For the lungs, calamint, licorice, Anula campana, hyssop, horehound, water germander, etc. For the heart, borage, bugloss, saffron, balm, basil, rosemary, violet, roses, etc. For the stomach, wormwood, mints, betony, balm, centaury, sorrel, parslan. For the liver, darthspine or camiopatis, germander, agrimony, fennel, endive, succory, liverwort, barberries. For the spleen, maidenhair, fingerfern, dodder of thyme, hop, the rind of ash, betony. For the kidneys, grumel, parsley, saxifrage, plantain, mallow. For the womb, mugwort, pennyroyal, featherfew, savine, etc. For the joints, chamomile, St. John's wort, organ, rue, cowslips, centaury the less, etc. And so to particular diseases. To this of melancholy you shall find a catalogue of herbs proper, and that in every part. See more in Wecker, Renodeus, Heurnius, Book 2, Chap. 19, etc. I will briefly speak of them, as first of alteratives, which Galen in his 3rd book of diseased parts prefers before diminutives, and Trallianus brags that he hath done more cures on melancholy men by moistening, than by purging of them. Borage. In this catalogue, borage and bugloss may challenge the chiefest place, whether in substance, juice, roots, seeds, flowers, leaves, decoctions, distilled waters, extracts, oils, etc. For such kind of herbs be diversely varied. Bugloss is hot and moist, and therefore worthily reckoned up amongst those herbs which expel melancholy and exhilarate the heart. Galen, Dioscorides, Pliny much magnifies this plant. It may be diversely used, as in broth, in wine, in conserves, syrups, etc. It is an excellent cordial, and against this malady most frequently prescribed, a herb indeed of such sovereignty, that as Diodorus, Book 7, Plinius, Book 25, Chap. 2, and Book 21, Chap. 22, Plutarch, Symposion, Book 1, Chap. 1, Dioscorides, Book 5, Chap. 40, Caelius, Book 19, Chap. 3, suppose it was that famous Nepenthes of Homer, which Polydena, Thonis's wife, then king of Thebes in Egypt, sent Helena for a token, of such rare virtue, that if taken steeped in wine, if wife and children, father and mother, brother and sister, and all thy dearest friends should die before thy face, thou couldst not grieve or shed a tear for them. Qui semel id patera mistum Nepenthes Iaccho, auserit, hic lacrymam non si suavissima proles, si germanus ei carus, materque, paterque opetat, ante oculos ferro confossas atroci. Helena's commanded bowl to exhilarate the heart had no other ingredient, as most of our critics conjecture, than this of borage. Balm. Melissa balm hath an admirable virtue to alter melancholy, be it steeped in our ordinary drink, extracted, or otherwise taken. Cardan, Book 8, much admires this herb. It heats and dries, saith Heurnius, in the 2nd degree, with a wonderful virtue comforts the heart, and purgeth all melancholy vapours from the spirits. Matthiolus in Book 3, Chap. 10, in Dioscoridem. Besides, they ascribe other virtues to it, as to help concoction, to cleanse the brain, expel all careful thoughts, and anxious imaginations. The same words in effect are in Avicenna, Pliny, Simon Sethi, Fuchsius, Leobel, Delacampius, and every herbalist. Nothing better for him that is melancholy, than to steep this and borage in his ordinary drink. Matthiolus, in his 5th book of medicinal epistles, reckons up scorzonera, not against poison only, falling sickness, and such as are vertiginous, but to this malady, the root of it taken by itself expels sorrow, causeth mirth and lightness of heart. Antonius Musa, that renowned physician to Caesar Augustus, in his book which he writ of the virtues of betony, chap. 6, wonderfully commends that herb, animus hominum et corpora custodit, securus Demeter reddit. It preserves both body and mind from fears, cares, griefs, cures falling sickness, this and many other diseases, to whom Galen subscribes. Dioscorides, Book 4, Chap. 1, etc. Marigold is much approved against melancholy, and often used therefore in our ordinary broth, as good against this and many other diseases. Hop. Lupulus, hop, is a sovereign remedy. Fuchsius much extols it. It purgeth all choler, and purifies the blood. Matthiolus, chap. 140, in 4 Dioscoridis, wonders the physicians of his time made no more use of it, because it rarefies and cleanseth. We use it to this purpose in our ordinary beer, which before was thick and fulsome. Wormwood, centaury, pennyroyal, are likewise magnified and much prescribed, as I shall after show, especially in hypochondriac melancholy, daily to be used, sod in whey, and as Rufus Ephesius, Aretus relate, by breaking wind, helping concoction. Many melancholy men have been cured with the frequent use of them alone. And because the spleen and blood are often misaffected in melancholy, I may not omit endive, succory, dandelion, fumitory, etc., which cleanse the blood. Scolopendria, cuscuta, keterache, mugwort, liverwort, ash, tamarisk, genist, maidenhair, etc., which must help and ease the spleen. To these I may add roses, violets, capers, featherfew, scordium, stachus, rosemary, ros solis, saffron, ocyme, sweet apples, wine, tobacco, sanders, etc., that Peruvian chamico, monstrosa facultate, etc., Lynchcosteus datura, and to such as are cold, the decoction of guaiacum, China sarsaparilla, sassafras, the flowers of Carduus benedictus, which I find much used by Montanus in his consultations, Julius Alexandrinus, Lelius, Egubinus, and others. Bernardus Penottus prefers his herba solis, or Dutch sindal, before all the rest in this disease, and will admit of no herb upon the earth to be comparable to it. It excels Homer's moly, cures this, falling sickness, and almost all other infirmities. The same Penottus speaks of an excellent balm out of Aponensis, which, taken to the quantity of 3 cups in a drop of wine, will cause a sudden alteration, drive away dumps, and cheer up the heart. Antonius Guarnerius, in his Antidotary, hath many such. Jacobus de Dondis, the aggregator, repeats ambergris, nutmegs, and allspice amongst the rest, but that cannot be general. Amber and spice will make a hot brain mad, good for cold and moist. Garcias ab Horto hath many Indian plants, whose virtues he much magnifies in this disease. Lemnius admires rue, and commends it to have excellent virtue, to expel vain imaginations, devils, and to ease afflicted souls. Other things are much magnified by writers, such as an old cock, a ram's head, a wolf's heart born or eaten, which Mercurialis approves, Prosper Altinus the water of Nilus, Gomesius all sea water, and at seasonable times to be seasick, goat's milk, whey, etc. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 32. Partition 2, Section 4, Member 1, Subsections 4 and 5. Subsection 4. Precious stones, metals, minerals, alteratives. Precious stones are diversely censured. Many explode the use of them or any minerals in physic, of whom Thomas Erastus is the chief, in his tract against Paracelsus, and in an epistle of his to Peter Monavius. That stones can work any wonders, let them believe that list, no man shall persuade me. For my part, I have found by experience there is no virtue in them. But Matthiolus, in his comment upon Dioscorides, is as profuse on the other side, in their condemnation. So is Cardan, Renodeus, Alaudus, Rueus, Encelius, Morbideus, etc. Matthiolus specifies in coral, and Oswaldus Crollius prefers the salt of coral. Christopher Encelius, Book 3, chap. 131, will have them to be as so many several medicines against melancholy, sorrow, fear, dullness, and the like. Renodeus admires them. Besides, they adorn kings' crowns, grace the fingers, enrich our household stuff, defend us from enchantments, preserve health, cure diseases. They drive away grief, cares, and exhilarate the mind. The particulars be these: granatus, a precious stone so called, because it is like the kernels of a pomegranate, an imperfect kind of ruby. It comes from Calicut. If hung about the neck, or taken in drink, it much resisteth sorrow, and recreates the heart. The same properties I find ascribed to the hyacinth and topaz. They allay anger, grief, diminish madness, much delight and exhilarate the mind. If it be either carried about, or taken in a potion, it will increase wisdom, saith Cardan, expel fear. He brags that he hath cured many madmen with it, which, when they laid by the stone, were as mad again as ever they were at first. Petrus Bayerus, Book 2, chap. 13, Venimicum, Rueus, chap. 19, De Geminis, say as much of the chrysolite, a friend of wisdom, an enemy to folly. Pliny, Book 37, Solinus, chap. 52, Albertus de Lapide, Cardan, Encelius, Book 3, chap. 66, highly magnifies the virtue of the beryl. It much avails to a good understanding, represseth vain conceits, evil thoughts, causeth mirth, etc. In the belly of a swallow there is a stone found called Chelidonius, which if it be lapped in a fair cloth, and tied to the right arm, will cure lunatics, madmen, make them amiable and merry. There is a kind of onyx called Chalcedony, which hath the same qualities, avails much against fantastic illusions which proceed from melancholy, preserves the vigour and good estate of the whole body. The ebon stone, which goldsmiths use to sleeken their gold with, borne about or given to drink, hath the same properties, or not much unlike. Levinus Lemnius, amongst other jewels, makes mention of two more notable, carbuncle and coral, which drive away childish fears, devils, overcome sorrow, and hung about the neck repress troublesome dreams, which properties almost Cardan gives to that green-coloured emetris, if it be carried about, or worn in a ring. Rueus to the diamond. Nicholas Cabeus, a Jesuit of Ferrara, in the first book of his Magnetical Philosophy, chap. 3, speaking of the virtues of a lodestone, recites many several opinions. Some say that if it be taken in parcels inward, si quis per frustra voret, juventutem restituet, it will, like viper's wine, restore one to his youth, and yet, if carried about them, others will have it to cause melancholy. Let experience determine. Mercurialis admires the emerald for its virtues in pacifying all affections of the mind, others the sapphire, which is the fairest of all precious stones, of sky choler, and a great enemy to black choler, frees the mind, mends manners, etc. Jacobus de Dondis, in his catalogue of simples, hath ambergris, os in corde cervi, the bone in a stag's heart, a monocerot's horn, bezoar stone, of which elsewhere. It is found in the belly of a little beast in the East Indies, brought into Europe by Hollanders and our countrymen merchants. Renodeus saith he saw two of these beasts alive in the castle of the lord of Vitry at Coubert. Lapis lazuli and Arminus, because they purge, shall be mentioned in their place. Of the rest in brief, thus much I will add out of Cardan, Renodeus, chap. 23, book 3, Rondoletius, etc., that almost all jewels and precious stones have excellent virtues to pacify the affections of the mind, for which cause rich men so much covet to have them; and those smaller unions which are found in shells amongst the Persians and Indians, by the consent of all writers, are very cordial, and most part avail to the exhilaration of the heart. Minerals. Most men say as much of gold and some other minerals, as these have done of precious stones. Erastus still maintains the opposite part. Disputationes in Paracelsum, chap. 4, fol. 196, he confesseth of gold, that it makes the heart merry, but in no other sense but as it is in a miser's chest, at mihi plaudo simul ac nummos contemplor in arca, as he said in the poet, it so revives the spirits, and is an excellent recipe against melancholy. For gold in physic is a cordial, therefore he loved gold in special. Aurum portabili he discommends and inveighs against it, by reason of the corrosive waters which are used in it, which argument our Dr. Gwyn urgeth against D. Antonius. Erastus concludes their philosophical stones and potable gold, etc., to be no better than poison, a mere imposture, a non-ens, dug out of that broody hill belike this golden stone is, ubi nascetur ridiculus mus. Paracelsus and his chemistical followers, as so many Promethei, will fetch fire from heaven, will cure all manner of diseases with minerals, accounting them the only physic on the other side. Paracelsus calls Galen, Hippocrates, and all their adherents, infants, idiots, sophisters, etc. Apagesis istos qui vulcanias istas metamorphoses suggerant, in scitiae soboles, supinae pertinaciae alumnos, etc. Not worthy the name of physicians, for want of these remedies, and brags that by them he can make a man live 160 years, or to the world's end, whither alexipharmacums, panaceas, mummias, unguentum armarium, and such magnetical cures. Lampus vitae et mortis, balneum Dianae, balsamum, electrum magico physicum, amuleta martiala, etc. What will not he and his followers effect? He brags, moreover, that he was primus medicorum, and did more famous cures than all the physicians in Europe besides. A drop of his preparations should go farther than a dram, or ounce of theirs, those loathsome and fulsome filthy potions, heterocritical pills, so he calls them, horse medicines, ad quorum aspectum Cyclops Polyphemus ex horresceret. And though some condemn their skill and magnetical cures as tending to magical superstition, witchery, charms, etc., yet they admire, stiffly vindicate nevertheless, and infinitely prefer them. But these are both in extremes, the middle sort approve of minerals, though not in so high a degree. Lemnius, lib. 3, chap. 6, commends gold inwardly and outwardly used, as in rings, excellent good in medicines, and such mixtures as are made for melancholy men, saith Wecker, to whom Renodius subscribes, lib. 2, chap. 2, Ficinus, lib. 2, chap. 19, Thurnal, Daniel Cernertus, lib. 1, part 2, chap. 9, Ordonacus, Libavius, Quercetanus, Oswaldus Crollius, Evonimus, Rubius, and Matthiolus in the 4th book of his epistles, Andreas a Blauen, Epistula ad Mathiolum, as commended and formerly used by Avicenna, Arnoldus, and many others. Matthiolus in the same place approves of potable gold, mercury, with many such chemical confections, and goes so far in approbation of them, that he holds no man can be an excellent physician that hath not some skill in chemistical distillations, and that chronic diseases can hardly be cured without mineral medicines. Look for antimony among purgers. Subsection 5. Compound alteratives, censure of compounds, and mixed physic. Pliny, book 24, chapter 1, bitterly taxeth all compound medicines. Men's knavery, imposture, and captious wits have invented those shops, in which every man's life is set to sale, and by came in those compositions and inexplicable mixtures, far-fetched out of India and Arabia. A medicine for a botch must be had as far as the Red Sea, and 'tis not without cause which he saith, for out of question they are much to blame in their compositions, whilst they make infinite variety of mixtures, as Fuchsius notes. They think they get themselves great credit, excel others, and be more learned than the rest, because they make many variations, but he accounts them fools, and whilst they brag of their skill, and think to get themselves a name, they become ridiculous, betray their ignorance and error. A few simples well prepared and understood are better than such a heap of nonsense, confused compounds, which are in apothecaries' shops ordinarily sold, in which many vain, superfluous, corrupt, obsolete things out of date are to be had. Saith Conarius, a company of barbarous names given to syrups, juleps, an unnecessary company of mixed medicines, rudis indigestaque moles. Many times, as Agrippa taxeth, there is by this means more danger from the medicine than from the disease, when they put together they know not what, or leave it to an illiterate apothecary to be made. They cause death and horror for health. Those old physicians had no such mixtures. A simple potion of hellebore in Hippocrates' time was the ordinary purge, and at this day, says Matthias Riccius, in that flourishing commonwealth of China, their physicians give precepts quite opposite to ours. Not unhappy in their physic, they use altogether roots, herbs, and simples in their medicines, and all their physic in a manner is comprehended in a herbal. No science, no school, no art, no degree, but like a trade, every man in private is instructed of his master. Cardan cracks that he can cure all diseases with water alone, as Hippocrates of old did most infirmities with one medicine. Let the best of our rational physicians demonstrate and give a sufficient reason for those intricate mixtures. Why just so many simples in Mithridate or treacle? Why such and such quantity? May they not be reduced to half or a quarter? Frustra fit per plura, as the saying is, quod fieri potest per parciora. 300 simples in a julep, potion, or little pill, to what end or purpose? I know not what Alkindus, Capivaccius, Montagna, and Simon A. Tover, the best of them and all most rational, have said in this kind, but neither he, they, nor any one of them gives his reader, to my judgment, that satisfaction which he ought. Why so many simples? Roger Bacon hath taxed many errors in his tract de Graduationibus, explained some things, but not cleared. Mercurialis in his book de Composit Medicine gives instance in Hamech and Philonium Romanum, which Hamech an Arabian and Philonius a Roman long since composed, but crass as the rest. If they be so exact, as by him it seems they were, and those mixtures so perfect, why doth Fernelius alter the one, and why is the other obsolete? Cardan taxeth Galen for presuming out of his ambition to correct Theriacum and Romachi, and we as justly may carp at all the rest. Galen's medicines are now exploded and rejected. What Nicholas Meripsa, Mesue, Celsus, Scribanius, Actuarius, etc. writ of old, are most part contemned. Melicius, Cordus, Wecker, Quercetan, Renodeus the Venetian, Florentine states have their several receipts, and magistrals, they of Nuremberg have theirs, and Augustana Pharmacopoeia, peculiar medicines to the meridian of the city, London hers, every city, town, almost every private man hath his own mixtures, compositions, receipts, magistrals, precepts, as if he scorned antiquity, and all others in respect of himself. But each man must correct and alter to show his skill. Every opinionative fellow must maintain his own paradox, be it what it will. Delirant reges, flectuntur acibi, they dote, and in the meantime the poor patients pay for their new experiments. The commonalty rue it. Thus others object, thus I may conceive out of the weakness of my apprehension. But to say truth, there is no such fault, no such ambition, no novelty or ostentation as some suppose, but as one answers, this of compound medicines, is a most noble and profitable invention found out, and brought into physic with great judgment, wisdom, counsel, and discretion. Mixed diseases must have mixed remedies, and such simples are commonly mixed as have reference to the part affected, some to qualify, the rest to comfort, some one part, some another. Cardan and Brassavola both hold that nullum simplex medicamentum sine noxa. No simple medicine is without hurt or offence, and although Hippocrates, Erasistratus, Diocles of old, in the infancy of this art, were content with ordinary simples, yet now, saith Aetius, necessity compelleth to seek for new remedies, and to make compounds of simples, as well to correct their harms if cold, dry, hot, thick, thin, insipid, noisome to smell, to make them savoury to the palate, pleasant to taste and take, and to preserve them for continuance, by admixtion of sugar, honey, to make them last months and years for several uses. In such cases compound medicines may be approved, and Arnoldus in his 18th aphorism does allow of it. If simples cannot, Necessity compels us to use compounds. So far receipts and magistrals, dies diem docet, one day teacheth another, and they are as so many words or phrases, quae nunc sunt in honore vocabula si volet usus, ebb and flow with the season, and as wits vary, so they may be infinitely varied. Quisque suum placitum quo capiator habet. Every man as he likes, so many men, so many minds, and yet all tending to good purpose, though not the same way. As arts and sciences, so physic is still perfected amongst the rest, ore musarum nutrices, and experience teacheth us every day many things which our predecessors knew not of. Nature is not effete, as he saith, or so lavish, to bestow all her gifts upon an age, but hath reserved some for posterity, to show her power, that she is still the same, and not old or consumed. Birds and beasts can cure themselves by nature. Naturae uso ea plerumque cognoscunt, quae homines vix longo labore ec doctrina asseque untur. But men must use much labour and industry to find it out. But I digress. Compound medicines are inwardly taken, or outwardly applied. Inwardly taken, be either liquid or solid. Liquid are fluid or consisting. Fluid as wines and syrups. The wines ordinarily used to this disease are wormwood wine, tamarisk, and buglossatum, wine made of borage and bugloss, the composition of which is specified in Arnoldus Villanovanus, lib. de vinis, of borage, balm, bugloss, cinnamon, etc., and highly commended for its virtues. It drives away leprosy, scabs, clears the blood, recreates the spirits, exhilarates the mind, purgeth the brain of those anxious black melancholy fumes, and cleanseth the whole body of that black humour by urine. To which I add, saith Villanovanus, that it will bring madmen, and such raging bedlamites as are tied in chains, to the use of their reason again. My conscience bears me witness that I do not lie. I saw a grave matron helped by this means. She was so choleric, and so furious sometimes, that she was almost mad and beside herself. She said and did she knew not what, scolded, beat her maids, and was now ready to be bound, till she drank of this borage wine, and by this excellent remedy was cured, which a poor foreigner, a silly beggar, taught her by chance, that came to crave an alms from door to door. The juice of borage, if it be clarified and drunk in wine, will do as much, the roots sliced and steeped, etc., says Anthony Misaldus, Art. Med., who cites this story verbatim out of Villanovanus, and so doth Magninus, a physician of Milan, in his regimen of health. Such another excellent compound water I find in Rubeus de Distillery, section 3, which he highly magnifies out of Savanarola, for such as are solitary, dull, heavy, or sad without a cause, or be troubled with trembling of heart. Other excellent compound waters for melancholy he cites in the same place, if their melancholy be not inflamed, or their temperature over hot. Evonimus hath a precious aquavitae to this purpose, for such as are cold, but he and most commend aurum potabile, and every writer prescribes clarified whey, with borage, bugloss, endive, succory, etc., of goat's milk especially, some indefinitely at all times, some 30 days together in the spring, every morning fasting, a good draught. Syrups are very good, and often used to digest this humour in the heart, spleen, liver, etc. As syrup of borage, there is a famous syrup of borage highly commended by Laurentius to this purpose in his tract of melancholy. De pomis of King Sabor, now obsolete, of thyme and epithyme. Hops, scolopendria, fumitory, maidenhair, byzantine, etc. These are most used for preparatives to other physic, mixed with distilled waters of like nature, or in juleps otherwise. Consisting are conserves or confections, conserves of borage, bugloss, balm, fumitory, succory, maidenhair, violets, roses, wormwood, etc. Confections, treacle, mithridate, eclems, or linctures, etc. Solid as aromatical confections, hot, diambra, diamargaritum calidum, dianthus, diamoschum dulce, electuarium de gemmis laetificans galene et rasis, diagalanga, diaciminum, Dianissum, Diatrion Piperion, Diazanzibar, Diacarpus, Diacinnamonum, cold, as Diamargaritum frigidum, Diacorvoli, Diarodon abatis, Diacodion, etc., as every pharmacopoeia will show you, with their tables or losings that are made out of them, with condites and the like. Outwardly used as occasion serves, as amulets, oils, hot and cold, as of camomile, stacados, violets, roses, almonds, poppy, nymphaea, mandrake, etc., to be used after bathing or to procure sleep. Ointments composed of the said species, oils and wax, etc., as alablastritum populeum, some hot, some cold, to moisten, procure sleep, and correct other accidents. Liniments are made of the same matter to the like purpose, emplasters of herbs, flowers, roots, etc., with oils and other liquors mixed and boiled together. Cataplasms, salves, or poultices made of green herbs, pounded or sod in water till they be soft, which are applied to the hypochondries, and other parts, when the body is empty. Cerotes are applied to several parts and frontals, to take away pain, grief, heat, procure sleep. Fomentations or sponges, wet in some decoctions, etc. Epithemata, or those moist medicines laid on linen, to bathe and cool several parts misaffected. Saculi, or little bags of herbs, flowers, seeds, roots, and the like, applied to the head, heart, stomach, etc. Odoraments, balls, perfumes, posies to smell to, all which have their several uses in melancholy, as shall be shown, when I treat of the cure of the distinct species by themselves. End of section 32. Section 33 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 33. Partition 2, Section 4, Member 2. Subsection 1. Purging simples upward. Melanagoga, or melancholy purging medicines, are either simple or compound, and that gently or violently, purging upward or downward. These following purge upward: asarum or asrabecca, which, as Mesue says, is hot in the 2nd degree, and dry in the 3rd. It is commonly taken in wine, whey, or, as with us, the juice of 2 or 3 leaves or more, sometimes, pounded in posset drink, qualified with a little licorice or aniseed, to avoid the fulsomeness of the taste. Or, as Diaserum Fernelii, Brassivola reckons it up amongst those simples that only purge melancholy, and Aurelius confirms as much out of his experience, that it purgeth black choler, like hellebore itself. Galen and Matthiolus ascribe other virtues to it, and will have it purge other humours as well as this. Laurel, by Heurnius's method, is put amongst the strong purges of melancholy. It is hot and dry in the 4th degree. Dioscorides, Book 11, Chapter 114, adds other effects to it. Pliny sets down 15 berries in drink for a sufficient potion. It is commonly corrected with his opposites, cold and moist, as juice of endive, purslane, and is taken in a potion to 7 grains and a half. But this, and asrabecca, every gentlewoman in the country knows how to give. They are 2 common vomits. Scilla, or sea onion, is hot and dry in the 3rd degree. Brassivola in Catat, out of Mesue, others, and his own experience, will have this simple to purge melancholy alone. It is an ordinary vomit, vinum scilliticum mixed with rubel in a little white wine. White hellebore, which some call sneezing powder, a strong purger upward, which many reject as being too violent. Mesue and Averroes will not admit of it, by reason of danger of suffocation, great pain and trouble it puts the poor patient to, saith Dodonaeus. Yet Galen and Dioscorides, chapter 145, allow of it. It was indeed terrible in former times, as Pliny notes, but now familiar, insomuch that many took it in those days, that were students, to quicken their wits, which Persius Satyr 1 objects to Accius the poet. illas aci ebria veratro. It helps melancholy, the falling sickness, madness, gout, etc., but not to be taken of old men, youths, such as are weaklings, nice or effeminate, troubled with headache, high coloured, or fear strangling, said Dioscorides. Oribasius, an old physician, hath written very copiously, and approves of it in such affections which can otherwise hardly be cured. Heurnius, Book 2. de Vomitoriis, will not have it used but with great caution, by reason of its strength, and then when antimony will do no good, which caused Hermophilus to compare it to a stout captain, as Codroneus observes, that will see all his soldiers go before him and come post principia, like the bragging soldier, last himself. When other helps fail in inveterate melancholy, in a desperate case, this vomit is to be taken. And yet for all this, if it be well prepared, it may be securely given at first. Matthiolus brags that he hath often, to the good of many, made use of it, and Heurnius that he hath happily used it, prepared after his own prescript, and with good success. Christophorus a Vega, Book 3. chap. 41, is of the same opinion, that it may be lawfully given, and our country gentlewomen find it by their common practice, that there is no such great danger in it. Dr. Turner, speaking of this plant in his Herbal, telleth us, that in his time it was an ordinary receipt among good wives to give hellebore in powder to eyed weight, and he is not much against it. But they do commonly exceed, for who so bold as blind Bayard, and prescribe it by pennyworths, and such irrational ways, as I have heard myself market folks ask for it in an apothecary's shop, but with what success God knows. They smart often for their rash boldness and folly, break a vein, make their eyes ready to start out of their heads, or kill themselves. So the fault is not in the physic, but in the rude and indiscreet handling of it. He that will know, therefore, when to use, how to prepare it aright, and in what dose, let him read Heurnius, Brassivola, Godefridus Stegius, the Emperor Rudolphus's physician, chapter 16, Matthiolus in Dioscoridum, and that excellent commentary of Baptista Codroncus, where we shall find great diversity of examples and receipts. Antimony, or stibium, which our chemists so much magnify, is either taken in substance or infusion, etc., and frequently prescribed in this disease. It helps all infirmities, saith Matthiolus, which proceed from black choler, falling sickness, and hypochondriacal passions, and for farther proof of his assertion, he gives several instances of such as have been freed with it. One of Andrew Gallus, a physician of Trent, that after many other essays imputes the recovery of his health, next after God, to this remedy alone. Another of George Hantius, that in like sort, when other medicines failed, was by this restored to his former health, and which of his knowledge others have likewise tried, and by the help of this admirable medicine been recovered. A third of a parish priest at Prague in Bohemia, that was so far gone with melancholy that he doted and spake he knew not what, but after he had taken 12 grains of stibium, as I myself saw and can witness, for I was called to see this miraculous accident, he was purged of a deal of black choler, like little gobbets of flesh, and all his excrements were as black blood, a medicine fitter for a horse than a man. Yet it did him so much good, that the next day he was perfectly cured. This very story of the Bohemian priest Schenkius relates verbatim, with great approbation of it. Hercules de Saxonia calls it a profitable medicine, if it be taken after meat to 6 or 8 grains, of such as are apt to vomit. Rodericus a Fonseca the Spaniard, and late professor of Padua in Italy, extols it to this disease. Tome 2, Consultation 85. So doth Lodovicus Mercatus, with many others. Jacobus Gervinus, a French physician, on the other side, explodes all this, and saith he took 3 grains only upon Matthiolus and some others' commendation, but it almost killed him. Whereupon he concludes, antimony is rather poison than a medicine. Erastus concurs with him in his opinion, and so doth Aelian Montaltus, chapter 30 de Melancholia. But what do I talk? 'Tis the subject of whole books. I might cite a century of authors pro and con. I will conclude with Zuinger. Antimony is like Scanderbeg's sword, which is either good or bad, strong or weak, as the party is that prescribes, or useth it. A worthy medicine if it be rightly applied to a strong man, otherwise poison. For the preparing of it, look in Evonimi Thesaurus, Quercetan, Oswaldus Crollius, Valentius, etc. Tobacco. Divine, rare, super excellent tobacco, which goes far beyond all the panaceas, potable gold, and philosopher's stones. A sovereign remedy to all diseases. A good vomit, I confess, a virtuous herb, if it be well qualified, opportunely taken, and medicinally used. But as it is commonly abused by most men, which take it as tinkers do ale, 'tis a plague, a mischief, a violent purger of goods, lands, health, hellish, devilish, and damned tobacco, the ruin and overthrow of body and soul. Subsection 2. Simples purging melancholy downward. Polypody and epithyme are, without all exceptions, gentle purgers of melancholy. Dioscorides will have them void phlegm, but Brassivola out of his experience averreth that they purge this humour. They are used in decoction, infusion, etc., simple, mixed, etc. Mirabolanes, all 5 kinds, are happily prescribed against melancholy and quartan agues. Brassivola speaks out of 1,000 experiences. He gave them in pills, decoctions, etc. Look for peculiar receipts in him. Sturcus, fumitory, dodder, herb mercury, roots of capers, genista or broom, pennyroyal and half-boiled cabbage, I find in this catalogue of purgers of black choler, origan, featherfew, ammoniac salt, saltpetre. But these are very gentle. Alippus, dragon root, centaury, dittany, colutea, which Fuchsius chapter 168 and others take the senna, but most distinguish. Senna is in the middle of violent and gentle purgers downward, hot in the 2nd degree, dry in the 1st. Brassivola calls it a wonderful herb against melancholy. It scours the blood, lightens the spirits, shakes off sorrow, a most profitable medicine, as Dodonaeus terms it, invented by the Arabians, and not heard of before. It is taken diverse ways, in powder, infusion, but most commonly in the infusion, with ginger or some cordial flowers added to correct it. Actuarius commends it sodden in broth, with an old cock, or in whey, which is the common conveyor of all such things as purge black choler, or steeped in wine, which Heurnius accounts sufficient, without any farther correction. Aloes by most is said to purge choler, but Aurelianus, Arculanus, Julius Alexandrinus, Crato prescribe it to this disease, as good for the stomach and to open the hemorrhoids, out of Mesue, Rhasis, Serapio, Avicenna, Menardus Epistularum Libri 1 Epistle 1. Menardus Epistularum Libri 1 Epistle 1 opposeth it. Aloes doth not open the veins, or move the hemorrhoids, which Leonhartus Fuchsius likewise affirms, but Brassivola and Dodonaeus defend Mesue out of their experience. Let Valesius end the controversy. Lapis armenus and lazuli are much magnified by Alexander Book 1 chapter 16, Avicenna, Aetius, and Actuarius. If they be well washed, that the water be no more coloured, 50 times, some say. That good Alexander, saith Guianerius, put such confidence in this one medicine, that he thought all melancholy passions might be cured by it. And I for my part have oftentimes happily used it, and was never deceived in the operation of it. The like may be said of lapis lazuli, though it be somewhat weaker than the other. Garcius ab Horto relates, that the physicians of the Moors familiarly prescribe it to all melancholy passions, and Matthiolus Epistularum Book 3 brags of that happy success which he still had in the administration of it. Nicholas Meripsa puts it amongst the best remedies, section 1, chapter 12, in Antidotis, and if this will not serve, saith Rhasis, then there remains nothing but lapis armenus and hellebore itself. Valescus and Jason Pratensis much commend pulvis hali, which is made of it. James Damascenus, 2 chapter 12, Hercules de Saxonia, etc., speaks well of it. Crato will not approve this. It and both hellebores, he saith, are no better than poison. Victor Trincavellius, Book 2, Chapter 14, found it in his experience to be very noisome, to trouble the stomach, and hurt their bodies that take it overmuch. Black hellebore, that most renowned plant, and famous purger of melancholy, which all antiquity so much used and admired, was first found out by Melampodius, a shepherd, as Pliny records, Book 25, Chapter 5, who, seeing it to purge his goats when they raved, practised it upon Elige and Calene, King Praetus' daughters, that ruled in Arcadia near the fountain Clitorius, and restored them to their former health. In Hippocrates' time it was in only request, insomuch that he writ a book of it, a fragment of which remains yet. Theophrastus, Galen, Pliny, Caelius Aurelianus, as ancient as Galen, Book 1, Chapter 6, Aretus, Book 1, Chapter 5, Oribasius, Book 7, a famous Greek, Aetius, Galen's ape, Book 7, Chapter 4, Actuarius, Trallianus, Book 5, Chapter 15, Cornelius Celsus, only remaining of the old Latins, Book 3, Chapter 23, extol and admire this excellent plant, and it was generally so much esteemed of the ancients, for this disease, amongst the rest, that they sent all such as were crazed, or that doted, to the Anticyrae, or to Phocis in Achaia, to be purged, where this plant was in abundance to be had. In Strabo's time it was an ordinary voyage, naviget Anticyras, a common proverb among the Greeks and Latins, to bid a dizzard or a madman go take hellebore, as in Lucian, Menippus to Tantalus. Tantale decipis, helleboro epoto tibi opus est, eoque sane miraco. Thou art out of thy little wit, O Tantalus, and must needs drink hellebore, and that without mixture. Aristophanes in Vespis drink hellebore, etc., and Harpax in the Comoedian told Simo and Ballio, two doting fellows, that they had needs to be purged with this plant. When that proud Menacrates, or Zeus, had writ an arrogant letter to Philip of Macedon, he sent back no other answer but this: Consulo tibi ut ad Anticyrum te conferas, noting thereby that he was crazed, atque elabore indigere, had much need of a good purge. Lilius Geraldus saith, that Hercules, after all his mad pranks upon his wife and children, was perfectly cured by a purge of hellebore, which an Anticyrian administered unto him. They that were sound commonly took it to quicken their wits, as Ennis of old, qui non nisi potus ad arma, prosiluit dicenda, and as our poets drink sack to improve their inventions. I find it so registered by Agellius, Book 17, Chapter 15. Camiadus the academic, when he was to write against Zeno the Stoic, purged himself with hellebore first, which Petronius puts upon Chrysippus. In such esteem it continued for many ages, till at length Mesue and some other Arabians began to reject and reprehend it, upon whose authority for many following lustres it was much debased and quite out of request, held to be poison and no medicine, and is still oppugned to this day by Crato and some junior physicians. The reasons are, because Aristotle said, henbane and hellebore were poisons, and Alexander Aphrodisias, in the preface of his Problems, gave out that, speaking of hellebore, quails fed on that which was poison to men. Galen confirms as much. Constantine the emperor in his Geoponics attributes no other virtue to it than to kill mice and rats, flies and mouldwarps. And so Mizaldus, Nicander of old, Gervinus, Stencius, and some other Neoterics that have written of poisons, speak of hellebore in a chief place. Nicholas Leonicus hath a story of Solon, that besieging I know not what city, steeped hellebore in a spring of water, which by pipes was conveyed into the middle of the town, and so either poisoned, or else made them so feeble and weak by purging, that they were not able to bear arms. Notwithstanding all these cavils and objections, most of our late writers do much approve of it. Gariopontus, Book 1, Chapter 13, Codruncus, Fallopius, Montanus, Frisemelica, Consilium 14, Hercules de Saxonia, so that it be opportunely given. Jacobus de Dondis, Amatus, Stegius, Chapter 13, Holerius, and all our herbalists subscribe. Fernelius confesseth it to be a terrible purge and hard to take, yet well given to strong men and such as have able bodies. Petrus Forestus and Capivaccius forbid it to be taken in substance, but allow it in decoction or infusion, both which ways Petrus Monavius approves above all others, Epistle 231, Scoltzii. Jacinus in 9, Rhasis, commends a receipt of his own preparing, Penottus another of his chemically prepared, Evonimus another. Hildesheim hath many examples how it should be used, with diversity of receipts. Heurnius calls it an innocent medicine, howsoever, if it be well prepared. The root of it is only in use, which may be kept many years, and by some given in substance, as by Fallopius and Brassivola amongst the rest, who brags that he was the first that restored it again to its use, and tells a story of how he cured one Melatasta, a madman, that was thought to be possessed, in the Duke of Ferrara's court, with one purge of black hellebore in substance. The receipt is there to be seen. His excrements were like ink. He perfectly healed at once. Vidus Vidius, a Dutch physician, will not admit of it in substance, to whom most subscribe, but as before in the decoction, infusion, or which is all in all, in the extract, which he prefers before the rest, and calls suave medicamentum, a sweet medicine, an easy, that may be securely given to women, children, and weaklings. Baracellus, Orto Geniali, terms it maximi praestantia medicamentum, a medicine of great worth and note. Quercetan and many others tell wonders of the extract. Paracelsus above all the rest is the greatest admirer of this plant, and especially the extract. He calls it Theriacum terrestre balsamum, another treacle, a terrestrial balm, instar omnium, all in all, the sole and last refuge to cure this malady, the gout, epilepsy, leprosy, etc. If this will not help, no physic in the world can but mineral. It is the upshot of all. Matthiolus laughs at those that except against it, and though some abhor it out of the authority of Mesue, and dare not adventure to prescribe it, yet I, saith he, have happily used it 600 times without offence, and communicated it to divers worthy physicians, who have given me great thanks for it. Look for receipts, dose, preparation, and other cautions concerning this simple. In him, Brassivola, Paracelsus, Codronchus, and the rest. Subsection 3. Compound purgers. Compound medicines which purge melancholy are either taken in the superior or inferior parts. Superior at mouth or nostrils. At the mouth swallowed or not swallowed. If swallowed, liquid or solid. Liquid as compound wine of hellebore, scilla, or sea onion, senna, vinum scilliticum, helleboratum, which Quercetan so much applauds for melancholy and madness, either inwardly taken or outwardly applied to the head, with little pieces of linen dipped warm in it. Oxymel, scilliticum, Syrupus helleboratus major and minor in Quercetan, and Syrupus genistae for hypochondriacal melancholy in the same author. Compound syrup of succory, of fumitory, polypody, etc. Heurnius, his purging cock broth. Some except against these syrups, as appears Podolrinus Leonorus, his epistle to Matthiolus, as most pernicious, and that out of Hippocrates, cocta movere et medicari non cruda, no raw things to be used in physic. But this in the following epistle is exploded and soundly confuted by Matthiolus. Many juleps, potions, receipts are composed of these, as you shall find in Hildesheim, Heurnius lib. 2. cap. 14, George Skenkius, etc. Solid purges are confections, electuaries, pills by themselves, or compound with others, as de lapide lazulo, armeno, pillulae indae, of fumitory, etc. Confection of hammock, which though most approve, Solinander section 5, Concilium 22, bitterly inveighs against. So doth Rondoletius, Vernilius, and others. Dia senna, dia polypodium, dia cassia, dia cathodicon, Weccus electuary de epithymo, Ptolemy's Hierologadium, of which diverse receipts are daily made. Aesius 22-23 commends Hieram, Trincarellius Concilium Book 12, Book 4 approves of Hiera, non, inquit, invenio melius medicamentum. I find no better medicine, he saith. Heurnius adds pillulae aggregatae, Pils de epithymo, Pillulae Indae. Mesue describes in the Florentine Antidotary, Pillulae sinae quibus esse nolo, Pillulae coccyx cum helleboro, Pillulae arabicae foetida, de quinque generibus mirabolanorum, etc. More proper to melancholy, not excluding in the meantime turbith, manna, rhubarb, agaric, elescophe, etc., which are not so proper to this humour. For as Montaltus holds, chapter 30, ad Montanus, cholera etiam purganda, quod atrae sit pabulum. Choler is to be purged because it feeds the other. And some are of an opinion, as Erasistratus and Asclepiades maintained of old, against whom Galen disputes, that no physic doth purge one humour alone, but all alike, or what is next. Most therefore in their receipts and magistrals which are coined here, make a mixture of several simples and compounds to purge all humours in general as well as this. Some rather use potions than pills to purge this humour, because that as Heurnius and Crato observe, hic succus a sicco remedio agri trahitur. This juice is not so easily drawn by dry remedies, and as Montanus adviseth, 25 Concilium, all drying medicines are to be repelled, as aloe, hiera, and all pills whatsoever, because the disease is dry of itself. I might here insert many receipts of prescribed potions, boles, etc. The doses of these, but that they are common in every good physician, and that I am loath to incur the censure of Forestus, Book 3, Chapter 6, de Urinis, against those that divulge and publish medicines in their mother tongue, and lest I should give occasion thereby to some ignorant reader to practise on himself, without the consent of a good physician. Such as are not swallowed, but only kept in the mouth, are gargarisms used commonly after a purge, when the body is soluble and loose, or apophlegmatisms, masticatories, to be held and chewed in the mouth, which are gentle, as hyssop, origan, pennyroyal, thyme, mustard, strong, as pellitory, pepper, ginger, etc. Such as are to be taken into the nostrils, erhina are liquid or dry, juice of pimpernel, onions, etc., castor, pepper, white hellebore, etc. To these you may add odoraments, perfumes, and suffumigations, etc. Taken into the inferior parts are clysters strong or weak, suppositories of Castilian soap, honey boiled to a consistence, or stronger of scammony, hellebore, etc. These are all used and prescribed to this malady upon several occasions, as shall be shown in its place. End of section 33.
Section 34 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 34. Partition 2, Section 4, Member 3. Surgical remedies. In letting of blood, 3 main circumstances are to be considered: who, how much, when; that is, that it be done to such a one as may endure it, or to whom it may belong; that he be of a competent age, not too young, nor too old, over weak, fat, or lean, sore laboured, but to such as have need, are full of bad blood, noxious humours, and may be eased by it. The quantity depends upon the party's habit of body, as he is strong or weak, full or empty, may spare more or less. In the morning is the fittest time. Some doubt whether it be best fasting or full, whether the moon's motion or aspect of planets be to be observed. Some affirm, some deny, some grant in acute but not in chronic diseases, whether before or after physic. 'Tis Heurnius' aphorism, a phlebotomia auspicandum esse curiationem, non a pharmacia. You must begin with bloodletting, and not with physic. Some accept this peculiar malady. But what do I? Horatius Augenius, a physician of Padua, hath lately writ 17 books of this subject, Gibbertus, etc. Particular kinds of bloodletting in use are three. First is that opening a vein in the arm with a sharp knife, or in the head, knees, or any other parts, as shall be thought fit. Cupping glasses with or without scarification, occissime compescunt, saith Fernelius, they work presently, and are applied to several parts, to divert humours, aches, winds, etc. Horse leeches are much used in melancholy, applied especially to the haemorrhoids. Horatius Agenius, Book 10, Chapter 10, Platerus de mentis alienationibus, Chapter 3, Altomarus, Piso, and many others prefer them before any evacuations in this kind. Cauteries, or searing with hot irons, combustions, borings, lancings, which, because they are terrible, dropax and synapismus, are invented by plasters to raise blisters, and eating medicines of pitch, mustard seed, and the like. Issues still to be kept open, made as the former, and applied in and to several parts, have their use here on divers occasions, as shall be shown. End of section 34.
Section 35 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 35. Partition 2, Section 5, Member 1, Subsections 1 to 4. Subsection 1. Particular cure of the three several kinds of head melancholy. The general cures thus briefly examined and discussed, it remains now to apply these medicines to the three particular species or kinds that, according to the several parts affected, each man may tell in some sort how to help or ease himself. I will treat of head melancholy first, in which, as in all other good cures, we must begin with diet, as a matter of most moment, able oftentimes of itself to work this effect. I have read, saith Laurentius, that in old diseases which have gotten the upper hand, or a habit, the manner of living is to more purpose than whatsoever can be drawn out of the most precious boxes of the apothecaries. This diet, as I have said, is not only in choice of meat and drink, but of all those other non-natural things. Let air be clear and moist most part. Diet moistening, of good juice, easy of digestion, and not windy. Drink clear, and well brewed, not too strong nor too small. Make a melancholy man fat, as Rhasis saith, and thou hast finished the cure. Exercise not too remiss nor too violent. Sleep a little more than ordinary. Excrements daily to be voided by art or nature, and which Fernelius enjoins his patient, above the rest, to avoid all passions and perturbations of the mind. Let him not be alone or idle, in any kind of melancholy, but still accompanied with such friends and familiars he most affects, neatly dressed, washed, and combed, according to his ability at least, in clean sweet linen, spruce, handsome, decent, and good apparel. For nothing sooner dejects a man than want, squalor, and nastiness, foul or old clothes out of fashion. Concerning the medicinal part, he that will satisfy himself at large in this precedent of diet, and see all at once the whole cure and manner of it in every distinct species, let him consult with Gordonius, Valescus, with Prosper Calenius, Liber de Atrabile, Cesium, Laurentius, chapter 8 and 9 de Melancholia, Aelian Montaltus de Melancholia, chapters 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, Donatus ab Altomari, chapter 7, Hercules de Saxonia, Savonarola, Sckenkius, Hieronius, Victorius Faventius, Hildesheim, Plater, Stokerus, Petrus Baverus, Forestus, Fuchsius, Capivaccius, Rondeletius, Jason Pratensis, Sallustius Salvianus, Iacinus, Ludovicus Alexander Massaria, Olerius, etc., that have culled out of those old Greeks, Arabians, and Latins whatsoever is observable or fit to be used. Or let him read those counsels and consultations of Hugo Sinensis, Concilia 13 and 14, Rainerus Solanander, Concilium 6, section 1, and Concilium 3, section 3, Crato, Concilium 16, book 1, Montanus 20:22, and his following counsels, Lelius a Fonte Egubinus, consultation 44, 69, 77, 125, 129, 142, Fernelius Concilia 44, 45, 46, Julius Caesar Claudinus, Mercurialis, Frambesarius, Senertus, etc., wherein he shall find particular receipts, the whole method, preparatives, purgers, correctors, averters, cordials in great variety and abundance, out of which, because every man cannot attend to read or peruse them, I will collect for the benefit of the reader some few more notable medicines. Subsection 2. Bloodletting. Phlebotomy is promiscuously used before and after physic, commonly before, and upon occasion is often reiterated, if there be any need at least of it. For Galen and many others make a doubt of bleeding at all in this kind of head melancholy. If the malady, saith Piso, chapter 23, and Altomarus, chapter 7, Fuchsius, chapter 33, shall proceed primarily from the misaffected brain, the patient in such case shall not need at all to bleed, except the blood otherwise abound, the veins be full, inflamed blood, and the party ready to run mad. In immaterial melancholy, which especially comes from a cold distemperature of spirits, Hercules de Saxonia, chapter 17, will not admit of phlebotomy. Laurentius, chapter 9, approves it out of the authority of the Arabians. But as Mesue, Rhasis, Alexander appoint, especially in the head, to open the veins of the forehead, nose, and ears is good. They commonly set cupping glasses on the party's shoulders, having first scarified the place. They apply horse leeches on the head, and in all melancholy diseases, whether essential or accidental, they cause the hemorrhoids to be opened, having the 11th aphorism of the 6th book of Hippocrates for their ground and warrant, which saith, that in melancholy and mad men the varicose tumour or hemorrhoids appearing doth heal the same. Valescus prescribes bloodletting in all three kinds, whom Sallustius Salvianus follows. If the blood abound, which is discerned by the fullness of the veins, his precedent diet, the party's laughter, age, etc., begin with the median or middle vein of the arm. If the blood be ruddy and clear, stop it. But if black in the springtime, or a good season, or thick, let it run, according to the party's strength. And some 8 or 12 days after, open the head vein, and the veins in the forehead, or provoke it out of the nostrils, or cupping glasses, etc. Trallianus allows of this, if there have been any suppression or stopping of blood at nose, or hemorrhoids, or women's months, then to open a vein in the head or about the ankles. Yet he doth hardly approve of this course, if melancholy be situated in the head alone, or in any other dotage, except it primarily proceed from blood, or that the malady be increased by it. For bloodletting refrigerates and dries up, except the body be very full of blood, and a kind of ruddiness in the face. Therefore I conclude with Aretius, before you let blood, deliberate of it, and well consider all circumstances belonging to it. Subsection 3. Preparatives and purgers. After bloodletting we must proceed to other medicines. First prepare and then purge. Augie stabulum purgare. Make the body clean before we hope to do any good. Walter Bruhl would have a practitioner begin first with a clyster of his, which he prescribes before bloodletting. The common sort, as Mercurialis, Montaltus, cap 30, etc., proceed from lenitives to preparatives, and so to purgers. Lenitives are well known, electuarium lenitivum, diaphenicum diacatholicon, etc. Preparatives are usually syrups of borage, bugloss, apples, fumitory, thyme, and epithyme, with double as much of the same decoction or distilled water, or of the waters of bugloss, balm, hops, endive, scolopendry, fumitory, etc., or these sodden in whey, which must be reiterated and used for many days together. Purges come last, which must not be used at all if the malady may be otherwise helped, because they weaken nature and dry so much, and in giving of them we must begin with the gentlest first. Some forbid all hot medicines, as Alexander and Salvianus, etc. Ne incendiares indefiant, hot medicines increase the disease by drying too much. Purge downward rather than upward, use potions rather than pills, and when you begin physic, persevere and continue in a course, for as one observes, movere et non educere in omnibus malum est, to stir up the humour, as one purge commonly doth, and not to prosecute, doth more harm than good. They must continue in a course of physic, yet not so that they tire and oppress nature, danda quies naturae. They must now and then remit, and let nature have some rest. The most gentle purges to begin with are senna, cassia, epitime, mirabolania, catholicon. If these prevail not, we may proceed to stronger, as the confection of hamach, pil inde, fumatore, deasieret, of lapis armanus and lazuli, diasenna, or if pills be too dry, some prescribe both hellebores in the first place, amongst the rest aretus, because this disease will resist a gentle medicine. Laurentius and Hercules de Saxonia would have antimony tried last, if the party be strong, and it warily given. Trincavelius prefers hierologodium, to whom Francis Alexander subscribes, a very good medicine they account it. But Crato, in a counsel of his for the Duke of Bavaria's chancellor, wholly rejects it. I find a vast chaos of medicines, a confusion of receipts and magistrals, amongst writers appropriated to this disease. Some of the chiefest I will rehearse. To be seasick first is very good at seasonable times. Helleborismus Mattioli, with which he vaunts and boasts he did so many several cures, I never gave it, saith he, but after once or twice, by the help of God, they were happily cured. The manner of making it he sets down at large in his third book of epistles to George Hankshius, a physician. Walter Bruhl and Heurnius make mention of it with great approbation. So doth Sckenkius in his memorable cures and experimental medicines. That famous Helleborisma of Montanus, which he so often repeats in his consultations and counsels, as 28 pro melancholio sacerdote, et consilium 148 pro hypochondriaco, and cracks, to be a most sovereign remedy for all melancholy persons, which he hath often given without offence, and found by long experience and observations to be such. Quercetan prefers a syrup of hellebore in his Spagyrica Pharmacia, and Hellebore's extract, chapter 5 of his invention likewise, a most safe medicine, and not unfit to be given children, before all remedies whatsoever. Paracelsus in his book of black hellebore admits this medicine, but as it is prepared by him, it is most certain, saith he, that the virtue of this herb is great, and admirable in effect, and little differing from balm itself. And he that knows well how to make use of it, hath more art than all their books contain, or all the doctors in Germany can show. Aelianus Montaltus, in his exquisite work De Morbibus Capitis, chapter 31, sets a special receipt of his own, which in his practice he fortunately used. Because it is but short, I will set it down. Prescription: Sirope de pomis, 2 ounces, aquae boragicae, 4 ounces, Hellebori nigri per noctem infusi in ligatura, 6 vel 8 gram manifacta collatura exhibe. Other receipts of the same to this purpose you shall find in him. Valescus admires pulvis halli, and Jason Pratensis after him, the confection of which our new London pharmacopoeia hath lately revived. Put case, saith he, all other medicines fail, by the help of God this alone shall do it, and 'tis a crowned medicine which must be kept in secret. Prescription: Epiteme half an ounce, lapidis lazuli, agarici anna 3 ounces, scamnoniae 1 dram, Cariophylorum numero 20 pulvescentro omnia, et ipsius pulveris 4 singulis septimanus assumat. To these I may add Arnoldi vinum buglossalum, or borage wine, before mentioned, which Mizaldus calls vinum mirabile, a wonderful wine, and Stockerus vouchsafes to repeat verbatim amongst other receipts. Rubius his compound water out of Savonarola, Pinetus his balm, Cardan's pulvis iacinti, with which in his book De Curis Admirandis he boasts that he had cured many melancholy persons in 8 days, which Sckenkius puts amongst his observable medicines. Altomarus his syrup, with which he calls God so solemnly to witness he hath in his kind done many excellent cures, and which Sckenkius mentioneth, Daniel Sennertus so much commends. Rulandus's admirable water for melancholy, which he names Spiritum Vitae Aureum Panaceum, what not, and his absolute medicine of 50 eggs, to be taken 3 in a morning, with a powder of his. Faventinus doubles this number of eggs, and will have 101 to be taken by 3 and 3 in like sort, which Sallust Salvian approves with some of the same powder, till all be spent, a most excellent remedy for all melancholy and mad men. Prescription: Epiteme, timi, anadrachmas duas, sacchari albi unciam unam, croci grana tria, cinnamoni drachmam unam, misce fiat pulvis. All these yet are nothing to those chemical preparatives of aqua Caledonia, quintessence of hellebore, salts, extracts, distillations, oils, aurum potibile, etc. Dr. Anthony in his book De Auro Potibili, edited 1600, is all in all for it. And though all the schools of Galenists, with a wicked and unthankful pride and scorn, detest it in their practice, yet in more grievous diseases, when their vegetals will do no good, they are compelled to seek the help of minerals, though they use them rashly, unprofitably, slackly, and to no purpose. Rhenanus, a Dutch chemist, in his book De Sale e Puteo Emergente, takes upon him to apologize for Anthony, and sets light by all that speak against him. But what do I meddle with this great controversy, which is the subject of many volumes? Let Paracelsus, Quercetan, Crolius, and the brethren of the Rosy Cross defend themselves as they may. Crato, Erastus, and the Galenists oppugn Paracelsus. He brags on the other side he did more famous cures by this means than all the Galenists in Europe, and calls himself a monarch. Galen, Hippocrates, infants, illiterate, etc. As Thessalus of old railed against those ancient Asclepiadean writers, he condemns others, insults, triumphs, overcomes all antiquity, saith Galen as if he spake to him, declares himself a conqueror, and crowns his own doings. One drop of their chemical preparatives shall do more good than all their fulsome potions. Erastus and the rest of the Galenists vilify them on the other side as heretics in physic. Paracelsus did that in physic which Luther in divinity. A drunken rogue he was, a base fellow, a magician. He had the devil for his master, devils his familiar companions, and what he did was done by the help of the devil. Thus they contend and rail, and every mart write books pro and con, et ad hoc sub judice lis est. Let them agree as they will, I proceed. Subsection 4. Averters. Averters and purgers must go together, as tending all to the same purpose, to divert this rebellious humour and turn it another way. In this range clysters and suppositories challenge a chief place, to draw this humour from the brain and heart to the more ignoble parts. Some would have them still used a few days between, and those to be made with the boiled seeds of anise, fennel, and bastard saffron, hops, thyme, epithyme, mallows, fumitory, bugloss, polypody, senna, diasene, hammock, cassia, diacatholicon, eorlagodium, oil of violets, sweet almonds, etc. For without question a clyster opportunely used cannot choose in this, as most other maladies, but to do very much good. Clysteres nutriunt, sometimes clysters nourish, as they may be prepared, as I was informed not long since by a learned lecture of our natural philosophy reader, which he handled by way of discourse, out of some other noted physicians. Such things as provoke urine most commend, but not sweat. Trincavelius, Concilium 16, chapter 1, in head melancholy, forbids it. Petrus Biarus and others approve frictions of the outward parts, and to bathe them in warm water. Instead of ordinary frictions, Cardan prescribes rubbing with nettles till they blister the skin, which likewise Basardus Visontinus so much magnifies. Sneezing, masticatories, and nasals are generally received. Montaltus, chapter 34, Hildesheim, gives several recipes of all three. Hercules de Saxonia relates of an empiric in Venice that had a strong water to purge by the mouth and nostrils, which he still used in head melancholy, and would sell for no gold. To open months and hemorrhoids is very good physic, if they have been formerly stopped. Faventinus would have them opened with horseleeches, so would Hercules de Saxonia. Julius Alexandrinus Concilium 185, Scoltzii thinks aloes fitter. Most approve horseleeches in this case to be applied to the forehead, nostrils, and other places. Montaltus, chapter 29, out of Alexander and others, prescribes cupping glasses, and issues in the left thigh. Aratus, book 7, chapter 5, Paulus Regolinus, Silvius, will have them without scarification applied to the shoulders and back, thighs, and feet. Montaltus, chapter 34, bids open an issue in the arm, or hinder part of the head. Piso enjoins ligatures, frictions, suppositories, and cupping glasses, still without scarification, and the rest. Cauteries and hot irons are to be used in the suture of the crown, and the seared or ulcerated place suffered to run a good while. 'Tis not amiss to bore the skull with an instrument, to let out the fuliginous vapours. Sallustius Salvianus de Re Medica, Book 2, Chapter 1, because this humour hardly yields to other physic, would have the leg cauterized, or the left leg below the knee, and the head bored in 2 or 3 places, for that it much avails to the exhalation of the vapours. I saw, saith he, a melancholy man at Rome, that by no remedies could be healed, but when by chance he was wounded in the head and the skull broken, he was excellently cured. Another, to the admiration of the beholders, breaking his head with a fall from on high, was instantly recovered of his dotage. Gordonius, chapter 13, part 2, would have these cauteries tried last, when no other physic will serve. The head to be shaved and bored to let out fumes, which without doubt will do much good. I saw a melancholy man wounded in the head with a sword, his brain-pan broken. So long as the wound was open, he was well, but when his wound was healed, his dotage returned again. But Alexander Massaria, a professor in Padua, will allow no cauteries at all. 'Tis too stiff a humour and too thick, as he holds, to be so evaporated. Guianerius, chapter 8, tract 15, cured a nobleman in Savoy by boring alone, leaving the hole open a month together, by means of which, after 2 years' melancholy and madness, he was delivered. All approve of this remedy in the suture of the crown, but Arculanus would have the cautery to be made with gold. In many other parts these cauteries are prescribed for melancholy men, as in the thighs, Mercurialis Concilium 86, arms, legs, idem Concilium 6 and 19 and 25, Montanus 86, Rodericus a Fonseca Tom 2, Consultation 84, Pro Hypochondriaco Coxa Dextra, etc., but most in the head, if other physic will do no good. End of section 35. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. Section 36 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 36. Partition 2, Section 5, Member 1, Subsection 5. Alteratives and cordials, corroborating, resolving the reliques, and mending the temperament. Because this humour is so malign of itself, and so hard to be removed, the reliques are to be cleansed by alteratives, cordials, and such means. The temper is to be altered and amended, with such things as fortify and strengthen the heart and brain, which are commonly both affected in this malady, and do mutually misaffect one another, which are still to be given every other day, or some few days inserted after a purge, or like physic as occasion serves, and are of such force that many times they help alone, and as Arnoldus holds in his aphorisms, are to be preferred before all other medicines, in what kind soever. Amongst this number of cordials and alteratives I do not find a more present remedy than a cup of wine or strong drink, if it be soberly and opportunely used. It makes a man bold, hardy, courageous, whetteth the wit, if moderately taken, and as Plutarch saith, it makes those which are otherwise dull to exhale and evaporate like frankincense, or quicken, Xenophon adds, as oil doth fire. A famous cordial Matthiolus in Dioscordum calls it an excellent nutriment to refresh the body. It makes a good colour, a flourishing age, helps concoction, fortifies the stomach, takes away obstructions, provokes urine, drives out excrements, procures sleep, clears the blood, expels wind and cold poisons, attenuates, concocts, dissipates all thick vapours, and fuliginous humours. And that which is all in all to my purpose, it takes away fear and sorrow. Cura sedaces dissipat aevius. It glads the heart of man. Psalm 104:15. Hilaritatis dulce seminarium. Helena's bowl, the sole nectar of the gods, or that true Nepenthes in Homer, which puts away care and grief, as Oribasius and some others will, was naught else but a cup of good wine. It makes the mind of the king and of the fatherless both one, of the bond and freeman, poor and rich. It turneth all his thoughts to joy and mirth, makes him remember no sorrow or debt, but enricheth his heart, and makes him speak by talents. Esdras 3, 19, 20, 21. It gives life itself, spirits, wit, etc. for which cause the ancients called Bacchus liber pater a liberando, and sacrificed to Bacchus and Pallas still upon an altar. Wine measurably drunk, and in time, brings gladness and cheerfulness of mind. It cheereth God and men. Judges 9:13. Laetitiae Bacchus dator, it makes an old wife dance, and such as are in misery to forget evil, and be merry. Bacchus et afflictis requiem mortalibus affert, crura licet duro compere vincta forent. Wine makes a troubled soul to rest, though feet in fetters be oppressed. Demetrius in Plutarch, when he fell into Seleucus' hands, and was prisoner in Syria, spent his time with dice and drink, that he might so ease his discontented mind, and to avoid those continual cogitations of his present condition, wherewith he was tormented. Therefore Solomon, Proverbs 31:6, bids wine be given to him that is ready to perish, and to him that hath grief of heart let him drink, that he forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Solicitis animis onus eximit, it easeth a burdened soul, nothing speedier, nothing better, which the prophet Zechariah perceived, when he said, that in the time of Messias they of Ephraim should be glad, and their heart should rejoice as through wine. All which makes me very well approve of that pretty description of a feast in Bartholomeus Anglicus, when grace was said, their hands washed, and the guests sufficiently exhilarated with good discourse, sweet music, dainty fare, exhilarationis gratia, pocula iterum atque iterum offeruntur, as a corollary to conclude the feast, and continue their mirth, a grace cup came in to cheer their hearts, and they drank healths to one another again and again, which, as Fredericus Matenesius, was an old custom in all ages in every commonwealth, so as they be not enforced bibere per violentiam, but as in that royal feast of Ahasuerus, which lasted 180 days, without compulsion they drank by order in golden vessels, when and what they would themselves. This of drink is a most easy and parable remedy, a common, a cheap, still ready against fear, sorrow, and such troublesome thoughts that molest the mind. As brimstones with fire, the spirits on a sudden are enlightened by it. No better physic, saith Rhasis, for a melancholy man, and he that can keep company and carouse needs no other medicines, 'tis enough. His countryman Avicenna proceeds farther yet, and will have him that is troubled in mind or melancholy, not to drink only, but now and then to be drunk. Excellent good physic it is for this and many other diseases. Manunus will have them to be so once a month at least, and gives his reasons for it, because it scours the body by vomit, urine, sweat, of all manner of superfluities, and keeps it clean. Of the same mind is Seneca the philosopher, in his book De Tranquillitate, Book 1, Chapter 15. Nonunquam ut in aliis morbis ad ebrietatem usque veniendum. Curas deprimit, tristiatse meritur. It is good sometimes to be drunk. It helps sorrow, depresseth cares, and so concludes this tract with a cup of wine. Aves, serene carissime, quae ad tranquillitatem anime pertinent. But these are epicureal tenets, tending to looseness of life, luxury and atheism, maintained alone by some heathens, dissolute Arabians, profane Christians, and are exploded by Rabbi Moses, Placentius, Valescus de Taranta, and most accurately ventilated by Johannes Silvaticus, a late writer and physician of Milan, where you shall find this tenet copiously confuted. Howsoever you say, if this be true, that wine and strong drink have such virtue to expel fear and sorrow, and to exhilarate the mind, ever after let's drink and be merry. Prome recunditum, lide strenua, cecubum, capiciores puer uc afer siphos, et quia vina aut lesbia. Come, lusty Leda, fill us a cup of sack, and Syrah drawer, bigger pots we lack, and CO wines that have so good a smack.
I say with him in Aulus Gellius, let us maintain the vigour of our souls with a moderate cup of wine, natis in usum laetitiae siphis, and drink to refresh our mind. If there be any cold sorrow in it, or torpid bashfulness, let's wash it all away. Nunc vino pellete curas, so saith Horace, so saith Anacreon. Metionta garme caestae, pol creson et anonta. Let's drive down care with a cup of wine, and so say I too, though I drink none myself, for all this may be done, so that it be modestly, soberly, opportunely used, so that they be not drunk with wine, wherein is excess, which our apostle forewarns, for as Chrysostom well comments on that place, ad laetitium datum est vinum, non ad ebrietatem, 'tis for mirth wine, but not for madness. And will you know where, when, and how that is to be understood? Visticere ubi bonum sit vinum. Audi quid dicat scriptura, hear the scriptures, give wine to them that are in sorrow, or as Paul bid Timothy drink wine for his stomach's sake, for concoction, health, or some such honest occasion. Otherwise, as Pliny telleth, if singular moderation be not had, nothing so pernicious, 'tis mere vinegar, blandus daemon, poison itself. But here a more fearful doom, Habakkuk 2:15 and 16. Woe be to him that makes his neighbour drunk, shameful spewing shall be upon his glory. Let not good fellows triumph therefore, said Matthiolus, that I have so much commended wine, if it be immoderately taken, instead of making glad, it confounds both body and soul, it makes a giddy head, a sorrowful heart. And 'twas well said of the poet of old, Wine causeth mirth and grief, nothing so good for some, so bad for others, especially as one observes, qui a causa callida male abent, that are hot or inflamed. And so of spices, they alone, as I have showed, cause head melancholy themselves. They must not use wine as an ordinary drink, or in their diet. But to determine with Laurentius, wine is bad for madmen, and such as are troubled with heat in their inner parts or brains. But to melancholy, which is cold, as most is, wine, soberly used, may be very good. I may say the same of the decoction of China roots, sassafras, sarsaparilla, guaiacum. China, saith Manardus, makes a good colour in the face, takes away melancholy, and all infirmities proceeding from cold. Even so sarsaparilla provokes sweat mightily, guaiacum dries. Claudinus, Montanus, Capivaccius, Scoltzii make frequent and good use of guaiacum and China, so that the liver be not incensed, goods for such as are cold, as most melancholy men are, but by no means to be mentioned in hot. The Turks have a drink called coffee, for they use no wine, so named of a berry as black as soot, and as bitter, like that black drink which was in use amongst the Lacedaemonians, and perhaps the same, which they sip still of, and sup as warm as they can suffer. They spend much time in these coffee houses, which are somewhat like our ale-houses or taverns, and there they sit chatting and drinking to drive away the time, and to be merry together, because they find by experience that kind of drink, so used, helpeth digestion, and procureth alacrity. Some of them take opium to this purpose. Borage, balm, saffron, gold, I have spoken of. Montaltus commends scorzonera roots condite. Garcius ab Orto makes mention of an herb called datura, which, if it be eaten for 24 hours following, takes away all sense of grief, makes them incline to laughter and mirth. And another called bauge, like in effect to opium, which puts them for a time into a kind of ecstasy, and makes them gently to laugh. One of the Roman emperors had a seed, which he did ordinarily eat to exhilarate himself. Christophorus Aerarus prefers bezoar stone, and the confection of alkermes, before other cordials, and amber in some cases. Alkermes comforts the inner parts, and bezoar stone hath an especial virtue against all melancholy affections. It refresheth the heart, and corroborates the whole body. Amber provokes urine, helps the body, breaks wind, etc. After a purge, 3 or 4 grains of bezoar stone, and 3 grains of ambergris, drunk or taken in borage or bugloss water, in which gold hot hath been quenched, will do much good, and the purge shall diminish less, the heart so refreshed, of the strength and substance of the body. To bezoar stone most subscribe, Manardus and many others. It takes away sadness, and makes him merry that useth it. I have seen some that have been much diseased with faintness, swooning, and melancholy, that taking the weight of 3 grains of this stone in the water of ox tongue have been cured. Garcius ab Orto brags how many desperate cures he hath done upon melancholy men by this alone, when all physicians had forsaken them. But alkermes many except against, and in some cases it may help, if it be good and of the best, such as that of Montpellier in France, which Ioricus Sincerus Itinerario Galliae so much magnifies, and would have no traveller omit to see it made. But it is not so general a medicine as the other. Fernelius, Concilium 49, suspects alkermes by reason of its heat. Nothing, saith he, sooner exasperates this disease than the use of hot working meats and medicines, and would have them for that cause warily taken. I conclude therefore of this and all other medicines, as Thucydides of the plague at Athens, no remedy could be prescribed for it, Nam quod uni profuit, hoc aliis erat exitio. There is no Catholic medicine to be had, that which helps one is pernicious to another. Dia margaritum frigidum, diambra, dia boragenatum, electuarium letificans galani et resis, digemis, dianthos, diamoscum dulceram, electuarium conciliatoris, syrup sidiniorum de pomis, conserves of roses, violets, fumitory, enula campana, satyrion, lemons, orange pills, condite, etc. have their good use. Every physician is full of such receipts. One only I will add for the rareness of it, which I find recorded by many learned authors as an approved medicine against dotage, head melancholy, and such diseases of the brain. Take a ram's head that never meddled with an ewe, cut off at a blow, and the horns only take away. Boil it well, skin and wool together. After it is well sawed, take out the brains, and put these spices to it: cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, mace, cloves. Mingle the powder of these spices with it, and heat them in a platter upon a chafing dish of coals together, stirring them well, that they do not burn. Take heed it be not overmuch dried, or drier than a calf's brains ready to be eaten. Keep it so prepared, and for 3 days give it the patient fasting, so that he fast 2 hours after it. It may be eaten with bread, in an egg or broth, or any way so it be taken. For 14 days let him use this diet, drink no wine, etc. Gesner, Caracterius, Iatro mention this medicine, though with some variation. He that list may try it, and many such. Odoraments to smell to, of rose water, violet flowers, balm, rose cakes, vinegar, etc., do much recreate the brains and spirits, according to Solomon. Proverbs 27:9. They rejoice the heart, and as some say, nourish. 'Tis a question commonly controverted in our schools, an odores nutriant? Let Ficinus, Book 2, Chapter 18, decide it. Many arguments he brings to prove it. As of Democritus, that lived by the smell of bread alone, applied to his nostrils for some few days, when for old age he could eat no meat. Ferrarius speaks of an excellent confection of his making, of wine, saffron, etc., which he prescribed to dull, weak, feeble, and dying men to smell to, and by it to have done very much good. Eque fere profuse olfactu et potu, as if he had given them drink. Our noble and learned Lord Verulam, in his book De Vita et Morte, commends, therefore, all such cold smells as any way serve to refrigerate the spirits. Montanus, Concilium 31, prescribes a form which he would have his melancholy patient never to have out of his hands. If you will have them spagirically prepared, look in Oswaldus Crollius. Irrigations of the head shaven, of the flowers of water lilies, lettuce, violets, chamomile, wild mallows, wether's head, etc., must be used many mornings together. Montanus, Concilium 31, would have the head so washed once a week. Laelius, a Fonte Eugubinus, Consultation 44, for an Italian count, troubled with head melancholy, repeats many medicines which he tried, but 2 alone which did the cure: use of whey made of goat's milk, with the extract of hellebore, and irrigations of the head with water lilies, lettuce, violets, chamomile, etc., upon the suture of the crown. Piso commends a ram's lungs applied hot to the forepart of the head, or a young lamb divided in the back, exenterated, etc. All acknowledge the chief cure in moistening throughout. Some, saith Laurentius, use powders and caps to the brain. But forasmuch as such aromatical things are hot and dry, they must be sparingly administered. Unto the heart we may do well to apply bags, epithems, ointments, of which Laurentius chapter 9 de Melancholia gives examples. Bruel prescribes an epithem for the heart of bugloss, borage, water lily, violet waters, sweet wine, balm leaves, nutmegs, cloves, etc. For the belly, make a fomentation of oil, in which the seeds of cumin, rue, carrots, dill, have been boiled. Baths are of wonderful great force in this malady, much admired by Galen, Aetius, Rhasis, etc., of sweet water, in which is boiled the leaves of mallows, roses, violets, water lilies, wether's head, flowers of bugloss, chamomile, melilot, etc. Guyaner, chapter 8, treatise 15, would have them used twice a day, and when they came forth of the baths, their backbones to be anointed with oil of almonds, violets, nymphea, fresh capon grease, etc. Amulets and things to be borne about, I find prescribed, taxed by some, approved by Renodius, Platerus, amuleta inquit non negligenda, and others. Look for them in Mizaldus, Porta, Albertus, etc. Basardus Viscontis commends Hypericon, or St. John's wort gathered on a Friday in the hour of Jupiter when it comes to his effectual operation, that is about the full moon in July. So gathered and borne, or hung about the neck, it mightily helps this affection, and drives away all fantastical spirits. Philes, a Greek author that flourished in the time of Michael Palaeologus, writes that a sheep or kid skin, whom a wolf worried, aetus in humani raptus ab ore lupi, ought not at all to be worn about a man, because it causeth palpitation of the heart, not for any fear, but a secret virtue which amulets have. A ring made of the hoof of an ass's right forefoot carried about, etc. I say with Renodius, they are not altogether to be rejected. Peony doth cure epilepsy, precious stones most diseases. A wolf's dung borne with one helps the colic, a spider an ague, etc. Being in the country in the vacation time not many years since, at Lindley in Leicestershire, my father's house, I first observed this amulet of a spider in a nutshell lapped in silk, etc., so applied for an ague by my mother, whom, although I knew to have excellent skill in chirurgy, sore eyes, aches, etc., and such experimental medicines as all the country where she dwelt can witness, to have done many famous and good cures upon divers poor folks that were otherwise destitute of help. Yet among all other experiments this methought was most absurd and ridiculous. I could see no warrant for it. Quid aranea cum febre? For what antipathy? Till at length rambling amongst authors, as often I do, I found this very medicine in Dioscorides, approved by Matthiolus, repeated by Aldevarandus, chapter de aranea, book de insectis. I began to have a better opinion of it, and to give more credit to amulets, when I saw it in some parties answer to experience. Some medicines are to be exploded, that consist of words, characters, spells, and charms, which can do no good at all, but out of a strong conceit, as Pomponatius proves, or the devil's policy, who is the first founder and teacher of them. End of section 36. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Section 37 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton. Section 37. Partition 2, Section 5, Member 1, Subsection 6. Subsection 6. Correctors of accidents to procure sleep, against fearful dreams, redness, etc. When you have used all good means and helps of alteratives, averters, diminutives, yet there will be still certain accidents to be corrected and amended, as of waking, fearful dreams, flushing in the face to some ruddiness, etc. Waking, by reason of their continual cares, fears, sorrows, dry brains, is a symptom that much crucifies melancholy men, and must therefore be speedily helped, and sleep by all means procured, which sometimes is a sufficient remedy of itself without any other physic. Sckenkius, in his Observations, hath an example of a woman that was so cured. The means to procure it are inward or outward. Inwardly taken are simples or compounds. Simples, as poppy, nymphea, violets, roses, lettuce, mandrake, henbane, nightshade or solanum, saffron, hempseed, nutmegs, willows with their seeds, juice, decoctions, distilled waters, etc. Compounds are syrups or opiates, syrup of poppy, violets, verbasco, which are commonly taken with distilled waters. Requies Nicolai, Phelonium Romanum, Triferum magna, Pilulae, Decinoglossa, Discordium, Laudanum, Paracelsi, opium, are in use, etc. Country folks commonly make a posset of hemp seed, which Fuchsius in his herbal so much discommends, yet I have seen the good effect, and it may be used where better medicines are not to be had. Laudanum Paracelsi is prescribed in 2 or 3 grains, with a dram of Diascordium, which Oswald Crollius commends. Opium itself is most part used outwardly, to smell to in a ball, though commonly so taken by the Turks to the same quantity for a cordial, and at Goa in the Indies, the dose 40 or 50 grains. Rulandus calls Requiem Nicolai ultimum refugium, the last refuge, but of this and the rest look for peculiar receipts in Victorius Faventinus, Aernius, Hildesheim, etc. Outwardly used as oil of nutmegs by extraction, or expression with rose water to anoint the temples, oils of poppy, nenuphar, mandrake, purslain, violets, all to the same purpose. Montanus, Concilia 24 and 25, much commends odoraments of opium, vinegar, and rose water. Laurentius, chapter 9, prescribes pomanders and nodules, see the receipts in him. Codronchus, wormwood to smell to. Unguentum alabastritum, populeum, are used to anoint the temples, nostrils, or if they be too weak, they mix saffron and opium. Take a grain or two of opium, and dissolve it with 3 or 4 drops of rose water in a spoon, and after mingle with it as much unguentum populeum as a nut. Use it as before. Or else take 1/2 grain of opium, unguentum populeum, oil of nenuphar, rose water, rose vinegar of each 1/2 ounce, with as much virgin wax as a nut. Anoint your temples with some of it. Ad oram somni. Sacks of wormwood, mandrake, henbane, roses made like pillows and laid under the patient's head, are mentioned by Cardan and Mizaldus, to anoint the soles of the feet with the fat of a dormouse, the teeth with earwax of a dog, swine's gall, hare's ears, charms, etc. Frontlets are well known to every good wife, rose water and vinegar with a little woman's milk, and nutmegs grated upon a rose cake applied to both temples. For an emplaster, take of castoreum 1 dram and 1/2, of opium 1/2 scruple, mixed both together with a little water of life. Make 2 small plasters thereof, and apply them to the temples. Rulandus prescribes epithems and lotions of the head, with a decoction of flowers of nymphea, violet leaves, mandrake roots, henbane, white poppy. Hercules de Saxonia, stilichidia, or droppings, etc. Lotions of the feet do much avail of the said herbs. By these means, saith Laurentius, I think you may procure sleep to the most melancholy man in the world. Some use horseleeches behind the ears, and apply opium to the place. Bayerus, Book 2, Chapter 13, sets down some remedies against fearful dreams, and such as walk and talk in their sleep. Baptista Porta, to procure pleasant dreams and quiet rest, would have you take hippoglossa, or the herb horse-tongue, balm, to use them or their distilled waters after supper, etc. Such men must not eat beans, peas, garlic, onions, cabbage, venison, hare, use black wines, or any meat hard of digestion at supper, or lie on their backs, etc. Rusticus pudor, bashfulness, flushing in the face, high colour, ruddiness, are common grievances, which much torture many melancholy men, when they meet a man, or come in company of their betters, strangers, after a meal, or if they drink a cup of wine or strong drink. They are as red and fleet, and sweat as if they had been at a mayor's feast. Praesertim si metus accesserit, it exceeds. They think every man observes, takes notice of it, and fear alone will affect it, suspicion without any other cause. Sckenkius speaks of a waiting gentlewoman in the Duke of Savoy's court, that was so much offended with it, that she kneeled down to him, and offered Biarus, a physician, all that she had to be cured of it. And 'tis most true that Antony Ludovicus saith in his book De Pudore, bashfulness either hurts or helps, such men I am sure it hurts. If it proceed from suspicion or fear, Felix Plater prescribes no other remedy but to reject and contemn it. Id populus curat silicet, as a worthy physician in our town said to a friend of mine in like case, complaining without a cause, suppose one look red, what matter is it? Make light of it, who observes it? If it trouble at or after meals, as Jobertus, after a little exercise or stirring, for many are then hot and red in the face, or if they do nothing at all, especially women, he would have them let blood in both arms, first one, then another, 2 or 3 days between, if blood abound. To use frictions of the other parts, feet especially, and washing of them, because of that consent which is between the head and the feet. And withal to refrigerate the face, by washing it often with rose, violet, nenuphar, lettuce, lovage waters, and the like. But the best of all is that lac virginale, or strained liquor of liturgy. It is diversely prepared. Quercetan commends the water of frog's spawn for ruddiness in the face. Crato, Concilium 283, Scoltzii, would fain have them use all summer the condite flowers of succory, strawberry water, roses, cupping glasses are good for the time, Concilia 285 et 286, and to defecate impure blood with the infusion of senna, savoury, balm water. Valerius knew one cured alone with the use of succory boiled and drunk for 5 months every morning in the summer. It is good overnight to anoint the face with hare's blood, and in the morning to wash it with strawberry and cowslip water, the juice of distilled lemons, juice of cucumbers, or to use the seeds of melons, or kernels of peaches beaten small, or the roots of aron, and mixed with wheat bran to bake it in an oven, and to crumble it in strawberry water, or to put fresh cheese curds to a red face. If it trouble them at meal times that flushing, as oft it doth, with sweating or the like, they must avoid all violent passions and actions, as laughing, etc., strong drink, and drink very little. 1 draught, saith Crato, and that about the midst of their meal. Avoid at all times indurate salt, and especially spice and windy meat. Crato prescribes the condite fruit of wild rose to a nobleman his patient, to be taken before dinner or supper, to the quantity of a chestnut. It is made of sugar, as that of quinces. The decoction of the roots of sow thistle before meat, by the same author, is much approved. To eat of a baked apple some advise, or of a preserved quince, cummin seed prepared with meat instead of salt, to keep down fumes, not to study or to be intentive after meals. To apply cupping glasses to the shoulders is very good. For the other kind of ruddiness which is settled in the face with pimples, etc., because it pertains not to my subject, I will not meddle with it. I refer you to Crato's counsels, Arnoldus, Rolande, Peter Forestus de Foucault, Book 31, Observatio 2, Platerus, Mercurialis, Ulmus, Rondoletius, Aaronius, Menedus, and others that have written largely of it. Those other grievances and symptoms of headache, palpitation of heart, vertigo deliquium, etc., which trouble many melancholy men, because they are copiously handled apart in every physician, I do voluntarily omit. End of section 37. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. Section 38 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 38. Partition 2, Section 5, Member 2. Cure of Melancholy over all the body. Where the melancholy blood possesseth the whole body with the brain, it is best to begin with bloodletting. The Greeks prescribe the median or middle vein to be opened, and so much blood to be taken away as the patient may well spare, and the cut that is made must be wide enough. The Arabians hold it fittest to be taken from that arm on which side there is more pain and heaviness in the head. If black blood issue forth, bleed on. If it be clear and good, let it be instantly suppressed, because the malice of melancholy is much corrected by the goodness of the blood. If the party's strength will not admit much evacuation in this kind at once, it must be assayed again and again. If it may not be conveniently taken from the arm, it must be taken from the knees and ankles, especially to such men or women whose hemorrhoids or months have been stopped. If the malady continue, it is not amiss to evacuate in a part in the forehead, and to virgins in the ankles, who are melancholy for love matters, so to widows that are much grieved and troubled with sorrow and cares, for bad blood flows in the heart, and so crucifies the mind. The hemorrhoids are to be opened with an instrument or horseleeches, etc. See more in Montaltus, chapter 29. Sckenkius hath an example of one that was cured by an accidental wound in his thigh. Much bleeding freed him from melancholy. Diet, diminutives, alteratives, cordials, correctors as before, intermixed as occasion serves. All their study must be to make a melancholy man fat, and then the cure is ended. Diuretics, or medicines to procure urine, are prescribed by some in this kind, hot and cold. Hot, where the heat of the liver doth not forbid. Cold, where the heat of the liver is very great. Amongst hot are parsley roots, lovage, fennel, etc. Cold, melon seeds, etc., with whey of goat's milk, which is the common conveyor. To purge and purify the blood, use sow thistle, succory, senna, endive, carduus benedictis, dandelion, hop, maidenhair, fumitory, bugloss, borage, etc., with their juice, decoctions, distilled water, syrups, etc. Oswaldus Crollius much admires salt of corals in this case. And Aetius, Ieram Archigenis, which is an excellent medicine to purify the blood, for all melancholy affections, falling sickness, none to be compared to it.
End of section 38. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada. Section 39 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton, Section 39. Partition 2, Section 5, Member 3. Subsection 1. Cure of hypochondriacal melancholy. In this cure, as in the rest, is especially required the rectification of those 6 non-natural things above all, as good diet, which Montanus, Concilium 27, enjoins a French nobleman to have an especial care of it, without which all other remedies are in vain. Bloodletting is not to be used, except the patient's body be very full of blood, and that it be derived from the liver and spleen to the stomach and his vessels, then to draw it back, to cut the inner vein of either arm, some say the salvatella, and if the malady be continuate, to open a vein in the forehead. Preparatives and alteratives may be used as before, saving that there must be respect had as well to the liver, spleen, stomach, hypochondries, as to the heart and brain, to comfort the stomach and inner parts against wind and obstructions, by Arateus, Galen, Aetius, Aurelianus, etc., and many latter writers, are still prescribed the decoctions of wormwood, centaury, pennyroyal, betony, sodden and whey, and daily drunk. Many have been cured by this medicine alone. Prosper Altinus and some others as much magnify the water of Nile against this malady, an especial good remedy for windy melancholy. For which reason belike Ptolemeus Philadelphus, when he married his daughter Berenice to the king of Assyria, as Celsus Book 2 records, magnis impensis nili aquam afferi usit, to his great charge caused the water of Nile to be carried with her, and gave command that during her life she should use no other drink. I find those that commend use of apples in splenetic and this kind of melancholy, lamb's wool some call it, which howsoever approved must certainly be corrected of cold rawness and wind. Codroncus in his book De Sale Absyn magnifies the oil and salt of wormwood above all other remedies, which works better and speedier than any simple whatsoever, and much to be preferred before all those fulsome decoctions and infusions, which must offend by reason of their quantity. This alone in a small measure taken expels wind, and that most forcibly, moves urine, cleanseth the stomach of all gross humours, crudities, helps appetite, etc. Arnoldus hath a wormwood wine which he would have used, which every pharmacopoeia speaks of. Diminutives and purges may be taken as before, of hiera, manna, cassia, which Montanus Concilium 230 for an Italian abbot in this kind prefers before all other simples, and these must be often used, still abstaining from those which are more violent, lest they do exasperate the stomach, etc., and the mischief by that means be increased. Though in some physicians I find very strong purgers, hellebore itself prescribed in this affection. If it long continue, vomits may be taken after meat, or otherwise gently procured with warm water, oxymel, etc., now and then. Fuchsius, chapter 33, prescribes hellebore, but still take heed in this malady, which I have often warned, of hot medicines, because, as Salvianus adds, drought follows heat, which increaseth the disease. And yet Baptista Sylvaticus Controversia 32 forbids cold medicines, because they increase obstructions and other bad symptoms. But this varies as the parties do, and 'tis not easy to determine which to use. The stomach most part in this infirmity is cold, the liver hot. Scarce therefore, which Montanus insinuates Concilium 229 for the Earl of Manfort, can you help the one and not hurt the other. Much discretion must be used. Take no physic at all, he concludes, without great need. Laelius Aegubinus Concilium for an hypochondriacal German prince used many medicines, but it was after signified to him in letters that the decoction of China and sassafras, and salt of sassafras, wrought him an incredible good. In his 108 consult, he used as happily the same remedies. This to a third might have been poison, by overheating his liver and blood. For the other parts look for remedies in Savonarola, Gordonius, Massaria, Mercatus, Johnson, etc. One for the spleen, amongst many other, I will not omit, cited by Hildesheim, prescribed by Matthias Flaccus, and out of the authority of Benevenius. Antony Benevenius, in a hypochondriacal passion, cured an exceedingly great swelling of the spleen with capers alone, a meat befitting that infirmity, and frequent use of the water of a smith's forge. By this physic he helped a sick man, whom all other physicians had forsaken, that for 7 years had been splenetic. And of such force is this water, that those creatures as drink of it have commonly little or no spleen. See more excellent medicines for the spleen in him and Lodovicus Mercatus, who is a great magnifier of this medicine. This calibs praeparatus, or steel drink, is much likewise commended to this disease by Daniel Sennertus, Book 1, Part 2, Chapter 12, and admired by Julius Caesar Claudinus. He calls steel the proper alexipharmacum of this malady, and much magnifies it. Look for receipts in them. Averters must be used to the liver and spleen, and to scour the mesaraic veins, and they are either too open or provoke urine. You can open no place better than the hemorrhoids, which, if by horseleeches they be made to flow, there may be again such an excellent remedy as Plotter holds. Sallustius Salvian will admit no other phlebotomy but this, and by his experience in an hospital which he kept, he found all mad and melancholy men worse for other bloodletting. Laurentius, chapter 15, calls this of horseleeches a sure remedy to empty the spleen and mesaraic membrane. Only Montanus, Concilium 241, is against it. To other men, saith he, this opening of the hemorrhoids seems to be a profitable remedy. For my part, I do not approve of it, because it draws away the thinnest blood, and leaves the thickest behind. Aetius, Vidus Vidius, Mercurialis, Fuchsius recommend diuretics, or such things as provoke urine, as aniseeds, dill, fennel, germander, ground pine sodden in water or drunk in powder. And yet Petrus Bayerus is against them, and so is Hilarius. All melancholy men, saith he, must avoid such things as provoke urine, because by them the subtile or thinnest is evacuated, the thicker matter remains. Clysters are in good request. Trincavelius, Book 3, Chapter 38, for a young nobleman, esteems of them in the first place, and Hercules de Saxonia is a great approver of them. I have found, saith he, by experience, that many hypochondriacal melancholy men have been cured by the sole use of clysters. Receipts are to be had in him. Besides those fomentations, irrigations, inunctions, odoraments prescribed for the head, there must be the like used for the liver, spleen, stomach, hypochondries, etc. In crudity, saith Piso, 'tis good to bind the stomach hard to hinder wind, and to help concoction. Of inward medicines I need not speak. Use the same cordials as before. In this kind of melancholy, some prescribe treacle in winter, especially before or after purges, or in the spring, as Avicenna, Trincavelius Mithridrate, Montaltus peony seed, unicorn's horn, Ostocorde cervi, etc. Amongst topics or outward medicines, none are more precious than baths, but of them I have spoken. Fomentations to the hypochondries are very good, of wine and water in which are sodden southernwood, melilot, epithyme, mugwort, senna, polypody, as also cerotes, plaisters, liniments, ointments for the spleen, liver, and hypochondries, of which look for examples in Laurentius, Jobertus, Montanus, Montaltus, Hercules de Saxonia, Faventinus, and so of epitems, digestive powders, bags, oils. Octavius Horatianus, Book 2, Chapter 5, prescribes cholastic cataplasms, or dry purging medicines. Piso, dropaces of pitch, and oil of rue, applied at certain times to the stomach, to the metaphrene, or part of the back which is over against the heart. Aetius, synepisms. Montaltus, Chapter 35, would have the thighs to be cauterized. Mercurialis prescribes beneath the knees. Laelius Aegubinus, Concilium 77, for a hypochondriacal Dutchman, will have the cautery made in the right thigh, and so Montanus, Concilium 55. The same Montanus, Concilium 34, approves of issues in the arms or hinder part of the head. Bernardus Paternus in Hildesheim would have issues made in both the thighs. Lodovicus Mercatus prescribes them near the spleen, aut prope ventriculi regimen, or in either of the thighs. Ligatures, frictions, and cupping glasses above or about the belly, without scarification, which Felix Platerus so much approves, may be used as before. Subsection 2. Correctors to expel wind, against costiveness, etc.
In this kind of melancholy, one of the most offensive symptoms is wind, which, as in the other species, so in this, hath great need to be corrected and expelled.
The medicines to expel it are either inwardly taken or outwardly. Inwardly to expel wind are simples or compounds. Simples are herbs, roots, etc., as galanga, gentian, angelica enula, calamus aromaticus, valerian, zeodoti, iris, condite ginger, aristolochi, cycliminus, china, gitander, pennyroyal, rue, calamint, bayberries and bay leaves, betony, rosemary, hyssop, sabine, centaury, mint, chamomile, stachys, agnus castus, broom flowers, oregon, orange pills, etc. Spices, as saffron, cinnamon, bezoar stone, myrrh, mace, nutmegs, pepper, cloves, ginger, seeds of anise, fennel, amni, carry, nettle, rue, etc., juniper berries, grana paradisi. Compounds, dianisum, diagalanga, diaciminum, diacalaminth, electuarium de Bacchus lauri, benedicta laxativa, pulvis ad status antid florent, pulvis carminativus, aromaticum rosatum, treacle, mithridate, etc. This one caution of Gualter Bruel is to be observed in the administering of these hot medicines and dry, that whilst they covet to expel wind, they do not inflame the blood, and increase the disease. Sometimes, as he saith, medicines must more decline to heat, sometimes more to cold, as the circumstances require, and as the parties are inclined to heat or cold. Outwardly taken to expel winds are oils, as of chamomile, rue, bays, etc. Fomentations of the hypochondries, with the decoctions of dill, pennyroyal, rue, bay leaves, cumin, etc., bags of chamomile flowers, aniseed, cumin, bays, rue, wormwood, ointments of the oil of spikenard, wormwood, rue, etc. Areteus prescribes cataplasms of chamomile flowers, fennel, aniseeds, cumin, rosemary, wormwood leaves, etc. Cupping glasses applied to the hypochondries without scarification do wonderfully resolve wind. Fernelius Concilium 43 much approves of them at the lower end of the belly. Lodovicus Mercatus calls them a powerful remedy, and testifies moreover out of his own knowledge how many he hath seen suddenly eased by them. Julius Caesar Claudinus admires these cupping glasses, which he calls out of Galen, a kind of enchantment, they cause such present help. Empirics have a myriad of medicines, as to swallow a bullet of lead, etc., which I voluntarily omit. Amatus Lusitanus, for a hypochondriacal person that was extremely tormented with wind, prescribes a strange remedy. Put a pair of bellows end into a clyster pipe, and applying it into the fundament, open the bowels, so draw forth the wind. Natura non admittit vacuum. He vaunts he was the first invented of this remedy, and by means of it speedily eased a melancholy man. Of the cure of this flatuous melancholy, read more in Fienus de Flatibus, chapter 26, et passum alias. Against headache, vertigo, vapours which ascend forth of the stomach to molest the head, read Hercules de Saxonia, and others. If costiveness offend in this, or any other of the three species, it is to be corrected with suppositories, clysters, or lenitives, powder of senna, chondrite prunes, etc. Take as much as a nutmeg at a time, half an hour before dinner or supper. See more in Montanus, Concilium 229. Hildesheim, Petrus Cnemander, and Montanus commend Cyprian turpentine, which they would have familiarly taken to the quantity of a small nut, 2 or 3 hours before dinner and supper, twice or thrice a week if need be. For besides that it keeps the belly soluble, it clears the stomach, opens obstructions, cleanseth the liver, provokes urine. These, in brief, are the ordinary medicines which belong to the cure of melancholy, which, if they be used aright, no doubt may do much good. Si non lavando saltam leniendo valent, peculiaria bene selecta, saith Bessardus. A good choice of particular receipts must needs ease, if not quite cure, not one, but all or most, as occasion serves. Et quae non prosunt singula, multa juvant. End of section 39. End of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 2, by Robert Burton. Recording by Sean Michael Hogan, St. John's, Newfoundland,
Canada.